Premier, June 29, 1894 3-vide petition to Natal Legislative Council, June 7, 1894 4-vide petition to Lord Ripon, July 14, 1894 5-vide the Natal Mercury, July 7, 1894 6 Data by Naroji. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 125. It. Received the Vegetarian containing Mrs. Besant's one speech on vegetarianism. Wrote to Tayob in reply to his. July 10, Tuesday finished and sent the petition to the press. Sent Mrs. Besant's speech to the editor, Mercury, with a request to publish it. Sent a petition to the governor too, requesting him not to send his dispatch before the Indian petition was received. July 11, Wednesday, my letter appears in today's Mercury. July 12, Thursday worked at the petition. July 13, Friday wrote to Dadabai enclosing a copy of the petition to Home Government. July 14, Saturday wrote to J. Shankar. Ramsey's son saw me on Thursday and said he would send 2,000 signatures from Verulam. An article signed Ramnath appeared in the Advertiser against the Indians. July 15, Sunday, Paul sent about 11 Indians to make copies. He works very well and is very attached to me. July 16, Monday, contrary to my expectations, Jusub 3 brought 1,500 signatures from Verulam. Letter from brother and Oldfield 4. Sent the petition to the P.O. but it was not accepted, being above weight. Requested A to let me go or give a definite reply. He said he would see that all the expenses were paid and also the furniture, expenses, etc. Paul was very anxious that I should stop. July 17, Tuesday sent the petition through the railway agency. Went with A to see rooms. A SPL room was found for 2-15-0 and a house in Beach 1. Annie Besant 2-vide petition to Natal Governor, October 7, 1894 3 Jusub Abdul Karim 4 Dr. Joshua Oldfield, editor of The Vegetarian. 126. Grove for 8. Said it was decided to make me a written request to stop here and that he would make me a present of the furniture, fees for admission and books. July 18, Wednesday, have not been doing anything in particular for the past few days. July 19, Thursday looked for house. A says I should take his room in Grey Street for 4 per month. July 20, Friday wrote to Ramsey enclosing Mrs. Besant's lecture and letters for Baker and Dr. Stroud and also to Mrs. Hutchinson. July 21, Saturday, Dr. B refused to let the house in West St. Gave the account to Abdullah yesterday. Made translation for Arthur. Went to Umgeni with A. Saw Eskom, who said I should take out the license as advocate. He said also that the franchise petition having been signed by 8,000 Indians would serve the purpose of the government. He said the argument about the unfitness of Indians was all twaddle. The only argument was that of policy. He admitted that the bill was unjust insofar as it did not provide for the children of those who were already on the list and also for those who had property and whose representatives may come hereafter. July 22, Sunday, had been to see Paul. Talked again about England. Advised him to get rid of all useless expenditure. Had been for a walk with A. Received yesterday a letter from Mrs. Lewis 1. July 23, Monday, Abdullah received a letter from Baker who says he should be given 5 PC of the purchase price instead of 2 PC. I drafted a reply to this. Read Nala Damayanti. July 24, Tuesday, Rito Kaharan. Had a long walk with Dada Chef 2. 1 Mrs. A. M. Lewis 2 Dada Abdullah and Company, for whose lawsuit Gandhiji had initially gone South Africa. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 127. July 25, Wednesday, translated the franchise petitions to Council and Home Government. Wrote a letter to Baker for Abdullah. Paul came and asked if he would join Cokes and pay a premium. I said I would join but not pay a premium. I told him also that I was preparing to depart and told him that he should not show over anxiety to Cokes. July 26, Thursday told A that unless everything was settled by next week I would understand that I must go. Paul saw me and said Cokes would give a share and not require a premium. Wrote letters to Dada by Sir William Wedderburn, Pinkett 1, Kane 2, Echo, The Star, Chronicle, The Times of India, Bombay Gazette, Amrita Bazar Patrika, Gujarati Kesari Hind, Digby, Kaganal 3 and India enclosing petitions. Wrote to Portuguese consul for A. Wrote 2 letters for Musa Haji Adam. A said the house in Beech Grove will be let for 6. Wrote to the Registrar of the Supreme Court inquiring about time for license. July 27, Friday. Read Samuel Bat's poems. Paul came and said Cokes has appointed 10 to 1 to see me tomorrow. Paul wrote to me on behalf of the magistrate asking me to translate a document. I sent him the translation. July 28, Saturday. Saw Cokes. He seemed to be anxious to enter into partnership. He said he would give 25p. C for the first 6 months and 30% for the last 6. He seemed to be quite sincere. A postcard from brother asking me to return soon. Drafted a letter to Baker for A and also to Sir Donald. July 29, Sunday. Had a long walk to Umgeni. Read Kavya Dohan. Did not like to read Ras, etc., connected with Krishna. Received a letter from Registrar, Supreme Court, enclosing Supreme Court rules for admission of advocates and attorneys. 1 F. Pinkett 2 Williams Proston Kane 3 Kaganal Gandhi. 128. July 30, Monday. Saw Cokes. He was agreeable to paying a 1/3 RD share. July 31, Tuesday. Received the draft agreement from Cokes. The house in Beech Grove accepted at 6/10. August 1, Wednesday. Sent the draft agreement with alterations and additions. Discuss with him the alterations. He said he was willing to give me credit for the cases entrusted to me but conducted by him, but that it was not usual to put that in a deed of partnership. Wrote to Tayab. August 2, Thursday. Saw Cokes. Gave him a sheik for 34 fees for advocates' license and interpreters. August 3, Friday. Wrote to Oldfield, Annie Besant, President, LVS 1. Also to Kagan Paul, brother, Mehta, Kaganal and Mrs. Lewis. Drafted a letter to Lord Ray for Abdullah, etc., regarding petition. August 4, Saturday. Signed the agreement of partnership. Signed the petition. Received a letter from P. Davis saying they would charge 10-10-0 for the natal laws. Consequently sent them 10-10-0 sheik from A by registered post. August 5, Sunday. Received a letter from Baker enclosing 5 introduction letters. Wrote to Baker and to Purushottam Desai. Drafted for a letter to Baker. Began Urdu. Finished the alphabet. August 6, Monday. Could not do much. August 7, Tuesday. Removed to the house in Beech Grove. The letter of request was presented this evening. Saw Lawton. Talked to him about Theosophy. He said he would give me all the help he could. 1 London Vegetarian Society. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 129. August 8, Wednesday. Many came with the notice of application that Hillier sent out. August 9, Thursday. Wrote to Dr. Shroud yesterday asking him to send the books. Saw Askew, Z. Dalton and John Cowie. All were nice, particularly Askew. Cokes has won the application case. August 10, Friday. Saw Mrs. Baker in the evening. She was cold. A waiter came to see me not by the front door. Wrote a letter for Narayan Swami to the Postmaster General. He gave 10/ today for making enquiries for him regarding a 5 money order. Heard yesterday from A that Ruff is going to oppose my application for interpretership in Hindustani. Drafted a letter from Rustomji to Marshal Campbell. Wrote to brother, Vora and Judah in Cape Town. Enclosed 2/5 Bank of England notes to Vora for law books. Wrote to Livingston a note enclosing anti-vivisection pamphlet by Mehta. August 11, Saturday Rustomji and P. Dowji 1 gave each 12. Rough dine with me. Attended the Blue Ribbon meeting. It was a failure. There were recitations not meeting where Jesus would preside. Rough talked about the Hindustani. Wrote to Byrne and Whitaker. August 12, Sunday had a long sleep. Read law. The meeting that was to be held has been postponed. August 13, Monday wrote to Trotter and Kyer regarding vegetarianism. Z called with the Salvation Army captain. Had a short chat with him. Have invited him to dinner for Friday. Had tea with Askew. His wife seems to be well up in Christian teaching. Both were kind. August 14, Tuesday Z saw me with the Salvation Army captain. Wrote to Brunton Thomas and Brown about vegetarianism. Had tea with Askew. Both he and his wife were very kind. Dissuaded a Bengali man from following up another. 1 P. Dowji Mahamd. 130. August 15, Wednesday met Tillman. He said he would give all the help he could. Ruff came and asked for 5. I said that was left to Mr. Coates and that I was not myself in a position to render any such aid. Received a reply from Trotter. August 16, Thursday a letter from J. Shankar from Zanzibar and one from Dr. Stroud. Wrote to J. Shankar. Settled with Yasinkan. He paid 10 / The man Ibrahim paid 7 / 6. Several licensed eating house men came. I told them they will have to pay 50. Wrote a stiff letter to Dodd for not coming. Settled with Kajamian. August 17, Friday signed the deed of lease. Received a letter from Baker and from P. Davis and also from J. Shankar. Wrote to J. Shankar Pretoria, to J. Shankar Zanzibar, to Vora asking him to subscribe to the Weekly Times, to Trotter about vegetarianism, to Brother about Hairkund. Sent tracts to Trotter and a copy of today's Mercury to Dadabai. The Salvation Army captain dined with me. He had a long chat with me. He, however, could not persuade me that Christianity was the only true religion. I lent him the New Gospel of Interpretation. He gave me a book called All the World. August 18, Saturday received a letter from Miss Brunton regarding vegetarianism. Wrote to Mrs. Mary Alling subscribing to a copy of Spirit and making a few remarks on souls. Saw J. A. Polkinghorne. It was a trouble for him to see me. He could not bear my company and wished every moment that I was gone. The situation was extremely embarrassing. I could not possibly leave the moment I met him. It was decided at Abdullah's that a meeting should be held on Monday and Wednesday. August 19, Sunday was unwell. Advised Abdullah as to evidence in Ujamshi's case. Translated Abdullah's affidavit, statement and evidence. August 20, Monday letter from J. Shankar. Wrote to him and to Miss Brunton as also to Mr. Spuprian. Sent a copy of The Vegetarian to Miss Brunton. Labister wanted to see me with regard to my petition. Saw him and he. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 131. Said I should produce a certificate as to the character of my family. He also suggested that Baker should telegraph as to my fitness. I telegraphed to Baker. Got a certificate from Abdullah, Haji Dada and Musa Haji Adam. Wrote to Labister sending him certificate and wishing it to be understood that the certificate should not be treated as a precedent for other similar cases. August 21, Tuesday a big meeting yesterday where about 100 attended. They accepted my proposals. Wrote to Ruff and Baker enclosing a cutting from The Vegetarian. August 22, Wednesday Coates dined with me. Talked about the Congress one. He sympathized but said he would have to consider whether he would identify himself with the movement. There was a big meeting. The hall was well decorated. About 100 men attended. There was much enthusiasm. The meeting was closed at 11:45 p.m. August 23, Thursday people came in and paid subscriptions. Askew sent me an invitation to pass Sunday with him. August 24, Friday wrote some letters for Abdullah. There was a question in the House of Commons with regard to the franchise. A letter from Ruff. August 25. Saturday saw Askew yesterday. Paul dined with me last evening. Talked to him very seriously about life and its uses. Bought a suit at Harvey and Greenacres. Wrote to Dr. Stroud on vegetarianism. August 26. Sunday. Chef had breakfast with me. Passed the whole day with Askew. I was introduced to his father-in-law Mr. Watson, who was a very kind gentleman. Attended the Wesleyan Church with him. Mrs. Askew is an extremely kind lady. Had a long chat on vegetarianism. In the evening Askew preached in one of the Wesleyan chapels in West St. Received a letter from Ramsey. 1. The Natal Indian Congress, which was established on August 22, 1894, with Abdullah Haji Adam as President and Gandhiji as Honorable Secretary. 132. August 27, Monday drew up a deed of partnership for Pragjib Himai. Read the rules of the Supreme Court. Also Dade Sahib's essays. Coates has invited me to dine with him tomorrow. August 28, Tuesday Askew saw me. Had invited him to dine with me on Thursday. Wrote to Eskom asking him what day would suit him for taking up my application. Wrote to Hussein Ibrahim. August 29, Wednesday drafted deed of partnership for K.S. Pillay. Finished the minutes of the last meeting. Dined last evening with Coates. Was introduced to some of his friends. August 30, Thursday received a letter from Hussein Ibrahim enclosing a sheik for 10 for Dada Abdullah and Company. A letter to Coates from Pitcher saying he could not see Eskom and that the Natal Law Society was going to object. Wrote to Hussein Ibrahim asking him to send 0 more in fees. Wrote to Ruff. Dihitman saw me. There was a meeting of the Congress. Askew dined with me. August 31, Friday telegram from Eskom saying my application he will move on Monday. Telegraph to manager Imperial Hotel to keep 1 room for me. September 1, Saturday left for and reached Maritzburg. M.H. Adam came with me. Later on came Piran and Darusmi, and in the evening came Rustomji and Dowd. Telegram from Dada and Coates in reply to mine. September 2, Sunday there was a large meeting. About 41 signed. September 3, Monday was admitted 1. Had to put off the hat 2. The application for admission as translator withdrawn. Received about 7 telegrams of congratulation. 1 as advocate to practice in natal courts, 2 to conform to the court practice. Videbol. I Chronology, 1894. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 133. September 4, Tuesday letters from Dadabai returning 10, Tayab, Jaishankar and Whitaker, a vegetarian. Wrote to Whitaker sending foods and the vegetarian. A telegram from Baker. September 5, Wednesday telegraph to Baker. September 6, Thursday Abdullah came. A sympathetic notice of my admission appears in the Witness and Mercury. September 7, Friday there was a meeting yesterday. A European attended the meeting. There was some opposition to Paul being elected as president from Stephen. It was afterwards withdrawn. Gopi Maharal's case came up today. Coates had charge of it. A letter of congratulation from Stephen. September 8, Saturday called on Benningfield. He was not in the office. It rained heavily. It was settled that A should telegraph from P if I was required. September 9, Sunday the committee meeting of the Congress was held. Dr. Prince came. Letter from Jaishankar. September 10, Monday a letter from Mehta. Accepted Deluzia's case for 8-5-0 after telling her that she would lose whether she had an attorney or not. Colando Sigvelu Pillay page 12. September 11, Tuesday Coates took Deluzia's case and won. She paid 2 more. Gopi Maharal case was adjourned to Friday. Received a letter from Edward Baxter of Maritzburg asking if I would employ him as clerk for 200. Wrote declining the offer. Ward wrote for a loan of 2. Declined. September 12, Wednesday saw Benningfield. Offered 11 for the law books. Received a 134. Letter from Desai inviting me. Wrote declining. Letters from Ahmad Bayat, Sulaiman and Daud Mahmud. Wrote to them acknowledging subscriptions sent. Drew up a deed. Received a note from Arthur begging for money. Gabriel came to ask for money too. Read yesterday Digby's India for the Indians and for England. September 13, T. Thursday drew out a power of attorney for Mojaji Ahmad. September 14, Friday conducted Dada Abdullah's case. Had a meeting of the Educational Association. Gave an address on plain living. September 15, Saturday Coke said the manager of the AB Corporation would give 1 PC on a fixed deposit for a year at least. That he would charge no ledger fees and would make no charge for opening account. Received a letter from Mahan Sakji with a book for translation. Wrote to him saying he should send 1-1-0 for charges. Naran's services have been retained by me. Jiva at 3 per month. September 16, Sunday saw Askews at their house. Mrs. A did not like me to chat on vegetarianism or Buddhism for fear that her children may become contaminated. She questioned my sincerity, said I should not go to their house if I was insincere and not seeking the truth. I said it was not within my power to make her believe that I was sincere and that I had no wish to trust myself on her as a companion. I told her also that I did not go to her place as a spy to convert her children. Dined with Rustamji in the evening. Mehta told the whole story of his wonderful vision. Wrote to Abdullah. September 17, Monday received a letter from brother, one from Mehta, one from Dadabai and one from Kaganlal. Wrote to brother and Mehta. Wrote to Abdullah. September 18, Tuesday had a very boisterous meeting of the Congress Committee. Ward came in to speak, was not allowed and so went away threatening to write in the papers. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 135. September 19, Wednesday Gopi Maharao case came up today. Got judgment with tosts. Sent Baker a clipping from the advertiser containing an account of McNeil's services. Wrote to Abdul Rahman at. From the original, SN. 32,320-34. An experiment in vital food. Before describing the experiment, if it may be called one, I would mention that I gave the vital food a trial in Bombay for a week. That I left it off only because at the time I had to entertain many friends, and because there were some other social considerations. That the vital food agreed with me very well then. And that, had I been able to continue it, very likely it would have suited me. I give the notes as I took them while I was conducting the experiment. August 22, 1893. Began the vital food experiment. I have been having a cold for the last 2 days, with a slight cold in the ears too. Had 2 tablespoonfuls of wheat, 1 of peas, 1 of rice, 2 of sultanas, about 20 small nuts, 2 oranges, and a cup of cocoa for breakfast. The pulses and cereals were soaked overnight. I finished the meal in 45 minutes, was very bright in the morning, depression came on in the evening, with a slight headache. For dinner had the usual things: read, vegetables, etc. August 23. Feeling hungry, had some peas last evening. Owing to that I did not sleep well, and woke up with a bad taste in the mouth in the morning. Had the same breakfast and dinner as yesterday. Though the day was very dull and it rained a little, I had no headache or cold. Had tea with Baker 1. This did not agree at all. Felt pains in the stomach. August 24. In the morning woke up uneasy, with a heavy stomach. Had the same breakfast, except that the 1 spoonful of peas was reduced to half. The usual dinner. Did not feel well. Had feeling of indigestion the whole day. August 25. Felt a heaviness in the stomach when I got up. 1 A.W. Baker, attorney and preacher, who discussed Christianity with Gandhiji and introduced him to Christian friends in Pretoria. 136. During the day, too, did not feel well. Had no appetite for dinner. Still I had it. There were undercooked peas for dinner yesterday. That may have to do with the heaviness. Got headache in the latter part of the day. Took some quinine after dinner. The same breakfast as yesterday. August 26th. Rose up with a heavy stomach. For breakfast I had half a tablespoonful of peas, half of rice, half of wheat, 2½ of sultanas, 10 walnuts, and 1 orange. The mouth did not taste well throughout the day. Did not feel well either. Had the usual dinner. At 7 p.m. had an orange and a cup of cocoa. I feel hungry 8 p.m., and yet no desire to eat. The vital food does not seem to agree well. August 27th. In the morning got up very hungry, but did not feel well. For breakfast had 1½ tablespoonfuls of wheat, 2 of raisins, 10 walnuts and an orange mark, no peas and rice. Towards the latter part of the day felt better. The cause of yesterday's heaviness was perhaps peas and rice. At 1 p.m. had 1 teaspoonful of unsoaked wheat, 1 tablespoonful of raisins, and 14 nuts. Thus, the usual dinner was replaced by vital food. At Miss Harris's had tea, bread, butter, jam and cocoa. I enjoyed the tea very much and felt as if I was having bread and butter after a long fast. After tea felt very hungry and weak. Had, therefore, a cup of cocoa and an orange on returning home. August 28. In the morning the mouth did not taste well. Had 1½ tablespoonfuls of wheat, 2 of raisins, 20 nuts, 1 orange and a cup of cocoa. Except that I felt weak and hungry, I felt all right. The mouth, too, was all right. August 29th. Woke up well in the morning. For breakfast had 1½ tablespoonfuls of wheat, 2 of sultanas, 1 orange and 20 nuts. For dinner had 3 tablespoonfuls of wheat, 2 of currants and 20 nuts and 2 oranges. In the evening had rice, vermicelli and potatoes at Tayyab's. Felt weak towards evening. August 30th. For breakfast had 2 tablespoonfuls of wheat, 2 of raisins, 20 walnuts, and 1 orange. For dinner had the same things with an addition of 1 more orange. Felt very weak. Could not take the usual walks without fatigue. August 31st. When I got up in the morning the mouth was very sweet. Felt very weak. Had the same quantity of food both for breakfast and dinner. Had a cup of cocoa and an orange in the evening. Felt extremely weak throughout the day. I can take the walks. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 137. With much difficulty. The teeth, too, are getting weaker, the mouth too sweet. September 1st. Got up in the morning quite tired. Had the same breakfast as yesterday, the same dinner. Feel very weak. Teeth are aching. The experiment must be left off. Had tea with Baker as it was his birthday. Felt better after the tea. September 2nd. Woke up fresh in the morning, the effect of last evening's tea. Had the old food porridge, bread, butter, jam and cocoa. Felt ever so much better. Thus ended the vital food experiment. Under more favorable circumstances it might not have failed. A boarding house, where one cannot control everything, where it is not possible to make frequent changes in the diet, is hardly a place where food experiments can be conducted successfully. Again, it will have been noticed that the only fresh fruit that I could get was oranges. No other fruits were to be had in the Transvaal then. It is a matter of great regret that, although the Transvaal soil is very fruitful, the fruit cultivation is very much neglected. Again, I could not get any milk, which is a very dear commodity here. People generally use condensed milk in South Africa. It must, therefore, be admitted that the experiment is entirely useless to prove the value of vital food. It were sheer audacity to venture any opinion on the vital food after an 11 days' trial under adverse circumstances. To expect the stomach, used for 20 years and upwards to cooked food, to assimilate, at a stroke, uncooked food, is too much, and yet I think the experiment has its value. It should serve as a guide to others, who would embark upon such experiments, attracted to them by some of their charms, but have not the ability, or the means, or the circumstances, or the patience, or the knowledge to carry them to a successful issue. I confess I had none of the above qualifications. Having no patience to watch the results slowly, I violently changed my diet. From the very start, the breakfast consisted of the vital food, while 4 or 5 days had hardly passed when the dinner, too, consisted of vital food. My acquaintance with the vital food theory was very superficial indeed. A little pamphlet by Mr. Hills, and 1 or 2 articles that recently appeared from his pen in The Vegetarian were all I knew about it. Anyone, therefore, not possessing the necessary qualifications, is, I believe, doomed to failure, and will hurt both himself and the cause he is trying to investigate into and 138. Advance. And after all, is it worthwhile for an ordinary vegetarian to devote his attention to such pursuits? Vegetarian who enjoys good health and is satisfied with his diet? Would it not be better to leave it to the adepts who devote their lives to such researches? These remarks apply especially to those vegetarians who base their creed on the grand basis of humanitarianism, who are vegetarians because they consider it wrong, nay, even sinful, to kill animals for their food. That the ordinary vegetarianism is possible, is conducive to health, he who runs may see. What more, then, do we want? Vital food may have its grand possibilities in store, but it will surely not make our perishable bodies immortal. That any considerable majority of human beings would ever do away with cooking does not seem feasible. The vital food will not, cannot, as such, minister to the wants of the soul. And if the highest aim, indeed, the only aim of this life, be to know the soul, then, it is humbly submitted, anything that takes away from our opportunities of knowing the soul, and therefore, also playing with the vital food and other such experiments, is playing away, to that extent, the only desirable aim in life. If we are to eat that we may live to the glory of Him, of whom we are, then, is it not sufficient that we eat nothing that, to nature, is repulsive, that requires the unnecessary spilling of blood? No more, however, of this while I am yet on the threshold of my studies in that direction. I simply throw out these thoughts, which were passing through the mind while I was conducting the experiment, so that some dear brother or sister may find, perchance, an echo of their own in this. The reasons which led me to try the vital food were its extreme simplicity. That I could dispense with cooking, that I could carry about my own food wherever I went, that I should not have to put up with any uncleanness of the landlady or those who supplied me with food, that, in traveling in such countries as South Africa, the vital food would be an ideal food, were charms too irresistible for me. But what a sacrifice of time and trouble to achieve what is after all a selfish end, which falls short of the highest. Life seems too short for these things. The Vegetarian, March 24, 1894. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 139. 35. Letter to the Vegetarian 1. To the Editor The Vegetarian. Pretoria. My dear brother, if you are a vegetarian, I think it is your duty to join the London Vegetarian Society, and to subscribe to the Vegetarian if you have not done so already. It is your duty because 1. You will thereby encourage and aid the creed you profess. 2. That will be an expression of the bond of sympathy that should exist between a vegetarian and a vegetarian in a land where there are so few of them. 3. The vegetarian movement will indirectly aid India politically also, inasmuch as the English vegetarians will more readily sympathize with the Indian aspirations. That is my personal experience. 4. Looking at the question even from a purely selfish point of view, you will thereby be able to have a large circle of vegetarian friends who ought to be more acceptable than others. 5. Your knowledge of the vegetarian literature will enable you to remain firm in your principles in a land where you are exposed to so many temptations, which have in very many cases proved irresistible, and you will, in case of illness, be able to get the aid of vegetarian doctors and drugs, whom and which you will know very easily, having joined the society and subscribed to its paper. 6. That will help your fellow brothers in India a great deal, and be also means of dispelling the doubt that still lingers in the minds of our parents as to the possibility of existence under a vegetarian diet. 1. This was published along with a note reading, Mr. M.K. Gandhi has sent round the following letter to the Indians in England, and we reproduce it here to show what active work is still being done in our midst by M.R. Gandhi, in spite of the distance which separates him from us. And yet our opponents say that vegetarian Indians have no persistence of purpose like the sons of honest John Bull. Ed. Veg. 140. And thus facilitate the way of other Indians to visit England a great deal. 7. If there were a sufficient number of Indian subscribers, the editor of the Vegetarian may be induced to devote a page or a column to India, which, you will admit, cannot but result in benefit to India. Many more reasons can be given to show why you should join the society and subscribe to the Vegetarian, but I hope these will be sufficient to induce you to view my proposal with favor. Even if you are not a vegetarian, you will find that many of the above reasons will apply to you also, and you can subscribe to the Vegetarian, and who knows but you may, in the end, consider it a privilege to join the rank of those who never depend for their existence on the blood of their fellow creatures. Of course, there is also the Manchester Vegetarian Society and its organ, the Vegetarian Messenger. I have pleaded for the LVS and its organ simply because it is so very handy, being in London, and because its organ is weekly. I do trust that you will not excuse yourself from joining and subscribing on the score of economy, for the subscription is so small, and it is sure to more than repay your money. Hoping you will not consider this an impertinence on my part. The Vegetarian, April 28, 1894. Yours in brotherly love, M.K. Gandhi. 36. Vegetarianism and Children. Mr. M.K. Gandhi, in a private letter, writes, recently a Graham Convention of Keswick Christians was held in Wellington, under the presidency of Reverend Andrew Murray. I attended it in the company of some dear Christians. They have a boy 6 or 7 years old. He came out with me for a walk one day during the time. I was simply talking to him about kindness to animals. During the talk we discussed vegetarianism. Ever since that time, I am told, the boy has not taken meat. He did watch me, before the above conversation, taking only vegetables at the dinner table, and questioned me why I would not take meat. His parents, though not. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 141. Themselves vegetarians, are believers in the virtue of vegetarianism, and did not mind my talking to their boy about it. I write this to show how easily you can convince children of the grand truth, and induce them to avoid meat if their parents are not against the change. The boy and I are thick friends now. He seems to like me very much. Another boy, about 15, I was talking to, said he could not himself kill or see a fowl killed, but did not object to eating it. The Vegetarian, May 5, 1894 37. Question on Religion 11 Pretoria, before June, 1894, what is the soul? Does it perform actions? Do past actions impede its progress or not? What is God? Is he the creator of the universe? What is moksha too? Is it possible for a person to know for certain, while he is still living, whether or not he will attain moksha? It is said that after his death, a man may, according to his actions, be reborn as an animal, a tree, or even a stone. Is that so? What is Arya Dharma? Do all Indian religions originate from the Vedas? Who composed the Vedas? Are they Anadi 3? If so, what does Anadi mean? Who is the author of the Gita? Is God its author? Is there any evidence that he is? Does any merit accrue from the sacrifice of animals and other things? One Gandhiji put to Rakhanbai some questions in a letter written some time before June 1894. The original being untraceable, the questions have been extracted from Rakhanbai's reply. The source indicates that a few more questions asked were omitted and hence their text is not available. For Ray Canby's answers, vide Vol. XXXII, Appendix I. Also an autobiography, PTII, ch. I2 The Supreme Goal of Spiritual Life, Liberation from Phenomenal Existence 3 Without Origin or Beginning. 142. If a claim is put forward that a particular religion is the best, may we not ask the claimant for proof? Do you know anything about Christianity? If so, what do you think of it? The Christians hold that the Bible is divinely inspired and that Christ was an incarnation of God, being His Son. Was He? Were all the Old Testament prophecies fulfilled in Christ? Can anyone remember His past lives or have an idea of His future lives? If yes, who can? You have given the names of some who have attained moksha. What is the authority for this statement? What makes you say that even Buddha did not attain moksha? What will finally happen to this world? Will the world be morally better off in the future? Is there anything like total destruction of the world? Can an illiterate person attain moksha by bhakti alone? Rama and Krishna are described as incarnations of God. What does that mean? Were they God Himself or only a part of Him? Can we attain salvation through faith in them? Who were Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva? If a snake is about to bite me, should I allow myself to be bitten or should I kill it, supposing that that is the only way in which I can save myself? From Gujarati Srimad Rajachandra, pages 292 et seq. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 143. 38. Petition to Natal Legislative ASSEMBLY 1 Durban, June 28, 1894 To the Honorable the Speaker and Members of the Legislative Assembly of the Colony of Natal The petition of the Indians resident in the Colony of Natal humbly shill with that, 1. Your petitioners are British subjects, who have come from India and settled in the colony. 2. Your petitioners are many of them registered as electors duly qualified to vote at the election of members to your Honorable Council and Assembly. 3. Your petitioners have read with feelings of unfeigned regret and alarm the debate as reported in the newspapers on the second reading of the Franchise Law Amendment Bill 4. Your petitioners, with the greatest deference to your Honorable House, beg to dissent entirely from the views of the various speakers, and feel constrained to say that the real facts fail to support the reasons adduced in justification of the passing of the unfortunate measure. 5. The reasons, as reported in the newspapers, brought forward in support of the measure, your petitioners understand, are, a. that the Indians have never exercised the franchise in the land they come from, b. that they are not fit for the exercise of the franchise. 6. Your petitioners respectfully beg to press on the notice of the honorable members that all the facts and history point the other way. 7. The Indian nation has known, and has exercised, the power of election from times far prior to the time when the Anglo-Saxon races first became acquainted with the principles of representation. 1. First it was addressed to both the Council and the Assembly, then it was amended and addressed only to the Assembly, and a separate petition was addressed to the Council. Vide Petition to Natal Legislative Council, April 7, 1894. 144. 8. In support of the above, your petitioners beg to draw the attention of your Honorable Assembly to Sir Henry Sumner Main's One Village Communities, where he has most clearly pointed out that the Indian races have been familiar with representative institutions almost from time immemorial. That eminent lawyer and writer has shown that the Teutonic mark was hardly so well organized or so essentially representative as an Indian village community until the precise technical Roman form was engrafted upon it. 9. Mr. Chussomansky too, in a speech delivered before the East India Association in London, said, "We are apt to forget in this country, when we talk of preparing people in the East by education and all that sort of thing for municipal government and parliamentary government, that the East is the parent of municipalities. Local self-government, in the widest acceptation of the term, is as old as the East itself. No matter what may be the religion of the people who inhabit what we call the East, there is not a portion of the country from east to west, from north to south, which is not swarming with municipalities. And not only so, but, like to our municipalities of old, they are all bound together as in a species of network, so that you have, ready-made to your hand, the framework of the great system of representation. Every caste in every village or town has its own rules or regulations, and elects representatives, and furnishes an exact prototype of the Saxon Wittens, from which have sprung the present parliamentary institutions. 10. The word pancake is a household word throughout the length and breadth of India, and it means, as the honourable members may be well aware, a council of 5 elected by the class of the people to whom the 5 belong, for the purpose of managing and controlling the social affairs of the particular caste. 11. The state of Mysore has at the present moment a representative parliament, called the Mysore Assembly, on the exact model of the British Parliament 12. The trading Indian community now residing in Durban have their pancayat, or Council of 5, and in case of matters of pressing importance their deliberations are controlled by the community at large, who can, according to the constitution of the body, overrule. 1/1822-88. Eminent jurist whose works include ancient law and early history of institutions. He was a member of the Indian Council, 1862-69 and 1871 to 1816-73. Lawyer and politician. Member of Parliament, 1847-52. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 145. Their decisions by a sufficient majority. Here is, your memorialists submit, a proof of their capabilities as regards representation. 13. Indeed, so much has the Indian's ability to understand representative institutions been recognized by Her Majesty's government that India enjoys municipal local self-government in the truest sense of the term. 14. There were, in 1891, 755 municipalities and 892 local boards in India, with 20,000 Indian members. This would give some idea of the magnitude of the municipalities and the electorate. 15. If further proof be needed on this head, your petitioners draw the honourable members' attention to the recently passed India Council's Bill, whereby the system of representation has been introduced even into the legislative councils of the various presidencies of India. 16. Your Honourable Assembly will, your petitioners trust, see, therefore, that the exercise of the franchise by them is no extension of a new privilege they have never before known or enjoyed, but on the contrary, the disqualification to exercise it would be an unjust restriction which, under similar circumstances, would never be put on them in the land of their birth. 17. Hence, also, your petitioners submit that the fear that they may, if they were allowed to exercise the privilege of franchise, become propagandists of agitation and instruments of sedition in that great country they come from, is, to say the least of it, without ground. 18. Your petitioners deem it unnecessary to dwell upon the minor points and the needlessly harsh remarks made in the course of the debate on the second reading. They would, however, crave leave to give some extracts which bear on the subject under consideration. Your petitioners would rather have been judged by their works than have sought to justify themselves by quoting what others have thought of their race. But, under the present circumstances, they have no other course left open to them, since, owing to want of free intercourse, there seems to prevail much misunderstanding about their capabilities. 19. Speaking at a meeting at the Assembly Rooms, Kennington, Mr. F. Pinkett said, "We have heard a great deal in this country about the ignorance of the Indian people and their unfitness for appreciating the great advantages of representative government. All that is really very foolish, because 146. Representative government has nothing to do with education. It has a great deal to do with common sense, and the people of India are gifted with as much common sense as we have. We exercise the right of election and we had representative institutions many hundreds of years before we possessed any education whatever. Therefore, the educational test goes simply for naught. Those who know the history of our country know very well that 200 years ago the grossest superstition and ignorance prevailed, and yet we had our representative institutions. 20. Sir George Birdwood I, writing on the general character of the people of India, thus sums up, the people of India are in no intrinsic sense our inferiors, while in things measured by some of the false standards, false to ourselves, we pretend to believe in, they are our superiors. 21. Says Sir Thomas Munro, one of the governors of Madras, I do not know what is meant by civilizing the people of India. In the theory and practice of good government they may be deficient. But if a good system of agriculture, if unrevolved manufacture, if the establishment of schools for reading and writing, if the general practice of kindness and hospitality are amongst the points that denote a civilized people, then they are not inferior in civilization to the people of Europe. 22. Professor Max Muller thus speaks of the much abused and more misunderstood Indian. If I were asked under what sky the human mind has most fully developed some of its choicest gifts, has most deeply pondered on the greatest problem of life, and has found solutions of some of them which well deserve the attention even of those who have studied Plato and Kant, I should point to India. 23. To appeal to the finer feelings, your petitioners respectfully venture to point out that the Franchise Law Amendment Bill, if passed, would have a tendency to retard, instead of hastening, the process of unification the flower of the British and the Indian nations are earnestly striving for. 24. Your petitioners have purposely let the English authorities speak on their behalf, without any comments to amplify the above extracts. It is yet possible to multiply such extracts, but your petitioners confidently trust that the above will prove sufficient to convince your Honourable Assembly of the justice of their prayer, and they earnestly beseech your Honourable Assembly to reconsider. 1832 to 1917. Served in the Bombay Medical Service in 1854, and later for 30 years in the India Office, London. Author of Report on the Miscellaneous Old Records of the India Office and the Industrial Arts of India. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 147. Your decision. Or to appoint a commission to inquire into the question as to whether the Indians resident in the colony are fit to exercise the privilege of franchise, before proceeding further with the bill. And for this act of justice and mercy, your petitioners, as in duty bound, shall forever pray, etc., etc. Colonial Office Records, Number 179, Volume 189, Votes and Proceedings of Parliament, Natal, 1894-39. Deputation to Natal Premier 11 Durban, June 29, 1894 to Sir John Robinson, KCMG Premier and Colonial Secretary Colony of Natal. May it please your Honour, we have to thank your Honour very much for sparing some of your Honour's valuable time to receive this deputation. We beg to present this petition of the Indians residing in the colony to your Honour and beg you to give it your Honour's earnest attention. We would not trespass longer on your Honour's courtesy than is absolutely necessary. We, however, regret that we have not at our disposal time enough to lay our case as thoroughly as possible before your Honour. Sir, we have been taunted with having woken up almost too late. It is only necessary to put before you the peculiar circumstances to convince your Honour that we could not possibly have approached the Honourable Houses earlier. The two chief leading members of the community were away from the colony on urgent business and were shut out from all communication with people in the colony. Our very imperfect knowledge of the English language materially prevents us from keeping ourselves in touch with important matters as we should like to be. 1 Enclosure Number 1-inch Schedule of Correspondence published by order of the Legislative Assembly of Natal on April 21, 1896. 148. With greatest respect to your Honour, we beg to point out that both the Anglo-Saxon and the Indian races belong to the same stock. We read your Honour's eloquent speech at the time of the second reading of the bill with rapt attention and took great pains to ascertain if any writer of authority gave countenance to the view expressed by your Honour about the difference of the stocks from which both the races have sprung up. Max Muller, Morris, Green and a host of other writers with one voice seem to show very clearly that both the races have sprung from the same Aryan stock, or rather the Indo-European as many call it. We have no wish whatever to thrust ourselves as members of a brother nation on a nation that would be unwilling to receive us as such, but we may be pardoned if we state the real facts, the alleged absence of which has been put forward as an argument to pronounce us as unfit for the exercise of the franchise. Your Honor has, moreover, been reported to have said that it would be cruel to expect Indians to exercise the privilege of franchise. We humbly submit that our petition is a sufficient answer to this. It has given us no small satisfaction to know that, however unjust Your Honor's speech may have appeared to us from our point of view, it breathed truest sentiments of justice, morality and, what is more, Christianity. So long as such a spirit is noticeable among the chosen of the land, we would never despair of right being done in every case. It is therefore that we have ventured to approach Your Honor, fully believing that, in the light of the new facts disclosed by our humble petition, a display of the same sentiments will result in substantial justice being done to the Indians in the colony. We believe that the prayer of the petitioners is very modest. If the newspaper reports are trustworthy, Your Honor was pleased to acknowledge that there were some respectable Indians who were intelligent enough to exercise the precious privilege. That alone, in our humble opinion, is a sufficient reason for granting a commission of enquiry into the momentous question. We are willing to face, nay, we court such a commission, and, will it be asking too much if we ask that the Indian should be allowed to exercise the privilege, if the impartial judgment of an impartial commission pronounce the Indians fit for such an exercise? If we have understood the bill rightly, the Indians would, in the event of its becoming law, rank lower than the lowest native. 4. While the latter can educate himself into fitness. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 149. For the power of election, the former never can. The bill seems to be so sweeping that even the Indian member of the British House of Commons, did he come here, would not be fit for becoming a voter. Did we not know that other matters of equal importance seriously engage Your Honor's attention, we could go on showing the injurious consequences that would flow from the interpretation of the bill, consequences perhaps never contemplated by its illustrious authors. If we were given a week's time we could put our case more exhaustively before the House of Assembly. We would then leave our cause in Your Honor's hands, imploring Your Honor with all the earnestness at our command to use Your Honor's powerful influence and to see that full justice is done to the Indians. For it is justice we want and that only. We thank Your Honor for receiving this deputation and the patience and courtesy shown to us. We beg to subscribe ourselves on behalf of the Indian community, Your Honor's obedient servants, M.K. Gandhi and 3 others. Colonial Office Records No. 181, Volume 41. 40. A circular letter to Legislator 11. T.O. Durban, July 1, 1894. SIR, we, the undersigned, have sent copies of this letter under registered cover to the Honorable Members of both the Honorable the Legislative Council and the Honorable the Legislative Assembly, with a request to answer the questions asked in the enclosed. You will lay us under deep obligation, if you would be good enough to fill in the reply column of the enclosed memorandum, with any remarks that you may choose to make in the remarks column, and sign and send. 1. The letter and the questionnaire are referred to in paragraph 8 of petition to Lord Ripon, before July 14, 1894. 150. The same back to the first undersigned at the above address. We beg to remain, Sir, M.K. Gandhi and 4 others. Questions. Reply. Remarks. Yes or number 1. Do you conscientiously say that the Franchise Law Amendment Bill is a strictly just measure without needing any modification or change? 2. Do you think it just that those Indians, who have not been able, from some cause or other, to have their names on the voters' list, should ever be debarred from voting in the parliamentary elections, no matter how capable they may be or what interests they may have in the colony? 3. Do you really believe that no Indian British subject can ever acquire sufficient attainments for the purpose of becoming a full citizen of the colony or of voting? 4. Do you think it just that a man should not become a voter simply because he is of Asiatic extraction? 5. Do you wish the indentured Indian who comes and settles in the colony to remain in the state of semi-slavery and ignorance forever, unless he chooses to go back to India forever? Colonial Office Records Number 179, Volume 189. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 151. 41. Deputation to Natal Governor 11 Durban, July 3, 1894 to His Excellency the Honourable Sir Walter Francis Healy Hutchinson, KCMG, Governor and Commander-in-Chief in and over the colony of Natal, Vice Admiral of the same, and Supreme Chief over the native population. May it please Your Excellency, at a meeting held on the 1st July, 1894, of leading Indians in Durban, we were requested to await Your Excellency's pleasure with regard to the Franchise Law Amendment Bill, which was read a third time last evening in the Honourable the Legislative Assembly of the Colony of Natal. The bill as it stands, disqualifies every Indian, whether a British subject or not already on the voters' list, from becoming a voter. We venture to say that, without any further qualification, the bill is manifestly unjust, and would work very harshly at any rate upon some Indians. Even in England, any British subject having the proper qualifications is entitled to vote, irrespective of caste, colour, or creed. We would not deal at length with the question here lest we should trespass too much upon Your Excellency's courtesy, but would beg leave to present Your Excellency with a printed copy of the petition addressed to the Honourable Assembly and request Your Excellency to pursue it carefully. To us our cause seems to be so just that it should not need any arguments to support it. We trust that Your Excellency, representing Her Most Gracious Majesty the Queen Empress, will not sanction a measure that would seem to lay down that an Indian British subject of Her Majesty can never become fit to exercise the franchise. 1 Enclosure Number 2 Inches Dispatch Number 62 of July 16, 1894 from the Governor of Natal, Sir Walter Healy Hutchinson, to Lord Ripon, Secretary of State for the Colonies. 152. We hope to send a proper petition one to Your Excellency through the regular channels about the matter. We thank Your Excellency very much for granting the deputation an interview in Durban and for Your Excellency's courtesy and patience. We have, etc., M.K. Gandhi and 6 others. Colonial Office Records Number 179, Volume 189-42. Petition to Natal Legislative Council 12 Durban, July 4, 1894. The petition of the undersigned Indians resident in the colony of Natal humbly shall with that, your petitioners have been appointed by the Indian community resident in this colony to address this humble petition to your Honourable Council with regard to the Franchise Law Amendment Bill which was read a third time on the 2nd July in the humble Legislative Assembly. Your petitioners, instead of setting forth herein their grievances at length, respectfully beg to refer your Honourable Council to the petition made by the Indians to the humble Legislative Assembly regarding the bill, a printed copy of which is annexed hereto for ready reference by the honourable members. The petition has been signed by nearly 500 Indians. This was done in the short space of 1 day. Had the petitioners been given more time, from all the reports received from the various districts, they fully believed that at least 10,000 Indians would have signed it. Your petitioners were in 1. No further petition to the Governor of Natal was, in fact, sent. Evidently Gandhiji and his associates intended to do this, but events overtook them. Even this petition was rejected and the bill was rushed through the House in all its stages, for submission to Lord Ripon, for the Queen's approval. A second petition had, therefore, to be submitted through Sir Walter Healy Hutchinson. Vide petition to Lord Ripon, before July 14, 1894. 2. This was presented to the President and members of the Legislative Council by Honourable Henry Campbell, Advocate and Chief Agent for British Indian Merchants in the Transvaal, who drafted and presented petitions for them. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 153. Hopes that the Humble Legislative Assembly would see the justice of their prayer and grant it, but their hopes have been frustrated. Your petitioners, therefore, have ventured to approach your Honorable Council with a view to inducing the Honorable Members to give close attention to the petition hereinbefore referred to, and to use your correctional power in consonance with justice and equity. Some of your petitioners undersigned had the honor to see some of the honorable members of the lower house in connection with the petition aforesaid, and they all seem to admit the justice of the prayer contained in the said petition, but the general feeling seemed to be that it was addressed too late. Your petitioners, without going into the question, would respectfully submit that, assuming that it was so, the consequences of the bill becoming law would be so grave, and the prayers so just and modest, that being too late should not have weighed with the honorable members at all in considering the petition. Instances of bills being thrown out or modified, under less imperative circumstances, by the parliaments of civilized countries, after they have passed through the committee stage, would not be difficult to find. Your petitioners need hardly mention the instance of their House of Lords having thrown out the Irish Home Rule Bill 1, and the circumstances under which it was so treated. The Franchise Law Amendment Bill as it stands is, your petitioners submit, so sweeping a measure, that no Indian who is not already on the voters' list, no matter how capable he may be, can become a voter if the bill becomes law. Your petitioners trust that your Honorable Council will not endorse such a view, and will, therefore, send the bill back again to the Legislative Assembly for its reconsideration. And for this act of justice and mercy, your petitioners, as in duty bound, will ever pray. The Natal Advertiser, May 7, 1894. 1. This was introduced by Gladstone in 1886 in the British Parliament. It sought to transfer Irish administration to an executive appointed by an Irish Parliament but left the power of taxation largely to the British government. It met with furious opposition in the House of Commons. In 1893, Gladstone, again in office, introduced a Home Rule Bill which was passed in the Commons, but was rejected in the Lords by an overwhelming majority. 154. 43. Extract form letter to data by NAOROJI1 Durban, July 5, 1894. The first Parliament of Natal under responsible government has been preeminently an Indian Parliament. It has for the most part occupied itself with legislation affecting Indians, by no means favorably. The Governor, in opening the Legislative Council and Assembly, remarked that his ministers would deal with the franchise which was exercised by Indians in Natal, although they never exercised it in India. The reasons given for the sweeping measure to disfranchise Indians were that they had never exercised the franchise before, and that they were not fit for it. The petition of the Indians seemed to prove a sufficient answer to this. Hence they have now turned round and given out the real object of the bill, which is simply this: we do not want the Indians any more here. We want the coolies, but they shall remain slaves here and go back to India as soon as they are free. I earnestly request your undivided attention to the cause and appeal to you to use your influence that always has been and is being used on behalf of the Indians, no matter where situated. The Indians look up to you as children to the Father. Such is really the feeling here. A word for myself and what I have done. I am yet inexperienced and young and, therefore, quite liable to make mistakes. The responsibility undertaken is quite out of proportion to my ability. I may mention that I am doing this without any remuneration. So you will see that I have not taken the matter up, which is beyond my ability, in order to enrich myself at the expense of the Indians. I am the only available person who can handle the question. You will, therefore, oblige me very greatly if you will kindly direct and guide me and make necessary suggestions which shall be received as from a father to his child. Dadabhai Naoroji, The Grand Old Man of India, pages 468-9. 1. Dadabhai Naoroji 1825-1917. Statesman, often called the Grand Old Man of India, thrice presided over the Congress session, in 1886, 1893 and 1906. Initiated, for the first time, Congress goal as one of Swaraj or independence. Member of the British Committee of the Congress in London. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 155. 44. Petition to Natal Legislative Council 1 Durban, July 6, 1894 to the Honourable the President and members of Honourable the Legislative Council of the Colony of Natal. The petition of the undersigned Indians resident in the Colony of Natal humbly shill with that 1. Your petitioners have been appointed by the Indian community resident in this colony to approach your Honourable Council with regard to the Franchise Law Amendment Bill. 2. Your petitioners regret sincerely that their petition presented on 4th July, 1894, through the Honourable Mr. Campbell, being not in order, they have again to trespass on your Honourable Council's valuable time. 3. Your petitioners, as trusted and responsible members of the Indian community, beg to draw your Honourable Council's attention to the fact that the bill under discussion has created a widespread feeling of dissatisfaction and disappointment among the Indian community. The more the provisions of the bill become known among the Indians, the more your petitioners hear the following expressions of opinion: Sarkarma Baptu is going to kill us, what shall we do? 4. With the greatest respect to your Honourable Council, your petitioners submit that this is no mere idle expression of opinion, but a sincere one, which is worthy of the most serious consideration by the Honourable Council. 5. It is not, your petitioners venture respectfully to submit, a fact that the Indians do not know what voting means, as was attempted to be shown during the debate on the second reading of the bill in your Honourable Council. They know very well what privilege or right. 1. This was presented by the Honourable Mr. Campbell to the Legislative Council of the Natal Parliament on July 6, 1894, on behalf of Haji Mahant Haji Dada and 7 other Indians to government considered as mother-father. 156. Of voting confers, and feel also the responsibility such a privilege carries with it. Your petitioners only wish that your Honourable Council could personally witness the excitement and the anxiety with which every stage in the progress of the bill is watched by the Indian community. 6. Your petitioners would not, for one moment, say that every member of the community has such a knowledge and, therefore such a feeling, but they may be permitted to say that it is general. Nor would your petitioners hold that there are not Indians who should have no right to vote, but your petitioners submit that that is no reason why the Indian should be excluded wholesale from the privilege. 7. Your petitioners venture to submit for your Honourable Council's consideration some of the anomalous results that would follow the operation of the bill. A. The bill arbitrarily keeps on the voters' list those who are already there, while it forever shuts the door against any new addition of a person who has not chosen to exercise the privilege hitherto. B. While some Indian fathers will be able to vote, their children never can, although the latter may surpass the former in every respect. C. It practically puts the free and indentured Indians in the same scale. D. Taking out for a moment the question of policy as the principle of the bill, which seems to have developed but lately, the bill seems to lay down that India has not at the present moment any Indian who is fit to exercise the privilege of franchise, and that there is such a wide difference between a European and an Indian that contact with the former, even for any length of time, does not fit him for the exercise of the precious privilege. 8. Is it fair, your petitioners humbly ask, that, while the father is a voter, he has to see his son, on whom he has lavished enormous sums of money to educate him so that he may become a public man, unable to possess a right that is now recognized as the birthright of all really educated persons born in civilized countries where representative institutions prevail? 9. Your petitioners would very much like to have dwelt upon the fear that the permission to allow the Asiatic to vote would ultimately result in a government of natives by colored people, the Indians. But your petitioners are afraid that this is not the occasion on Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 157. Which your petitioners may lay their humble views before your Honourable Council on the question. They would rest content with saying that, in their opinion, such a contingency can never happen, and certainly the time is not ripe to provide against it, were it even possible in the remote future. 10. Your petitioners beg respectfully to submit that the bill makes an invidious distinction between one class of British subjects and another. But it has been said that, if Indian British subjects are to be treated equally with the Europeans, the same treatment should be accorded to other British subjects, for example, the natives of the colony. Without entering into odious comparisons, your petitioners would venture to quote from the Royal Proclamation of 1858, which would show on what principles the British Indian subjects have been and should be treated. We hold ourselves bound to the natives of our Indian territories by the same obligations of duty which bind us to all our other subjects, and those obligations, by the blessing of Almighty God, we shall faithfully and conscientiously fulfill. And it is our further will that, so far as may be, our subjects, of whatever race or creed, be freely and impartially admitted to offices in our services, the duties of which they may be qualified by their education, ability and integrity, duly to discharge. In their prosperity will be our strength, in their contentment our security, and in their gratitude our best reward. 11. On the lines laid down in the above extract, and also the Charter of 18,331, the Indians have been admitted to the most responsible posts in India, for example, that of Chief Justice. And yet here, in a British colony, an attempt is being made to deprive your petitioners or their brethren or their children of the commonest right of an ordinary citizen. 12. It has now been said that the Indians know the municipal self-government but not the political. Your petitioners submit that this, too, is not now strictly true. But granting that it is strictly so, should that be any reason for barring the door to political franchise to Indians in a country where a parliamentary government prevails? 1. Based on the findings of a parliamentary commission of enquiry, the Act abolished the East India Company's trading rights in India and confined its function to ruling its possessions. Reaffirmed in 1853, the Charter Act provided that no Indian shall be disabled from holding any place, office or employment under the East India Company by reason of his religion, place of birth, descent or color. 158. Your petitioners submit that the real and only test should be whether your petitioners, and those on whose behalf they plead, are capable or not. A person coming from under monarchical government, for example, Russian, may not have been able to show his capabilities to understand or appreciate representative government, and yet your petitioners venture to believe your honorable council will not condemn such a one as unfit, if he is otherwise capable and fit. 13. Before concluding, your petitioners beg to draw your honorable council's attention to the following memorable words of Lord Macaulay: "Free and civilized as we are, it is to little purpose, if we grudge to any portion of the human race an equal portion of freedom and civilization." 14. Your petitioners fervently trust that the above facts and arguments, if they prove nothing else, will prove to the satisfaction of your honorable council that a real necessity exists for a commission of enquiry as to the fitness or the unfitness of the Indians to exercise the franchise, as also to ascertain whether there is any ground for the fear that, in case of the Indian being allowed to exercise the privilege of franchise as heretofore, their vote will swamp the European vote, and that they will have the reins of government in their hands, and also to report upon such other important questions. Your petitioners pray, therefore, that your honorable council will send the bill back for reconsideration by the Honorable the Legislative Assembly, with such just and equitable recommendations as your honorable council may think fit. And for this act of justice and mercy, your petitioners, as in duty bound, shall forever pray, etc., etc. Colonial Office Records No. 181, Volume 38. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 159. 45. Letter to the Natal Mercury 1. To the Editor the Natal Mercury. Durban, July 7, 1894. Sir, it was a treat to read your learned and able leader in today's issue. It was not expected that there would be nothing to be said against the franchise petition. That would be a wondrous, was almost going to say, superhuman thing that would not have its two sides, in these modern times. On the same principle, Sir George Chesney is not the only writer who would serve your purpose. Sir Henry Sumner Maine was also, after all, a mortal. It is, therefore, only natural that his theories and conclusions should be contested. There seems to be no escape for a mortal from the pairs of opposites. I would, however, without for the present presenting the other aspect of the case, beg leave to revert to the matter on some future occasion. The object of writing this letter is to surprise you. The state of Missouri, I am glad to say, has given the political franchise rights to its subjects. I take the following from a newspaper report: under the system now expounded by the Dewan, all landholders paying a 1. This was in reply to an article entitled Indian Village Communities in the Natal Mercury, July 7, 1894, commenting on the petition presented to the Natal Legislative Council by the Indian community in connection with the Franchise Law Amendment Bill. It was argued that parliamentary government was very different from any form of representation known to the village communities of India. The bill excluded Indians from the franchise on the ground that they had not exercised the franchise in their own country. The Indians pleaded that they had done so from ancient times in their village communities. But the Natal Mercury contested this view, and that of Sir Henry Sumner Maine, in his village communities in the East and West. That Indian had been familiar with representative institutions almost from time immemorial. It maintained that Indian village communities had nothing to do with political representation but only with the legal question of land tenure. It argued that village community life was common to all primitive peoples and, if anything, proved the backwardness of a people, and quoted General Sir George Chesney's views in the 19th century to the effect that Indians were still in their political infancy. 160. Revenue of Rs 100 or more, or Mohatarfa 1 of Rs 13 and upwards, are entitled to vote for members of the Representative Assembly, and are eligible to become members themselves. Besides, all non-official graduates of any Indian university, ordinarily residing in the taluk, have been given the privilege of electing, as well as of being elected. Thus property as well as intelligence will be represented in the Assembly. Further, it has also been specified that public associations, municipalities and the local boards may also elect members. The total number of members fixed is 347, and these members are elected by nearly 4,000 electors. Sir, I appeal to your good sense, and ask you, will you not better serve humanity by collecting and pointing our points of resemblances between the two peoples than by holding out to the public gaze points of contrasts, often far-fetched or merely imaginary, that can but arouse the worst feeling of a man, while they can do nobody any real good? I hardly think it can be to your interest to sow the seeds of jealousy and animosity between the two nations. That, I doubt not, is in your power, as it is in anybody's, more or less. But a thing far higher and far nobler, too, lies within your reach, thing that would bring you not only greatness, but goodness, and what is more, the gratitude of a nation that has not been crushed under 1,200 years' tyranny and oppression, a fact by itself a miracle. Indeed, that thing is to educate rightly the colony about India and its people. The Natal Mercury, November 7, 1894. I am, etc., M.K. Gandhi. 1. Trade tax, a word of Persian origin. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 161. 46. Petition to Natal Governor 1. Durban, July 10, 1894. T.O. His Excellency the Honourable Sir Walter Francis Healy Hutchinson, KCMG, Governor and Commander-in-Chief in and over the colony of Natal, Vice Admiral of the same, and Supreme Chief over the native population. The petition of the undersigned Indians. Respectfully shall with that, 1. Your Excellency's petitioners, representing the Indian community residing in the colony of Natal, beg hereby to approach Your Excellency with regard to the Franchise Law Amendment Bill 2. Your Excellency's petitioners understand that Your Excellency will send the bill, above referred to the Home Government for royal assent. 3. Such being the case, A petition too is being prepared for the home government regarding the bill 4. Your petitioners will send the said petition to Your Excellency as soon as possible. 5. Your petitioners respectfully request Your Excellency to postpone sending Your Excellency's dispatch to the home government with regard to the matter, till the petition hereinbefore mentioned is sent to Your Excellency to be forwarded to the home government. And for this act of justice and mercy, Your Excellency's petitioners shall forever pray, etc., etc. Colonial Office Records, Number 179, Volume 189. M.K. Gandhi and 7 others. 1 Enclosure Number 6 inches Dispatch Number 62 of July 16, 1894 from the Governor of Natal, Sir Walter Healy Hutchinson, to Lord Ripon, Secretary of State for the Colonies to vide the succeeding item. 162. 47. Petition to Lord Ripon 1 Durban, before July 14, 1894, to His Excellency the Right Honourable Marquis of Ripon, Her Majesty's Principal Secretary of State for the Colonies. The petition of the undersigned Indians now residing in the colony of Natal most humbly shill with that, 1. Your Lordship's petitioners are Indian British subjects, residing in the various districts of the colony of Natal. 2. Some of Your Lordship's petitioners are traders, who have come to the colony and settled therein. Some again are those who, in the first instance, came from India under indenture, and have now, for some time even 30 years, become free. Some are Indians under indenture, and some are born and educated in the colony, and engaged in various pursuits of life as attorneys, clerks, compounders, compositors, photographers, schoolmasters, etc. Again, some of Your Lordship's petitioners have considerable landed property in the colony, and are duly qualified to vote at the election of members for the Honourable the Legislative Assembly. And a few have got sufficient property qualifications, but have not been able to get their names on the voters' roll for some cause or other. 3. Your Lordship's petitioners hereby approach Your Lordship with regard to the Franchise Law Amendment Bill, which was introduced last session by the Honourable Sir John Rawlinson, the Prime Minister of the colony, and which has passed the third reading in the Honourable Legislative Council, and received the assent of His Excellency the Governor, subject to its being disallowed by Her Majesty. 1 Enclosure Number 1 inch Dispatch Number 66 dated July 31, 1894, from Sir Walter Healy Hutchinson, Governor of Natal, to Lord Ripon, Secretary of State for the Colonies. In an autobiography, PTII, ch. XVII, Gandhiji says he took great pains over this petition and obtained over 10,000 signatures for it in the course of a fortnight. The Prime Minister of Natal in his forwarding letter to the Governor set out reasons for recommending rejection of the petition. To vide the succeeding item. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 163. 4. The bill above referred to has for its object the disqualification of all the persons of Asiatic extraction, who have settled in the colony, to vote at the parliamentary elections. It, however, accepts those who are already rightly placed on the voters' lists. 5. Your Lordship's petitioners crave leave to give a short history of the movement carried on to obtain redress through the constituted authorities in the colony. 6. It was when the Franchise Law Amendment Bill had passed the second reading that Your Lordship's petitioners first approached the Honourable the Legislative Assembly. When Your Lordship's petitioners became aware that 2 days after the second reading, the bill had passed the committee stage, and a day after, it would pass the third reading, it was impossible to present a petition to the Humble Legislative Assembly unless the third reading was postponed. Your Lordship's petitioners, therefore, sent a telegraphic petition 1 to the Honourable the Legislative Assembly, requesting that a postponement should be granted. The postponement was very graciously granted for 1 day. In that 1 day, about 500 Indians signed a petition which was next day presented to the Honourable the Legislative Assembly. In Maritzburg, a deputation waited upon some honourable members of the Honourable House, including the Premier and the Attorney General. The deputation was very courteously received and given a patient hearing. Most of the honorable members waited upon more or less admitted the justice of the prayer contained in the said petition, though all said that it was presented too late. The Honorable Prime Minister, in order that it might be studied, asked leave to postpone the third reading for 4 days. It might be mentioned also that telegraphic petitions were sent to the Honorable the Legislative Council from Verulam, Richmond Road and other places, endorsing the said petition. But they were ruled out of order on the ground they were not presented through a member of the House. Your Lordship's petitioners have not annexed hereto the various petitions referred to, as these will no doubt be sent to your Lordship by the Government 4 days after the presentation of the petition, that is, on the 2nd July, 1894, Monday. The bill was, contrary to your petitioners' expectations and much to their regret, read a third time. 1. This is not available. 164. 8. On the Tuesday following, your Lordship's petitioners thereupon sent a petition to the Honourable the Legislative Council, which was presented through the Honourable Mr. Campbell, but the petition was ruled not in order, because it contained references to the Honourable the Legislative Assembly, and the bill was read a second time. Your Lordship's petitioners, as soon as they knew this, lost no time in addressing another petition to the Honourable Council, which was sent on the Thursday following, and was presented on Friday through the same honourable member. In the meanwhile, that is, within 1 day after the second reading, the bill had passed the committee stage. The Honourable Mr. Campbell moved the postponement of the third reading of the bill, in order that the petition last mentioned might be considered. The motion, however, was not carried on the ground that the petition was presented too late. The bill had been hardly 4 days before the Honourable Council, as your Lordship will notice. Your Lordship's petitioners may also mention that a deputation was appointed by the leading members of the Indian community to wait upon His Excellency the Honourable Sir Walter F. Healy Hutchinson, who very kindly and courteously received the deputation. In order to know the individual opinions of the honourable members of the two houses, a committee of Indians sent a printed circular one to the honourable members requesting them to answer certain questions. Your petitioners append hereto the circular and the memorandum containing the questions. So far, only one honourable member has been good enough to send a reply, but he, too, has not answered the questions. 9. Before proceeding to criticize the franchise bill, your Lordship's petitioners would beg to dispose of one point that has been used against your Lordship's petitioners, namely, that they approached the Honourable Assembly too late. As to this, your petitioners would simply state that they were not technically too late, and that the issues involved were, and are, so important, and the bill so vitally affected and affects Her Majesty's Indian subjects that the Government, or the Honourable the Legislative Council and the Legislative Assembly might well have reconsidered their decision and thoroughly investigated your Lordship's petitioner's case before allowing the bill to pass the third reading. 1. Vide a circular letter to legislators, January 7, 1894. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 165. 10. During the debate it was stated, as also it is stated in the preamble of the bill, that the Asiatic communities have never exercised the privilege of franchise, and it was stated further, during the debate, that the Asiatics were not fit to exercise the franchise. These were, then, the two chief reasons alleged for the exclusion of the Indians from the privilege of the franchise. Your petitioners venture to believe that the petition to the Honourable Assembly sufficiently disposes of the two contentions above mentioned. 11. Although it was not openly acknowledged that the two objections to the Asiatics exercising the franchise privilege had fallen through, it seemed to be tacitly recognized that such was the case, for it was more openly declared in the third reading of the bill in the Honourable Assembly, that the exclusion was to be justified, not on moral and equitable grounds, as was contended at the time of the second reading, but on purely political grounds. It was said that, if the Indians were allowed to vote, their vote would swamp the European vote, and that there would be a government by the Asiatics instead of by the Europeans. 12. Your Lordship's petitioners venture to submit, with the greatest deference to both the honourable houses, that the above fears are entirely groundless. Even at the present moment there are very few Indian electors as compared with European electors. The Indians who come under indenture cannot possibly have the sufficient property qualifications to be qualified for voting during their term of indenture, and for many more years afterwards. It is, moreover, a notorious fact that those who come on their own means do not remain for good in the colony, but after a certain number of years, return home and are replaced by other Indians. Thus, so far as the trading community is concerned, the number of votes would, as a rule, always remain unchanged. Another fact, too, cannot be lost sight of, viz., that the Indians do not take such an active interest in the political affairs of the colony as the European section of the community. It seems that there are 45,000 Europeans, and the same number of Indians. That fact alone shows how material is the difference between the European and the Indian vote. And your lordships petitioners submit that it is well nigh impossible that any Indian can hope to enter into the natal parliament for generations to come. This, your lordships petitioners humbly submit, hardly needs any proof to support it. 13. And if your lordships petitioners are not unfit to exercise 166. The privilege, should it matter that they have some voice in the government of the colony, and more especially the government of themselves? 14. Your lordships petitioners venture to submit that the bill is admittedly retrograde in character and that it is manifestly unjust. 15. The very fact that those who are rightly on the voters' list are to be allowed to remain there, at once, in your petitioners' humble opinion, recognizes the ability of your petitioners to understand the privilege and the responsibility attached to the exercise of the franchise. Your lordships petitioners cannot believe that they are allowed to remain on the list even though they are not fit to vote, as was attempted to be shown in the course of the debate. 16. It has also been said that Clause 2 of the bill fully meets the ends of justice. Your petitioners submit that it does not. On the contrary, it injures the feelings of both those who are on the list and those who are not. 17. It is little comfort to those who are already on the list to know that they may vote, while their children never can, no matter how well educated and well qualified they may be. Indian parents who settle in the colony will have, if the bill becomes law, the best stimulus to give higher education to their children taken away from them. They would hardly like to see their sons pariahs of society, without a status or without any ambition in life. Even wealth becomes useless if it gives a man no place in society. The very aim with which men collect wealth is thus nipped in the bud. 18. And the second clause vexes those who have been in the colony already to know that, while their brethren, who are in no way superior to them, by a chance retain the right to vote, they themselves cannot vote simply because, perhaps, owing to circumstances entirely beyond their control, they have not been able to get their names on the voters' list. The bill thus makes between Indian British subjects of the same class an invidious distinction based on accidental circumstances. 19. It has also been hinted that the justice done by the second clause is not gratefully acknowledged by your petitioners. But, with the greatest respect to the just intentions of the government in introducing the second clause, your lordships petitioners have failed to see the justice thereof. This was even admitted by some honorable members themselves, who did not care whether the second clause was. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 167. In or out, as those votes were bound to drop off before long. This seems to be self-evident. 20. Your lordships petitioners have noticed with shame and sorrow the zealous attempt made to compare your petitioners with the natives of South Africa. Very often it was said the natives had a better claim to vote, if the Indians had any, simply because they were British subjects. Your lordships petitioners would not enter into a discussion of the comparison, but would draw your lordships' attention to the Royal Proclamation of 1858, as also to your lordships' own personal experience of the Indian nation. Your petitioners need hardly point out the marked difference that exists between the governments of Indian British subjects and native British subjects. 21. There are, At the present moment, hundreds of educated Indians, signatures of some of whom appear in the petition, who would not be able to vote at the parliamentary elections if the bill became law. Your petitioners fully trust that your lordship will never advise Her Most Gracious Majesty to sanction a bill that would cause such a grave injustice to any section of British subjects. 22. In the Natal Government Gazette of March 27, 1894, your lordship's petitioners find, from the Indian Immigrant School Board report for 1893, that there were 26 schools and 2,589 scholars studying in the schools that year. Your petitioners respectfully submit that these boys, who are many of them born in the colony, are entirely brought up after the European style. They, in later life, come in contact chiefly with the European community, and therefore, in every respect, become as fit for the franchise privilege as any European, unless there is something radically wanting in them to compete with the Europeans in educational ability. That they are not incompetent, your lordship's petitioners submit, has been proved beyond doubt by the best authorities on such subjects. The results, alike in India as in England, of the competition between English and Indian students, furnish ample proof of the Indian's ability to successfully compete with the European. Your lordship's petitioners purposely refrain from quoting extracts from the evidence given before the parliamentary committees, or from great writers on the above head, because that would almost look like carrying coals to Newcastle. If, then, your petitioners humbly venture to claim a vote for these boys when they come of age, is it not merely asking what any person in a civilized country would consider as his birthright and 168. Would very properly resent any interference with? Your petitioners confidently trust that your lordship will not let these boys be subjected to the indignity of being deprived of the commonest right of a citizen in a country governed by parliamentary institutions. 23. Your lordship's petitioners here have to note with gratitude that the Honourable Mr. Campbell and the Honourable Mr. Don saw and remarked about the injustice that would be done to those Indians who come to the colony on their own means, but they, too, seem to think, with the other honourable members, that those who come under indenture should never get the vote. Your lordship's petitioners, while they admit, although they cannot help remarking, that poverty should be no crime if a man is otherwise fit, that the indentured Indians, while under indenture, may not have the right to vote, they respectfully submit that even these men should not forever be deprived from voting if they acquire the sufficient qualifications in later life. Such men who come here are, as a rule, able-bodied and young. They come under European influences, and while they are under indenture, and especially after they become free, rapidly begin to assimilate themselves to the European civilization, and develop into full colonists. They are admitted to be very useful, in fact, invaluable people, who live quietly and peacefully. It may be remarked that most of the educated Indian youths, who are now in the civil service as clerks and interpreters, or outside it as schoolmasters, teachers or attorneys' clerks, have come to the colony under indenture. It is submitted that it would be cruel not to allow them, or their children, to vote and to have a voice in their own government at any rate. Your petitioners submit that the fact alone that a person is of Asiatic extraction or has once been under indenture, should not be a bar to political freedom and political privileges, if he is or becomes otherwise duly fit and qualified. 24. Your lordship's petitioners beg to draw your lordship's attention to the anomaly that the bill would rank the Indian lower than the rawest native. For while the rawest native can become emancipated if he acquires the proper qualifications, the Indian British subject who is now entitled to vote would be so disenfranchised that he can never again become emancipated, no matter how capable he becomes in after life, or how capable he is at the time of disenfranchisement. 25. The measure is so sweeping and so drastic that, your Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 169. Lordship's petitioners humbly submit, it is an insult to the whole Indian nation, inasmuch as, if the most distinguished son of India came to Natal and settled, he would not be able to have the right to vote because, presumably, according to the colonial view, he is unfit for the privilege. This hardship was recognized by the honorable members in both the Houses, and the Honorable the Treasurer went so far as to say that special cases of hardship may in future be dealt with by the Parliament. 26. To illustrate the above argument more fully, your petitioners would draw your lordship's attention to the papers and government gazettes in connection with the Indian vote question that was raised and discussed in the late Honorable the Legislative Council of Natal. From a blue book containing the correspondence relating to the affairs of Natal c. 3796, 1883, your petitioners take the following from Mr. Saunders's letter to the Colonial Office, page 3. The mere definition that these signatures must be in full, and in the elector's own handwriting, and written in European characters, would go a long way to check the extreme risk of the Asiatic mind swamping the English. Thus Mr. Saunders, zealous advocate as he was of anti-Asiatic policy, could not go further than this. In the same letter, the honorable gentleman says further, the better class Indians feel and see there is a difference between the raw coolie and themselves. Therefore, it seems that the government of the day was quite willing to distinguish between Indians and Indians. Now, unfortunately, under free institutions, all Indians, indentured, and free, are attempted to be put in the same scale. Your petitioners cannot help respectfully expressing that Mr. Saunders' measure was comparatively very mild compared to the bill under discussion. But that measure, too, did not receive support from Her Majesty's benign government. Much less, therefore, your petitioners submit, should the Franchise Law Amendment Bill. In the same book above referred to, the then Protector of Immigrants, Mr. Graves, says, at page 7, I am of the opinion that only those Indians who have abandoned all claim for themselves and their families for a free return passage to India are justly entitled to the franchise. He very justly pointed out also, that the signature test suggested by Mr. Saunders was not applied in practice to the European electors. 170. At the same page, the then Attorney General says in his report, it will be noticed that the measure drafted by me contains certain clauses which have been adopted from the recommendations of the Select Committee, providing for the carrying out of the alternative plan mentioned in Mr. Saunders's letter, while the proposal for the specific disqualification of aliens has not been considered advisable of adoption. Your lordship's memorialists would beg to draw your lordship's attention to the same learned gentleman's report at page 91 of the same blue book. The temptation to quote again from another report by the same learned Attorney General is irresistible. At page 14 ibid. He says, as regards the proposal to exclude from the exercise of the franchise all persons of every nationality or race which is not in every respect under the common law of the colony, this is a provision evidently aimed at the electoral rights at present enjoyed by the Indian and Creole population of this colony. As I have already stated in my report on Bill No. 12, I cannot recognize the justice or expediency of such a measure. 27. Thus it happens that, under a freer constitution in the colony, that should include your lordship's petitioners also, the first responsible ministry, your petitioners regret to say, have attempted to make your petitioners less free, to disenfranchise them wholesale. In the face of the fact that, under the old regime, a far less bold attempt to restrict the rights of your petitioners did not receive countenance from the home government, your petitioners have every hope that the present attempt will meet with the same fate, and justice done to your lordship's petitioners. 28. The other pernicious consequences indirectly connected with the franchise bill are too numerous to mention. Your petitioners would, however, crave leave to discuss a few. 29. It is a known fact that there is, in the colony, a wide gulf between the European section of the community and the Indian. The Indian is hated and shunned by the European. He is often needlessly vexed and harassed. The franchise bill, your petitioners submit, will only accentuate such a feeling. The signs have already begun to appear. To verify this, your petitioners commend the newspapers of the current dates to your lordship's attention, and also the debates in both the honorable houses. 30. It was said, in the course of the debate on the second reading, that the disqualification put upon the Indians would put a. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 171. Greater responsibility upon the legislators of the colony, and that the Indian interests would be better protected than if they were represented. This, your lordships petitioners beg to submit, is contrary to all experience up to the present time. 31. Some honorable members thought that the Indians should not be allowed to vote at the municipal elections also. It was whispered, during the debate, among the responsible quarters, that that question would receive attention on a future, but early, date. The franchise bill is only the proverbial thin end of the wedge. Once driven a little, it would not be difficult to drive it through. That seemed to be the feeling. 32. Your lordship is aware that it is intended to levy a residential tax on the Indians coming under indenture, should they choose to settle in the colony. The tax, it was said, should be sufficiently heavy not to make it worth their while to stop in the colony or to make it possible for them to compete with the colonists. That is another indication of how your petitioners' interests would be better protected if they were disenfranchised. 33. During the debate on the Civil Service Bill, it was contended by some honorable members that, since the franchise was to be taken away from the Indians, it was as well that the Indians should be debarred from entering the civil service also. An amendment was moved to this effect, and was rejected only by the casting vote of the Honorable the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, thanks to the forethought and tact of the government, who requested that the House should be divided. Your petitioners fully recognize that, in this case, the government took up a very sympathetic attitude towards the Indians. But still, the tendency and portents of these events are unmistakable. The franchise bill gave the opportunity for the amendment. 34. Your lordships petitioners understand that in the Cape Colony no such color or race distinctions are made. 35. Your lordships petitioners respectfully venture to point out that the effect of the bill, if it became law, will be simply disastrous to the interests of the British Indian subjects in the other parts of South Africa. Downtrodden and hated as they already are in the Transvaal, things will be simply unbearable for them. If Indian British subjects in a British colony are allowed to be treated at all on an unequal footing, your petitioners humbly submit that a time will soon come when it will. 172. Be impossible for Indians, having any idea whatever of self-respect, to remain in the colony, and that such a thing would materially interfere with their business, and throw hundreds of Her Majesty's Indian subjects out of work. 36. In conclusion, your petitioners hope that above facts and arguments will convince your lordship of the injustice of the Franchise Law Amendment Bill, and that your lordship will not allow an unwarranted interference with the rights of one section of Her Majesty's subjects by another. And for this act of justice and mercy, your lordships petitioners, as in duty bound, shall forever pray, etc., etc. Haji Mohammed Haji DADA 1 and 16 Others Colonial Office Records No. 179, Volume 189-48. Letter to Dadabai Naroji CO Messrs. Dada Abdullah and Company, Durban, July 14, 1894 to the Honourable Mr. Dadabai Naroji MP. SIR, in continuation of my letter 2 dated the 7th instant, I have to inform you of the progress of the movement against the Franchise Law Amendment Bill as follows. The bill passed the third reading in the Legislative Council on the 7th instant. The other petition to the Council was accepted. One honourable member moved the postponement of the third reading till the petition was considered by the House. The motion was rejected. The Governor has given his assent to the bill subject to its being disallowed by Her Majesty. The bill has a proviso in it that it shall not become law until, by a proclamation or otherwise, the Governor signifies that it is not Her Majesty's wish to disallow the bill. 1 Vice President of the Natal Indian Congress, 1894-99 This letter is not available. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 173. I send you here with the copy of the petition 1 to the Home Government that will be sent to the Governor here probably on the 17th instant. It will be signed by nearly 10,000 Indians. Nearly 5,000 signatures have already been received. I regret to say that I am unable to send you a copy of the petition to the Council. I however beg to send a newspaper cutting which gives a fairly good report. I do not think there remains anything more to be added. The situation is so critical that if the franchise bill becomes law, the position of the Indians 10 years hence will be simply intolerable in the colony. I remain, your obedient servant, M.K. Gandhi. From a photostat of the original, SN 2251. 49. Letter to Dadabhai Naoroji. Confidential. P.O.B. 253, Durban, July 27, 1894. To the Honourable Mr. Dadabhai Naoroji, MP. SIR, in continuation of my letter of the 14th instant, I have to inform you as follows. The petition to the Home Government, a copy of which has already been sent to you, was sent, I hear, last week. Mr. Escom III, the Attorney General, has made a report to the effect the informant is right that the only reason for passing the bill is to prevent the Asiatics from controlling the government of the natives. The real reason, however, is simply this. They want to put the Indians under such disabilities and subject them to such insults that it may not be worth their while to stop in the colony. Yet, they do not. 1. Vide the preceding item. 2. Vide petition to Natal Legislative Council, June 7, 1894. 3. Sir Harry Escom 1838-99. Premier of Natal in 1897. He pleaded for Gandhiji's admission to the bar of the Natal Supreme Court. 174. Want to dispense with the Indians altogether. They certainly do not want those Indians who come on their own means, and they want the indentured Indians very badly. But they would require, if they could, the indentured Indian to return to India after his term of indenture. A perfect leonine partnership. They know very well that they cannot do this at once, so they have begun with the franchise bill. They want to feel the pulse of the Home Government on the question. One member of the Assembly writes to me that he does not believe that the Home Government would sanction the bill. I need hardly say how important it is for the Indian community that the bill should not receive the sanction. Natal is not a bad place for the Indians. Good many Indian traders earn a respectable living here. The bill, if it became law, would be a very great blow to further Indian enterprise. Of course, I may state again, as I have done once, that there is not the slightest probability of the government of the natives passing from the Europeans to the Indians. This is simply meant to frighten the Home Government. Those who live here, including the government, know very well that such a thing will never happen. They do not want the Indians to elect white members or three who may look after their interests in the Parliament, so that the government may work their way towards the destruction of the Indians without any opposition whatever. I have sent copies of the petition to Sir W. Wedderburn I and others there, and also some copies to Indian newspapers. Please excuse the length of my letters. You will very much oblige me by giving hints as to the way of working. I beg to remain, Sir, your faithful servant M.K. Gandhi. From a photostat of the original, SN 2252. 1. Spent 25 years in India as member of the Bombay Civil Service. On his retirement, Member of Parliament till 1900. Chairman of the British Committee of the Congress in 1893. President of the Congress in 1910. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 175. 50. Letter to Mrs. A. M. Lewis P.O.B. 253, Durban, August 4, 1894 DEAR Mrs. LEWIS 1. I thank you for your kind letter of the 27th June. After I wrote to you last, too, I had occasion to come in contact with a doctor in Pretoria. He seemed to be the only gentleman in addition to another who took interest in theosophical subjects. I gave him the perfect way to read. He liked it so much that he wished me to get another copy for him. I made him a present of my copy. I would therefore thank you if you will kindly send me a copy of the perfect way. I would send you the money next time. I have no time to do so this time. I have settled in Durban for practice as an advocate. More of this you will know from Mr. Oldfield. During my stay here I intend to spread as much as possible information about Theosophy. To me there is little difference between Theosophy and esoteric Christianity. I have therefore sent out letters 3 to the President of the Vegetarian Society and Mrs. Besant 4. I propose that the ECU 5 should send me a selection of books to be sold here. I would sell the books at cost price plus the postage and 5% commission to be kept by me. As to the price, however, I should be left free to use my discretion. I would send up the 6 sale proceeds of the books every 3 months. The advertisement charges will be borne by me. If at the end of 1 year nothing is sold, I would 1. An admirer of Anna Kingsford, author of The Perfect Way, etc., and friend of Edward Maitland, president of the Esoteric Christian Union. She was a founder of the Union. Gandhiji appears to have come into close contact with her while studying for the bar in England. 2. The letter is not available. 3. These are not available. 4. Dr. Annie Besant, the Theosophist leader. 5. Esoteric Christian Union. 6. For an advertisement in Gandhiji's name, Vide books for sale, before 26/11 to 1894. 176. Return the books at my cost. I give my personal guarantee for the safekeeping of the books and the sale proceeds. 5 copies of The Perfect Way, 5 of Clothed with the Sun, and 10 of the New Gospel of Interpretation and other books may be sent to me. If sufficient interest is evoked, I would add on the advertising charges also to the cost price. The cost price of the books should be stated in each case in the letter of instruction. If it is necessary to read this letter or a portion thereof to the Union, you can do so. I hope you will be able to persuade the Union or those in authority to accede to the above proposal. If you do not think much of the souls, what position is the book to occupy in respectable literature? If the author has written what is absolutely true from personal observation, the book cannot be lightly treated. If it is an attempt to delude the people into a belief in real truths by fascinating falsehoods, the book deserves the highest condemnation possible. For we will not learn truth by means of falsehoods. Of course I write this without meaning the slightest disrespect for the author, of whom I know nothing. She may be a lady of the highest probity and truth. I only repeat that to appreciate the soul's acquaintance with the author's character is absolutely necessary. I could get many signatures to the petition you enclosed, but I am afraid the natal signatures would be quite useless. Is it not a sad commentary on the morality of the age that a most important, and yet most harmless and elevating, movement should not receive good support? At times when I think of these things, I thoroughly despair of fruits of works. A verse from the Bhagavad Gita saves me from utter despair and consequent inaction, verse which enjoins freedom from attachment to fruits of works. With respects. P.S. I am, yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. Please no change of address. M.K.G. From a photostat of the original, courtesy, E.S. Hart. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 177. 51. Constitution of the Natal Indian Congress established 22 August, 1894. President Mr. Abdullah Haji Adam. Vice Presidents Messrs. Haji Mahmud Haji Dada, Abdul Qadir, Haji Dada Haji Habib, Musa Haji Adam, P. Damji Mahmud, Paran Mahmud, Maruja Pillai, Ramaswamy Naidu, Hussain Moran, Adam G. Mayankan, K.R. Nana, Ahmad Bayat P.M. Berg, Musa Haji Qasim, Mahmud Qasim Jiva, Percy Rustamji, Dawad Mahmud, Hussain Qasim Amatili, Durazwami Pillai, Omar Haji Abba, Azman Khan Rahmat Khan, Rangazwami Padalyachi, Haji Mahmud. P.M. Berg, Kamruddin P.M. Berg. Honorable Secretary Mr. M.K. Gandhi. Congress Committee Chairman, Mr. Abdullah Haji Adam. Honorable Secretary, Mr. M.K. Gandhi. Members of the committee, the Vice Presidents and Messrs. M.D. Joshi, Narsiram, Monekji, Dauji Mamuji Mutala, Muthu Krishna, Bisesar, Ghulam Hussain Randari, Shamsuddin, G. A. Bassa, Sarabjit, L. Gabriel, James Christopher, Subu Naidu, John Gabriel, Sulaiman Varaji, Kasimji Amuji, Arkandazwami Naidu, M. E. Kathrada, Ibrahim M. Khatri, Sheikh Farid, Varand Ismail, Ranjit, Paramal Naidu, Percy Danjisha, Ruaban, Jusub Abdul Karim, Arjan Singh, Ismail Khatter, Isab Kajwa, Mahant Isak, Mahant Hafji, A. M. Parak, Sulaiman Damji, V. Narayana Padar, Luchman Pandey, Osman Ahmed and Mahant Tayyib. Conditions of membership: any person approving of the work of the Congress can become its member by paying the subscription and signing the membership form. The monthly subscription is 5/ minimum and yearly 178. The objects of the Natal Indian Congress 11. To promote concord and harmony among the Indians and the Europeans residing in the colony. 2. To inform the people in India by writing to the newspapers, publishing pamphlets, and delivering lectures. 3. To induce Hindustanis, particularly colonial-born Indians, to study Indian history and literature relating to India. 4. To inquire into the conditions of the Indians and to take proper steps to remove their hardships. 5. To inquire into the conditions of the indentured Indians and to take proper steps to alleviate their sufferings. 6. To help the poor and helpless in every reasonable way. 7. To do such work as would tend to improve the moral, social and political conditions of the Indians. Rules amended or cancelled by the committee and ratified by the Congress. 1. Authority is given to rent a hall for meetings for a sum not exceeding 0 monthly. 2. The committee shall meet at least once every month. 3. The general meeting of the Congress shall be held at least once every year, not necessarily in Durban. 4. The Honorable Secretary shall invite members from other parts of the colony. 5. The committee shall have the power to frame and pass rules and shall have all other powers of ordinary transaction. 6. The committee shall have the power to appoint a paid secretary at a reasonable salary. 7. The Honorable Secretary shall, if he chooses, invite a European who takes interest in the welfare of the Congress to be a vice president. 8. The Honorable Secretary shall, if he chooses, subscribe for the newspapers and books for the Congress Library out of the Congress Fund. 1. Vide also letter to the Natal Advertiser, September 23, 1895, and memorial to J. Chamberlain, May 22, 1896. Volume 1, 1884-30, November, 1896. 179. 9. The Honorable Secretary shall record in the account book whether a sheik is signed by himself or jointly with the signature of another. Rules passed by the committee. 1. The chairman shall preside at every meeting. In his absence, the first member of the committee. If he too be absent, then the second member, and so on. 2. The Honorable Secretary shall, at the commencement of a meeting, read out the minutes of the last meeting, after which the President shall sign it. 3. The committee may not recognize a proposal or a resolution for which no notice had been given in advance to the Secretary for its introduction. 4. The Honorable Secretary shall read out a detailed account of moneys received or spent by the committee or the Congress. 5. The committee may not attend to a proposal unless such is proposed by a committee member and seconded by another. 6. The chairman and the secretary shall be counted by virtue of their offices as committee members. In case of equal voting, the chairman shall have a casting vote. 7. Every member shall face the chairman when addressing a meeting. 8. Every member shall use the word "Mr." in addressing another member at a committee meeting. 9. The proceedings of a committee meeting shall be carried on in one or all of the following languages: Gujarati, Tamil, Hindustani and English. 10. If it be deemed necessary, the chairman shall order a member to translate the speech of another member. 11. Every proposal or resolution shall pass by a majority of votes. 12. When the Congress has 0 minimum in hand, the Honorable Secretary shall deposit such amount in any bank he chooses in the name of the Natal Indian Congress. 13. The Honorable Secretary shall be held responsible for any moneys he has not deposited in the bank. 14. An authority shall be first obtained from the committee for any irregular expenditure exceeding the sum of, if any expenses, 180, are incurred exceeding the above sum by the chairman or the secretary without the sanction and approval of the committee, it shall be held that he did it at his own responsibility. The Honorable Secretary shall sign cheques up to the sum of, and for any amount exceeding the said sum they shall be signed jointly with any of the following members: Messrs. Abdullah Haji Adam, Musa Haji Kasim, Abdul Qadir, Kalunda Velu Pillay, Pdamji Mahmud, Hussein Kasim. 15. A quorum shall be formed of 10 members, in addition to the chairman and the secretary, to carry on the work of the meeting. 16. The Honorable Secretary shall issue notice of a proposed meeting not less than 2 days in advance. 17. It shall be held that the 16th rule was observed provided a written notification was given through the post or a messenger. 18. Any committee member who is absent from 6 consecutive meetings shall be liable to have his name struck off the list after having been notified by the committee of such intention. A member who is absent from a meeting shall show the cause of his absence at the next meeting. 19. Any member who fails to pay his subscription for 3 consecutive months without showing any reasonable ground shall cease to be a member. 20. No smoking shall be allowed at any committee meeting. 21. If 2 members get up simultaneously to speak, the chairman shall decide who is to speak first. 22. If a sufficient number of members is present, the committee meeting shall proceed at its appointed hour. However, if the sufficient number is deficient at the appointed time or half an hour after it, the meeting shall terminate without any transaction. 23. The Natal Indian Association may use the hall and the library free of charge, and they, in return, shall give their reasonable services such as doing writing work, etc. 24. All the members of the Congress shall be entitled to use the Congress Library. 25. The committee members shall sit in an enclosure and the onlookers outside. The onlookers must not take any part in the proceedings. Should they create any disturbance by shouting, etc., they shall be liable to be expelled from the hall. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 181. 26. The committee shall have the power to amend these rules in future. 1 from a photostat, SN. 141. 52. Letter to the Times of Natal 2. To the Editor, The Times of Natal. Durban, October 25, 1894. Sir, I would, with your permission, venture to make a few remarks on your leader, entitled Remissimi, in your issue of the 22nd instant. I have no wish to defend the article in the Times of India noticed by you. But is not your very leader its sufficient defense? Does not the very heading Remissimi betray a studied contempt towards the poor Indian? Is not the whole article a needless insult to him? You are pleased to acknowledge that India possesses men of high culture, etc., and yet you would not, if you could, give them equal political power with the white man. Do you not thus make the insult doubly insulting? If you had thought that the Indians were not cultured, but were barbarous brutes, and on that ground denied them political equality, there would be some excuse for your opinions. You, however, in order to enjoy the fullest pleasures derived from offering an insult to an inoffensive people, must needs show that you acknowledge them to be intelligent people and yet would keep them under foot. Then you have said that the Indians in the colony are not the same as those in India. But, sir, you conveniently forget that they are the brothers or descendants of the same race whom you credit with intelligence, and have, therefore, given the opportunity, the potentiality of becoming as capable as their more fortunate brethren in India, just as a man sunk in the depth of ignorance and vice of the 1. A copy of the Constitution in English in Gandhiji's hand and a Gujarati manuscript copy are also available. 2. This was published under the title Remissimi. 182. East End of London has the potentiality of becoming Prime Minister in Free England. You put upon the franchise petition to Lord Ripon an interpretation it was never meant to convey. The Indians do not regret that capable natives can exercise the franchise. They would regret if it were otherwise. They, however, assert that they too, if capable, should have the right. You, in your wisdom, would not allow the Indian or the native the precious privilege under any circumstances, because they have a dark skin. You would look to the exterior only. So long as the skin is white, it would not matter to you whether it conceals beneath it poison or nectar. To you the lip prayer of the Pharisee, because he is one, is more acceptable than the sincere repentance of the publican, and this, I presume, you would call Christianity. You may. It is not Christ's. And in spite of such opinions held by you, a respectable newspaper in the colony, you impute falsehood to the Times of India. It is one thing to formulate a charge, it is another to prove it. You end with saying that Ramaswamy may have every right a citizen can desire, with one exception, viz., political power. Are the heading of your leader and its tenor consistent with the above opinion? Or is it unchristian, un-English to be consistent? Suffer little children to come unto me, said the Master. His disciples? In the colony would improve upon the saying by inserting white after little. During the children's fete, organized by the mayor of Durban, I am told there was not a single colored child to be seen in the procession. Was this a punishment for the sin of being born of colored parents? Is this an incident of the qualified citizenship you would accord to the hated Ramaswamy if he came among us? Will he not say to many of us, I know you not? Sir, may I venture to offer a suggestion? Will you reread your New Testament? Will you ponder over your attitude towards the colored population of the colony? Will you then say you can reconcile it with the Bible teaching or the best British traditions? If you have washed your hands clean of both Christ and British traditions, I can have nothing to say. I gladly withdraw what I have written. Only it will then be a sad day for Britain and for India if you have many followers. The Times of Natal, October 26, 1894. Yours, etc., M. K. Gandhi. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 183. 53. Books for SALE 1 Durban, before November 26, 1894. The following books by the late Mrs. Anna Kingsford and Mr. Edward Maitland too are offered for sale at their published prices. They are introduced in South Africa for the first time. The Perfect Way, 7/6 Clothed with the Sun, 7/6 The Story of the New Gospel of Interpretation, 2/63 The New Gospel of Interpretation, 1/ The Bible's Own Account of Itself, 1/ The following are some of the opinions concerning the books, A Fountain of Light, The Perfect Way Interpretative and Reconciliatory. No student of divine things can dispense with it. London unequaled as a means of grace amongst all the English books of the century. CCULT World. Some pamphlets bearing on the subject can be had free of charge at my office. M. K. Gandhi, agent for the Esoteric Christian Union and the London Vegetarian Society. The Natal Mercury, November 28, 1894. 1. This appeared as an advertisement. Vide letter to Mrs. A. M. Lewis, April 8, 1894 to Edward Maitland 1824-97, writer on mystical subjects and devoted to vegetarianism. Established the Esoteric Christian Union in 1891. Gandhiji corresponded with him and was considerably influenced by his books. 3. The price given in a subsequent advertisement is 3/6. Vide books for sale, February 2, 1895. 184. 54. Letter to the Natal Mercury. To the Editor, The Natal Mercury. Durban, November 26, 1894. Sir, you will greatly oblige me by allowing me to draw the attention of your readers to an advertisement that appears in your advertisement columns with regard to the Esoteric Christian Union. The system of thought expounded by the books advertised is not, by any means, a new system but a recovery of the old, presented in a form acceptable to the modern mind. It is, moreover, a system of religion which teaches universality, and is based on eternal verities and not on phenomena or historical facts merely. In that system, there is no reviling Mahomet or Buddha in order to prove the superiority of Jesus. On the other hand, it reconciles the other religions with Christianity which, in the opinion of the authors, is nothing but one mode among many of presentation of the same eternal truth. The many puzzles of the Old Testament find herein a solution at once complete and satisfactory. If there is any one of your readers who has found the present-day materialism and all its splendor to be insufficient for the needs of his soul, if he has a craving for a better life, and if, under the dazzling and bright surface of modern civilization, he finds that there is much that is contrary to what one would expect under such a surface, and above all, if the modern luxuries and the ceaseless feverish activity afford no relief, to such a one I beg to recommend the books referred to. And I promise that, after a perusal, he will find himself a better man, even though he may not thoroughly identify himself with the teaching. If there is anyone who would like to have a chat on the subject, it would afford me the greatest pleasure to have a quiet interchange of views. In such a case, I would thank any such gentleman to correspond with me personally. I need hardly mention that the sale of the books is not a pecuniary concern. Could Mr. Maitland, the President of the Union, or its agent here, afford to give them away, they would gladly do so. In many cases, the books have been sold at Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 185. Less than cost price. In a few, they have even been given away. A systematic distribution for nothing has been found impossible. The books will be gladly lent in some cases. I would try to conclude with a quotation from a letter of the late Abbé Constant to the authors. Humanity has always and everywhere asked itself these three supreme questions: whence come we? What are we? Whither go we? Now these questions at length find an answer complete, satisfactory, and consolatory in the perfect way. I am, etc. M.K. Gandhi. The Natal Mercury, March 12, 1894 55. Open letter Durban, before December 19, 1894. 1to the Honorable Members of the Honorable the Legislative Council and the Honorable the Legislative Assembly SIRS, were it possible to write to you anonymously, nothing would have been more pleasing to me. But the statements I shall have to make in this letter will be so grave and important that it would be considered a sheer act of cowardice not to disclose my name. I beg, however, to assure you that I write not from selfish motives, nor yet from those of self-aggrandizement or of seeking notoriety. The one and only object is to serve India, which is by accident of birth called my native country, and to bring about better understanding between the European section of the community and the Indian in this colony. The only way this can be done is to appeal to those who represent and, at the same time, mold public opinion. Hence, if the Europeans and the Indians live in a perpetual state of quarrel, the blame would lie on your shoulders. If both can walk together and live together quietly and without friction, you will receive 1. This was circulated among Europeans in Natal on December 19, 1894. Vide the following item. 186. All the credit. It needs no proof that masses throughout the world follow, to a very great extent, the opinions of the leaders. Gladstone's opinions are the opinions of half England, and Salisbury's are those of the other half. Burns one thought for the strikers during the dock labourers' strike. Parnell thought for almost the whole of Ireland. The scriptures mean all the scriptures of the world, so says the song Celestial 2 by Edwin Arnold. What the wise choose the unwise people take. What the best men do the multitude will follow. This letter, therefore, needs no apology. It would hardly be called impertinent. For, to whom else could such an appeal be more aptly made, or by whom else should it be considered more seriously than you? To carry on an agitation in England is but a poor relief when it can only create a greater friction between the two peoples in the colony. The relief, at best, could only be temporary. Unless the Europeans in the colony can be induced to accord the Indians a better treatment, the Indians have a very bad time before them under the aegis of the responsible government, in spite of vigilance of the home government. Without entering into details, I would deal with the Indian question as a whole. I suppose there can be no doubt that the Indian is a despised being in the colony, and that every opposition to him proceeds directly from that hatred. If that hatred is simply based upon his color, then, of course, he has no hope. The sooner he leaves the colony the better. No matter what he does, he will never have the white skin. If, however, it is based upon something else, if it is based upon an ignorance of his general character and attainments, he may hope to receive his due at the hands of the Europeans in the colony. The question which use the colony will make of the 40,000 Indians is, I submit, worthy of the most serious consideration by the colonists, and especially those who have the reins of government in 1 John Burns 1858–1943, prominent Labour representative in the British Parliament 1897–1918. Came into prominence as a friend of working men during the days of the London Dock Strike of 1889 to an English rendering, in verse, of the Bhagavad Gita. Volume 1, 1884–30 November, 1896. 187. Their hands, who have been entrusted by the people with legislative powers. To root out the 40,000 Indians from the colony seems, without doubt, an impossible task. Most of them have settled here with their families. No legislation that could be permissible in a British colony would enable the legislators to drive these men out. It may be possible to devise a scheme to effectively check any further Indian immigration. But apart from that, the question suggested by me is, I submit, sufficiently serious to warrant my encroaching upon your attention and requesting you to pursue this letter without any bias. It is for you to say whether you will lower them or raise them in the scale of civilization, whether you will bring them down to a level lower than what they should occupy on account of heredity, whether you will alienate their hearts from you, or whether you will draw them closer to you, whether, in short, you would govern them despotically or sympathetically. You can educate public opinion in such a way that the hatred will be increased day by day. And you can, if you chose so to do, educate it in such a way that the hatred would begin to subside. I now propose to discuss the question under the following heads. 1. Are the Indians desirable as citizens in the colony? 2. What are they? 3. Is their present treatment in accordance with the best British traditions, or with the principles of justice and morality, or with the principles of Christianity? 4. From a purely material and selfish point of view, will an abrupt or gradual withdrawal of them from the colony result in substantial, lasting benefit to the colony? In discussing the first question, I will deal, first of all, with the Indians employed as laborers, most of whom have come to the colony under indenture. It seems to have been acknowledged by those who are supposed to know, that the indentured Indians are indispensable for the welfare of the colony. Whether as menials or waiters, whether as railway servants or gardeners, they are a useful addition to the colony. The work that a native cannot or would not do is cheerfully and well done by the indentured Indian. It would seem that the Indian has helped to 188. Make this the garden colony of South Africa. Withdraw the Indian from the sugar estate, and where would the main industry of the colony be? Nor can it be said that the work can be done by the native in the near future. The South African Republic is an instance in point. In spite of its so-called vigorous native policy, it remains practically a desert of dust, although the soil is very fruitful. The problem how to secure cheap labor for the mines there has been daily growing serious. The only garden worthy of the name is that on the Nulmapius estate, and does it not owe its success entirely to the Indian labor? One of the election addresses says, and at the last, as the only thing to be done, the immigration of Indians was entered upon, and the legislature very wisely rendered their support and help in furthering this all-important scheme. At the time it was entered upon, the progress and almost the existence of the colony hung in the balance. And now what is the result of this scheme of immigration? Financially, 0,000 has been advanced yearly out of the treasury of the colony, with what result? Just this, that no vote ever made of money to develop the industries of the colony, or to promote its interest in any way in this colony, has yielded such a financially profitable return as that shown by the introduction of coolies as laborers into this colony. I believe the Durban population of Europeans, had no such labor been supplied as required for colonial industries, would be less by at least half what it is today, and 5 workmen only would be required where 20 now have employment. Property in Durban generally would have remained at a value some 300 or 400% below that which now obtains, and the lands in the colony and other towns, in proportion according to the value of property in Durban and coastland, would never have realized what it now sells at. This gentleman is no other than Mr. Garland. In spite of such invaluable help derived from the coolie, as the poor Indian is contemptuously termed even by those who ought to know better, the honorable gentleman goes on, ungratefully, to regret the tendency of the Indian to settle in the colony. I take the following extract from Mr. Johnston's article in the New Review, quoted in the Natal Mercury of the 11th August, 1894. One seeks the solution in the introduction of a yellow race, able to stand a tropical climate and intelligent enough to undertake those special avocations which in temperate climates would be filled by Europeans. The yellow race, most successful hitherto in Eastern Africa, is the native of Hindostan hat race in diverse types and diverse religions which, under British or Portuguese aegis, has created and developed the commerce of the East African littoral. The immigration of the docile, kindly, thrifty. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 189. Industrious, clever-fingered, sharp-witted Indian into Central Africa will furnish us with the solid core of our armed forces in that continent, and will supply us with the telegraph clerks, the petty shopkeepers, the skilled artisans, the cooks, the minor employees, the clerks, and the railway officials needed in the civilized administration of tropical Africa. The Indian, liked by both black and white, will serve as a link between these two divergent races. As to the Indian traders, who are miscalled Arabs, it would appear best to consider the objections raised to their coming to the colony. From the papers, especially the Natal Mercury of 6-794, and the Natal Advertiser of 15-993, the objections appear to be that they are successful traders, and that, their mode of living being very simple, they compete with the European trader in petty trades. I dismiss as unworthy of consideration the generalizations from rare particular instances that the Indians resort to sharp practices. As to the particular instances of insolvency, I would only say, without meaning in the least to defend them, let those that are without sin first cast a stone. Please examine the records of the Insolvency Court. Coming to the serious objection as to successful competition, I believe it is true. But is that a reason for driving them out of the colony? Will such a method commend itself to a body of civilized men? What is it that makes them so successful competitors? He who runs may see that it is nothing but their habits, which are extremely simple, though not barbarous, as the Natal Advertiser would have it. The chiefest element of their success, in my humble opinion, is their total abstinence from drink and its attendant evils. That habit at once causes an enormous saving of money. Moreover, their tastes are simple, and they are satisfied with comparatively small profits, because they do not keep uselessly large establishments. In short, they earn their bread by the sweat of their brow. It is difficult to see how these facts can be urged as an objection to their stopping in the colony. Of course, they do not gamble, as a rule do not smoke, and can put up with little inconveniences. Work more than 8 hours a day. Should they be expected to, is it desirable that they should, abandon these virtues, and contract the terrible vices under which the Western nations are groaning, so that they may be permitted to live in the colony without molestation? It will be best, also, to consider the common objection to the Indian traders and laborers. It is their insanitary habits. I am afraid I must, to my great mortification, admit this charge partially. While 190. Much that is said against their insanitary habits proceeds merely out of spite and hatred, There is no denying that in this respect they are not everything that could be desired. That, however, never can be a reason for their expulsion from the colony. They are not hopelessly beyond reform in this branch. A strict, yet just and merciful, operation of the sanitary law can, I submit, effectually cope with the evil, and even eradicate it. Nor is the evil so great as to require any drastic measures. Their personal habits, it would appear, are not dirty, except in the case of the indentured Indians, who are too poor to attend to personal cleanliness. I may be allowed to say, from personal experience, that the trading community are compelled by their religion to bathe once a week at least, and have to perform ablutions, that is, wash their faces and hands up to the elbows, and their feet, every time they offer prayers. They are supposed to offer prayers 4 times a day, and there are very few who fail to do so at least twice a day. It will, I hope, be readily admitted that they are exceptionally free from those vices which render a community a danger to society. They yield to no one in their obedience to constitutional authority. They are never a political danger. And except the ruffians who are sometimes picked out, of course unknowingly, by the immigration agents at Calcutta and Madras, they seem to be free from the highly grievous offences. I regret that my inability to compare the criminal court statistics prevents me from making any further observations on this point. I will, however, beg leave to quote from the Natal Almanac. It must be said for the Indian population that it is on the whole orderly and law-abiding. I submit that the above facts show that the Indian laborers are not only desirable but useful citizens of the colony, and also absolutely essential to its well-being, and that the traders have nothing in them that should render them undesirable in the colony. As to these latter, before quitting the subject, I would further add that they are a veritable blessing to the poor portion of the European community, in so far as by their keen competition they keep down the prices of necessities of life. And knowing their language and understanding their customs, are indispensable to the Indian laborers, whose wants they study and supply, and whom they can deal with on better terms than the Europeans. The second head of the enquiry is the most important, viz., what? Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 191. Are they, and I request you to peruse it carefully. My purpose in writing on this subject will have been served if only it stimulates a study of India and its people. For, I thoroughly believe that 1/2, or even 3/4, of the hardships entailed upon the Indians in South Africa result from want of information about India. No one can be more conscious than myself of whom I am addressing this letter to. Some honorable members may resent this portion of my letter as an insult. To such I say with the greatest deference, I am aware that you know a great deal about India. But is it not a cruel fact that the colony is not the better for your knowledge? Certainly the Indians are not, unless the knowledge acquired by you is entirely different from and opposed to that acquired by others who have worked in the same field. Again, although this humble effort is directly addressed to you, it is supposed to reach many others, in fact all who have an interest in the future of the colony with its present inhabitants. In spite of the Premier's opinion to the contrary, as expressed in his speech at the second reading of the Franchise Bill, with the utmost deference to his honor, I venture to point out that both the English and the Indians spring from a common stock, called the Indo-Aryan. I would not be able, in support of the above, to give extracts from many authors, as the books of reference at my disposal are unfortunately very few. I, however, quote as follows from Sir W. W. Hunter's Indian Empire. This nobler race, meaning the early Aryans, belonged to the Aryan or Indo-Germanic stock, from which the Brahmin, the Rajput, and the Englishman alike descend. Its earliest home visible to history was in Central Asia. From that common camping ground certain branches of the race started for the east, others for the west. One of the western offshoots founded the Persian kingdom. Another built Athens and Lacedaemon, and became the Hellenic nation. A third went on to Italy and reared the city on the 7 hills, which grew into imperial Rome. A distant colony of the same race excavated the silver ores of prehistoric Spain. And when we first catch a sight of ancient England, we see an Aryan settlement, fishing in wattle canoes and working the tin mines of Cornwall. The forefathers of the Greek and the Roman, of the Englishman and the Hindu, dwelt together in Asia, spoke the same tongue and worshipped the same gods. The ancient religions of Europe and India had a similar origin. 192. Thus, it will be seen that the learned historian, who must be supposed to have consulted all the authorities, without a shadow of doubt makes the above unqualified assertion. If then I err in good company. And the belief, whether mistaken or well-founded, serves as the basis of operations of those who are trying to unify the hearts of the two races, which are, legally and outwardly, bound together under a common flag. A general belief seems to prevail in the colony that the Indians are little better, if at all, than savages or the natives of Africa. Even the children are taught to believe in that manner, with the result that the Indian is being dragged down to the position of a raw Kaffir one. Such a state of things, which the Christian legislators of the colony would not, I firmly believe, wittingly allow to exist and remain, must be my excuse for the following copious extracts, which will show at once that the Indians were, and are, in no way inferior to their Anglo-Saxon brethren, if I may venture to use the word, in the various departments of life, industrial, intellectual, political, etc. As to Indian philosophy and religion, the learned author of the Indian Empire thus sums up: the Brahmins' solutions to the problems of practical religion were self-discipline, alms, sacrifice to and contemplation of the deity. But, besides the practical questions of the spiritual life, religion has also intellectual problems, such as the compatibility of evil with the goodness of God, and the unequal distribution of happiness and misery in this life. Brahmin philosophy has exhausted the possible solutions of these difficulties, and of most of the other great problems which have since perplexed the Greek and Roman sage, medieval schoolman and modern man of science. The italics are mine. The various hypotheses of creation, arrangement and development were each elaborated, and the viewers of physiologists at the present day are a return with new lights to the evolution theory of Capella. The italics are mine. The works on religion published in the native language in India in 1877 numbered 1192, besides 56 on mental and moral philosophy. In 1882 the total had risen to 1545 on religion and 153 on mental and moral philosophy. Max Muller says with regard to Indian philosophy the following, and a few more that will follow, have been partly or wholly. One member of a South African race. Loosely applied to natives in South Africa, to sage of ancient India, circa 7th century BC, who founded the Sankhya system of philosophy. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 193. Quoted in the franchise petition: if I were asked under what sky the human mind has most fully developed some of its choicest gifts, has most deeply pondered on the greatest problems of life, and has found solutions of some of them which well deserve the attention even of those who have studied Plato and Kant, should point to India. And if I were to ask myself from what literature we have here in Europe, we who have been nurtured almost exclusively on the thoughts of Greeks and Romans, and of one Semitic race, the Jewish, may draw that corrective which is most wanted in order to make our inner life more perfect, more comprehensive, more universal, in fact, more truly human life, not for this life only, but a transfigured and eternal life gain, I should point to India. The German philosopher, Schopenhauer, thus adds his testimony to the grandeur of Indian philosophy as contained in the Upanishads: from every sentence deep, original and sublime thoughts arise, and the whole is pervaded by a high and holy and earnest spirit. Indian air surrounds us, and original thoughts of kindred spirits. In the whole world there is no study, except that of the originals, so beneficial and so elevating as that of the Upanishad one. It has been the solace of my life. It will be the solace of my death. Coming to science, Sir William says, the science of language, indeed, had been reduced in India to fundamental principles at a time when the grammarians of the West still treated it on the basis of accidental resemblances, and modern philosophy dates from the study of Sanskrit by European scholars. The grammar of Panini too stands supreme among the grammars of the world. It arranges in logical harmony the whole phenomena which the Sanskrit language presents, and stands forth as one of the most splendid achievements of human invention and industry. Speaking on the same department of science, Sir H. S. Main, in his Reed lecture, published in the latest edition of the Village Communities, says, India has given to the world comparative philosophy and comparative mythology. It may yet give us a new science not less valuable than the sciences of language and of folklore. I hesitate to call it comparative. One collection of 50 Upanishads rendered originally into Persian from Sanskrit in the 17th century to celebrated Sanskrit grammarian, circa 6th century. 194. Jurisprudence because, if it ever exists, its area will be so much wider than the field of law. For India not only contains, or to speak more accurately, did contain an Aryan language older than any other descendant of the common mother tongue, and a variety of names of natural objects less perfectly crystallized than elsewhere into fabulous personages, but it includes a whole world of Aryan institutions, Aryan customs, Aryan laws, Aryan ideas, Aryan beliefs, in a far earlier stage of growth and development than any which survive beyond its borders. Of Indian astronomy the same historian says, the astronomy of the Brahmins has formed alternately the subject of excessive admiration and of misplaced contempt. In certain points the Brahmins advanced beyond Greek astronomy. Their fame spread throughout the West, and found entrance into the Chronicon Pascal I. In the 8th and 9th centuries the Arabs became their disciples. I again quote Sir William. In algebra and arithmetic the Brahmins attained a high degree of proficiency independent of Western aid. To them we owe the invention of the numerical symbols on the decimal system. The Arabs borrowed these figures from the Hindus, and transmitted them to Europe. The works on mathematics and mechanical science, published in the native languages in India in 1867, numbered 89, and in 1882, 166. The medical science of the Brahmins, continues the eminent historian, was also an independent development. The specific diseases whose names occur in Panini's grammar indicate that medical studies had made progress before his time, 350 BC. Arabic medicine was founded on the translations from the Sanskrit treatises. European medicine down to the 17th century was based upon the Arabic. The number of medical works published in the native languages of India in 1877 amounted to 130, and in 1882 to 212, besides 87 on natural science. Writing of the art of war, the writer proceeds, the Brahmins regarded not only medicine but also the arts of war, music, and architecture as supplementary parts of their divinely inspired knowledge. The Sanskrit epics prove that strategy had attained to the position of a recognized science before the birth of Christ, and the later Ani Purana too devotes long sections to its systematic treatment. 1. An outline of chronology from Adam to 629 AD, supposed to have been compiled in the 7th century to one of the 18 Puranas or old sacred Hindu mythological works. It is believed to have been expounded by Ani, the god of fire, and deals with, among other things, ritual worship, duties of kingship and the art of war. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 195. The Indian art of music was destined to exercise a wider influence. This notation passed from the Brahmins through the Persians to Arabia, and was thence introduced into European music by Guido d'Arezzo at the beginning of the 11th century. On architecture the same author says, the Buddhists were the great stone builders of India. Their monasteries and shrines exhibit the history of the art during 22 centuries, from the earliest cave structures of the rock temples to the latest giant erections dazzling in stucco, overcrowded with ornament. It seems not improbable that the churches of Europe owe their steeples to the Buddhist hopes. Hindu art has left memorials which extort the admiration and astonishment of our age. The Hindu palace architecture of Gwalior, the Indian Mohammedan mosques, the mausoleums of Agra and Delhi, with several of the older Hindu temples of southern India, stand unrivaled for grace of outline and elaborate wealth of ornament. English decorative art in our day has borrowed largely from Indian forms and patterns. Indian artworks, when faithful to native designs, still obtain the highest honors at the international exhibitions of Europe. Here is what Andrew Carnegie in his Round the World says about the Taj of Agra: "There are some subjects too sacred for analysis, or even for words. And I now know that there is a human structure so exquisitely fine or unearthly, as to lift it into this holy domain. The Taj is built of a light creamy marble, so that it does not chill one as pure cold white marble does. It is warm and sympathetic as a woman." One great critic has freely called the Taj a feminine structure. "There is nothing masculine about it," says he. "Its charms are all feminine." This creamy marble is inlaid with fine black marble lines, the entire Quran, in Arabic letters, it is said, being thus interwoven. "Till the day I die, amid mountain streams or moonlight strolls in the forest, wherever and whenever the moon comes, when all that is most sacred, most elevated and most pure recur to shed their radiance upon the tranquil mind, there will be found among my treasures the memory of that lovely charm Taj." Nor has India been without its laws, codified or otherwise. The institutes of Manu have always been noted for their justice and precision. So much does Sir H.S. Maine seem to have been struck with their equity that he calls them an ideal picture of that which, in the view of the Brahmins, ought to be the law. Mr. Pinkett, writing in 1891 in the National Review, alludes to them as the philosophical precepts of Manu. 196. Nor have the Indians been deficient in the dramatic art. Goethe thus speaks of Shakuntala, the most famous Indian drama: "Wouldst thou the young year's blossoms, and the fruits of its decline, and all by which the soul is charmed, enraptured, feasted, fed, wouldst thou the earth, and heaven itself in one sole name combine? I name thee, O Shakuntala." And all at once is said. Coming to the Indian character and social life, the evidence is voluminous. I can only give meager extracts. I take the following again from Hunter's Indian Empire. The Greek ambassador Megasthenes observed with admiration the absence of slavery in India, and the chastity of the women and the courage of the men. In valour they excelled all other Asiatics. They required no locks to their doors. Above all, no Indian was ever known to tell a lie. Sober and industrious, good farmers and skillful artisans, they scarcely ever had recourse to a lawsuit, and lived peaceably under their native chiefs. The kingly government is portrayed almost as described in Manu, with its hereditary castes of councillors and soldiers. The village system is well described, each little rural unit seeming to the Greek an independent republic. The italics are mine. Bishop Heber says of the people of India, "So far as their natural character is concerned, I have been led to form on the whole a very favorable opinion. They are men of high and gallant courage, courteous, intelligent, and most eager after knowledge and improvement. They are sober, industrious, dutiful to their parents, and affectionate to their children. Of tempers almost uniformly gentle and patient, and more easily affected by kindness and attention to their wants and feelings than almost any men whom I have met with." Sir Thomas Munro, sometime governor of Madras, says, "I do not exactly know what is meant by civilizing the people of India. In the theory and practice of good government they may be deficient, but if a good system of agriculture, if unrivalled manufacturers, if a capacity to produce what convenience and luxury demand, if the establishment of schools for reading and writing, if the general practice of kindness and hospitality, and, above all, if a scrupulous respect and delicacy towards the female sex, are amongst the points that denote a civilized people, then the Hindus are not inferior in civilization to the people of Europe." Sir George Birdwood gives the following opinion on the general. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 197. Character of the Indians: "They are long-suffering and patient, hardy and enduring, frugal and industrious, law-abiding and peace-seeking. The educated and higher mercantile classes are honest and truthful, and loyal and trustful towards the British government, in the most absolute sense that I can use, and you understand the words. Moral truthfulness is as marked a characteristic of the Setia upper class of Bombay as of the Teutonic race itself. The people of India, in short, are in no intrinsic sense our inferiors, while in things measured by some of the false standards us to ourselves ye pretend to believe in, they are our superiors. Sri C. Trevelyan remarks that, they have very considerable administrative qualities, great patience, industry, and great acuteness and intelligence. Of the family relations, thus speaks Sir W. W. Hunter, there is simply no comparison between Englishmen and Hindus with respect to the place occupied by family interests and family affections in their minds. The love of parents for children and of children for parents has scarcely any counterpart in England. Parental and filial affection occupies among our Eastern fellow citizens the place which is taken in this country by the passion between the sexes, and Mr. Pinkett thinks that, in all social matters the English are far more fated to sit at the feet of Hindus and learn as disciples than to attempt to become masters. Says M. Lewis J. Colliot, soil of ancient India, cradle of humanity, hail! Hail, venerable and efficient nurse, whom centuries of brutal invasions have not yet buried under the dust of oblivion. Hail, fatherland of faith, of love, of poetry, and of science. May we hail a revival of thy past in our Western future. Says Victor Hugo, these nations have made Europe, France and Germany. Germany is for the Occident that which India is for the Orient. Add to this the facts that India has produced a Buddha, whose life some consider the best and the holiest lived by a mortal, and some to be second only to that lived by Jesus. That India has produced an Akbar, whose policy the British government have followed with but few modifications. That India lost, only a few years ago, a Parsi baronet who astonished not India only, but England also, by his 198 munificent charities. That India has produced Christodas Paul, a journalist, whom Lord Elgin, the present Viceroy, compared with the best European journalists. That India has produced Justices Mahant and Muthu Krishna Iyer I, both judges of high courts in India, whose judgments have been pronounced to be the ablest delivered by the judges, both European and Indian, who adorn the Indian bench. And, lastly, India has in Badruddin II, Banerjee III, and Mehta IV, orders who have on many an occasion held English audiences spellbound. Such is India. If the picture appears to you to be somewhat overdrawn or fanciful, it is none the less faithful. There is the other side. Let him who takes delight in separating, rather than in uniting, the two nations give the other side. Then, please, examine both with the impartiality of a Daniel, and I promise that there will yet remain a considerable portion of what has been said above untouched, to induce you to believe that India is not Africa, and that it is a civilized country in the truest sense of the term civilization. Before, however, I can quit this subject, I have to crave leave to be allowed to anticipate a possible objection. It will be said, if what you say is true, the people whom you call Indians in the colony are not Indians, because your remarks are not borne out by the practices prevailing among the people whom you call Indians. See how grossly untruthful they are. Everyone I have met with in the colony has dwelt upon the untruthfulness of the Indians. To a limited extent I admit the charge. It will be very small satisfaction for me to show, in 1. The references to Sir T. Muthuswami Iyer. 2. Badruddin Tayebji 1844–1906. Actively associated with and de facto President of the Bombay Presidency Association. Presided over Congress session at Madras 1887. Judge of Bombay High Court 1895. Nominated to the Bombay Legislative Council in 1882. 3. Surendranath Banerjee 1848–1925. Moderate politician, member of the Indian National Congress deputation to Britain in 1890. Member of the Legislative Council of Bengal 1893–1901. Owned and edited the Bengali. Under the Mintford reforms became member of the Bengal Executive Council. President of the Congress in 1895 and 1902. 4. Firoz Shah Mehta 1845–1915. Indian leader, dominated the public life of Bombay for a long time. One of the founders of the Bombay Presidency Association and thrice chairman of the Bombay Municipal Corporation. Member of the Bombay Legislative Council and later, of the Viceroy's Legislative Council. One of the pioneer founders of the Indian National Congress in 1885. Was elected to its presidentship twice, in 1890 and 1909. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 199. Reply to the objection, that other classes do not fare much better in this respect, especially if and when they are placed in the position of the unfortunate Indians. And yet, I am afraid, I shall have to fall back upon argument of that sort. Much as I would wish them to be otherwise, I confess my utter inability to prove that they are more than human. They come to Natal on starvation wages, I mean here the indentured Indians. They find themselves placed in a strange position and amid uncongenial surroundings. The moment they leave India they remain throughout life, if they settle in the colony, without any moral education. Whether they are Hindus or Mohammedans, they are absolutely without any moral or religious instruction worthy of the name. They have not learned enough to educate themselves without any outside help. Placed thus, they are apt to yield to the slightest temptation to tell a lie. After some time, lying with them becomes a habit and a disease. They would lie without any reason, without any prospect of bettering themselves materially, indeed, without knowing what they are doing. They reach a stage in life when their moral faculties have completely collapsed owing to neglect. There is also a very sad form of lying. They cannot dare tell the truth, even for their wantonly ill-treated brother, for fear of receiving ill treatment from their master. They are not philosophic enough to look with equanimity on the threatened reduction in their miserable rations and serve corporal punishment, did they dare to give evidence against their master. Are these men, then, more to be despised than pitied? Are they to be treated as scoundrels, deserving no mercy, or are they to be treated as helpless creatures, badly in need of sympathy? Is there any class of people who would not do as they are doing under similar circumstances? But I will be asked what I can have to say in defense of the traitors, who, too, are equally good liars. As to this, I beg to submit that the charge against them is without foundation, and that they do not lie more than the other classes do for the purposes of trade or law. They are very much misunderstood. In the first place, because they cannot speak the English language, and secondly, because the interpretation is very defective, through no fault of the interpreters. The interpreters are expected to perform the Herculean task of interpreting successfully in 4 languages, viz., Tamil, Telugu, Hindustani and Gujarati. The trading Indian invariably speaks Hindustani or Gujarati. 200. Those who speak Hindustani only, speak High Hindustani. The interpreters, with one exception, speak the local Hindustani, which is a grotesque mixture of Tamil, Gujarati and other Indian languages, clothed in extremely bad Hindustani grammar. Very naturally, the interpreter has to argue with the witness before he can get at his meaning. While the process is going on, the judge grows impatient, and thinks that the witness is prevaricating. The poor interpreter, if questioned, true to human nature, in order to conceal his defective knowledge of language, says the witness does not give straight answers. The poor witness has no opportunity of setting himself right. In the case of the Gujarati speakers the matter is still more serious. There is not a single Gujarati interpreter in the courts. The interpreter, after great difficulty, manages to get at the sense only of what the witness is speaking. I have myself seen a Gujarati-speaking witness struggling to make himself understood, and the interpreter struggling to understand the Gujarati Hindustani. Indeed, it speaks volumes for the acuteness of the interpreters in extracting even the sense from a forest of strange words. But all the while the struggle is going on, the judge makes up his mind not to believe a word of what the witness says, and puts him down for a liar. In order to answer the third question, is their present treatment in accordance with the best British traditions, or with the principles of justice and morality, or with the principles of Christianity? it will be necessary to inquire what their treatment is. I think it will be readily granted that the Indian is bitterly hated in the colony. The man in the street hates him, curses him, spits upon him, and often pushes him off the footpath. The press cannot find a sufficiently strong word in the best English dictionary to damn him with. Here are a few samples, the real canker that is eating into the very vitals of the community. These parasites: wily, wretched, semi-barbarous Asiatics. A thing black and lean and a long way from clean, which they call the accursed Hindu. He is chock full of vice, and he lives upon rice. I heartily cuss the Hindu. Squalid coolies with truthless tongues and artful ways. The press almost unanimously refuses to call the Indian by his proper name. He is Ramsamy. He is Mr. Sammy. He is Mr. Coolie. He is he black man. And these offensive epithets have become so common that they, at any rate one of them, Coolie, are used even in these sacred precincts of the Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 201. Courts, as if the Coolie were the legal and proper name to give to any and every Indian. The public men, too, seem to use the word freely. I have often heard the painful expressio coolie clerk from the mouths of men who ought to know better. The expression is a contradiction in terms and is extremely offensive to those to whom it is applied. But then, in this colony the Indian is a creature without feelings. The tramcars are not for the Indians. The railway officials may treat the Indians as beasts. No matter how clean, his very sight is such an offense to every white man in the colony that he would object to sit, even for a short time, in the same compartment with the Indian. The hotels shut their doors against them. I know instances of respectable Indians having been denied a night's lodging in an hotel. Even the public baths are not for the Indians, no matter who they are. If I am to depend upon 1/10 of the reports that I have received with regard to the treatment of the indentured Indians on the various estates, it would form a terrible indictment against the humanity of the masters on the estates and the care taken by the protector of Indian immigrants. This, however, is a subject which my extremely limited experience of it precludes me from making further remarks upon. The vagrant law is needlessly oppressive, and often puts respectable Indians in a very awkward position. Add to this the rumors that are rife in the air, to the effect that they should be made, or induced, to live in locations. It may be merely an intention. None the less, it is an index of the feeling of the European colonists against the Indians. I beseech you to picture to yourself the state the Indian would be in natal if it were possible to carry out all such intentions. Now, is this treatment in consonance with the British traditions of justice, or morality, or Christianity? I would, with your permission, quote an extract from Macaulay, and leave it to you to answer the question as to whether the present treatment would have met with his approval. Speaking on the subject of the treatment of the Indians, he expressed the following sentiments: "We shall never consent to administer the pusto one to a whole community, to stupefy and paralyze a great people whom God has committed to our charge, for the one seed of opium poppy." 202. Wretched purpose of rendering them more amenable to our control. What is that power worth which is founded on vice, on ignorance, and on misery, which we can hold by violating the most sacred duties which as governors we owe to the governed, which as a people blessed with far more than an ordinary measure of political liberty and of intellectual light we owe to a race debased by 3,000 years of despotism and priestcraft? We are free, we are civilized, to little purpose, if we grudge to any portion of the human race an equal measure of freedom and civilization. I have but to refer you to writers like Mill, Burke, Bright, and Fawcett I, to further show that they, at any rate, would not give countenance to the treatment accorded to the Indians in the colony. To bring a man here on starvation wages, to hold him under bondage, and when he shows the least signs of liberty, or is in a position to live less miserably, to wish to send him back to his home where he would become comparatively a stranger and perhaps unable to earn a living, is hardly a mark of fair play or justice characteristic of the British nation. That the treatment of the Indians is contrary to the teaching of Christianity needs hardly any argument. The man who taught us to love our enemies and to give our cloak to the one who wanted the coat, and to hold out the right cheek when the left was smitten, and who swept away the distinction between the Jew and the Gentile, would never brook a disposition that causes a man to be so proud of himself as to consider himself polluted even by the touch of a fellow being. The last head of the enquiry has, I believe, been sufficiently discussed in discussing the first. And I for one would not be much grieved in an experiment were tried to drive out each and every Indian from the colony. In that case, I have not the slightest doubt that the colonists would soon rue the day when they took the step and would wish they had not done it. The petty trades and the petty avocations of life would be left alone. The work for which they are specially suited would not be taken up by the Europeans, and the colony would lose an immense amount of revenue now derived from the Indians. The climate of South Africa is not such as would enable the Europeans to do the work that they can easily do in Europe. What, however, I do submit with the greatest deference is this, that if the Indians must be kept in the colony, then let them receive such treatment as by their 1 Henry Fawcett 1833-84. Statesman and Professor of Political Economy at Cambridge. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 203. Ability and integrity they may be fit to receive, that is to say, give them what is their due, and what is the least that a sense of justice, unalloyed by partiality or prejudice, should prompt you to give them. It now remains for me only to implore you to give this matter your earnest consideration, and to remind you here I mean especially the English that Providence has put the English and the Indians together, and has placed in the hands of the former the destinies of the latter, and it will largely depend upon what every Englishman does with respect to the Indian and how he treats him, whether the putting together will result in an everlasting union brought about by broad sympathy, love, free mutual intercourse, and also a right knowledge of the Indian character, or whether the putting together will simply last so long as the English have sufficient resources to keep the Indians under check, and the naturally mild Indians have not been vexed into active opposition to the foreign yoke. I have, further, to remind you that the English in England have shown by their writings, speeches and deeds that they mean to unify the hearts of the two peoples, that they do not believe in color distinctions, and that they will raise India with them rather than rise upon its ruins. In support of this I beg to refer you to Bright, Fawcett, Bradlaugh, Gladstone, Wedderburn, Pinkett, Ripon, Ray, Northbrook, Dufferin, and a host of other eminent Englishmen who represent public opinion. The very fact of an English constituency returning an Indian to the British Home use of Commons, in spite of the express wish to the contrary of the then Prime Minister, and almost the whole British press, both conservative and liberal, congratulating the Indian member on the success, and expressing its approval of the unique event, and the whole House again, both conservative and liberal, according him a warm welcome as fact alone, I submit, supports my statement. Will you, then, follow them, or will you strike out a new path? Will you promote unity, which is the condition of progress, or will you promote discord, which is the condition of degradation? In conclusion, I beg of you to receive the above in the same spirit in which it has been written. I have the honor to remain, your obedient servant, M.K. Gandhi. From a pamphlet. 1. The references to Dadabhai Naoroji's election in 1893 from Central Finsbury. 204. 56. Letter to EUROPEANS 1 Beech Grove, Durban, December 19, 1894. Sire, I venture to send you the enclosed for perusal, and solicit your opinion on the subject matter of the open letter. Whether you be a clergyman, editor, public man, merchant or lawyer, the subject cannot but demand your attention. If you are a clergyman, inasmuch as you represent the teaching of Jesus, it must be your duty to see that you are in no way, directly or indirectly, countenancing a treatment of your fellow beings that would not be pleasing to Jesus. If you are an editor of a newspaper, the responsibility is equally great. Whether you are using your influence as a journalist to the evolution or degradation of humanity will depend upon whether you are encouraging division among class and class or striving after union. The same remarks will apply to you as a public man. If you are a merchant or lawyer, you have then too a duty to discharge towards your customers and clients from whom you derive a considerable pecuniary advantage. It is for you to treat them as dogs or fellow beings demanding your sympathy in the cruel persecution that they are put to owing to the prevalent ignorance about the Indians in the colony. Coming as you do in comparatively close contact with them, you have, no doubt, the opportunity and incentive to study them. Looked at from a sympathetic standpoint, they would perhaps show themselves to you as they have been seen by scores and hundreds of Europeans who had the opportunity to study them, and who used it all right. Your opinion is solicited with a view to ascertaining if there are many Europeans in the colony who would actively sympathize with and feel for the Indians in the colony, assuming that their treatment is not all that could be desired. I am, sir, your faithful servant, M.K. Gandhi. From a copy, S.N. 201. 1A printed circular letter sent by Gandhiji to Europeans in Natal. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 205. 57. Letter to the Natal Advertiser. To the Editor. Durban, January 21, 1895. Sire, you will oblige me by letting me draw the attention of your readers to the notice that appears in your advertisement columns about the Esoteric Christian Union and the London Vegetarian Society. The system represented by the Union establishes the unity and common source of all the great religions of the world, and points out, as the books advertised will amply show, the utter inadequacy of materialism, which boasts of having given the world a civilization which was never witnessed before, and which is alleged to the Natal Advertiser have done the greatest good to humanity, all the while conveniently forgetting that its greatest achievements are the invention of the most terrible weapons of destruction, the awful growth of anarchism, the frightful disputes between capital and labor, and the wanton and diabolical cruelty inflicted on innocent, dumb, living animals in the name of science, falsely so called. There seem to be, however, signs of reaction setting in the almost phenomenal success of the Theosophical Society, the gradual acceptance by the clergy of the doctrine of holiness, and what is more, the acceptance by Professor Max Muller of the doctrine of reincarnation, so conclusively demonstrated in the perfect way, his statement that it was gaining ground among the thinking minds in England and elsewhere, and the publication of the Unknown Life of Jesus Christ. It is not possible to secure these works in Africa. My knowledge of them is, therefore, confined to their reviews. All these and many such facts are, I submit, unmistakable signs of a return from the materialistic tendencies, which have made us so cruelly selfish, to the unadulterated esoteric teachings of not only Jesus Christ, but also of Buddha, Zoroaster and Mohammed, who are no longer so generally denounced by the civilized world as false prophets, but whose and Jesus's teachings are beginning to be acknowledged to be complementary of one another. I regret that I am unable yet to advertise books on vegetarianism, as they have, by mistake, been forwarded to India, and will. 206. Therefore, take some time before they arrive in Durban. I may, however, state one valuable fact with regard to the efficacy of vegetarianism. There is no more potent instrument of evil than drunkenness, and I may be allowed to say that all those who suffer from the craving for drink, but would like really to be free from the curse, have only to give a trial for at least 1 month to a diet chiefly consisting of brown bread and oranges or grapes, to secure an entire freedom from the craving. I have myself carried on the series of experiments, and can testify that on a vegetarian diet, without any condiments, and consisting of a liberal supply of juicy fresh fruits, I have lived comfortably, without tea, coffee, or cocoa, and even water, for days together. Hundreds in England have become vegetarian for this reason, and having once been inveterate tipplers, have now reached a stage when the very smell of grog or whiskey is an offense to their tastes. Dr. B. W. Richardson, in his Food for Man, recommends pure vegetarianism as a cure for drunkenness. In a comparatively hot country like Natal, where there is a plentiful supply of fruit and vegetables, a bloodless diet should prove very beneficial in every way, apart from its immeasurable superiority to flesh foods on grounds scientific, sanitary, economic, ethical and spiritual. It is, perhaps, needless to mention that the sale of ECU books is not at all a money-making concern. In certain cases the books have even been given away. They will be gladly lent in some cases. I shall be very happy to correspond with any of your readers who may want any further information, either about the ECU or the LVS, or to have a quiet chat on these to me at any rate momentous questions. I would conclude with what Reverend John Pulsford, D.D., has to say with regard to the teaching of the ECU. It is impossible for a spiritually intelligent reader to doubt that these teachings were received from within the astral veil. They are full of the concentrated and compact wisdom of the holy heavens, and of God. If the Christians knew their own religion, they would find in these priceless records Lord Christ and his vital process abundantly illustrated and confirmed. That such communications are possible, and are permitted to be given to the world, is a sign, and a most promising sign, of our age. I am, etc. The Natal Advertiser, January 2, 1895. M.K. Gandhi, agent for the Esoteric Christian Union and the London Vegetarian Society. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 207. 58. Letter to Dadabai Naroji. 328 South Mith Street, Durban, Natal, January 25, 1895 T.O. Dadabai Naroji, ESQ. MP London SI. Although the government is silent, the papers have been informing the public that the franchise bill has been disallowed by Her Majesty. Can you give us any information on the point? The Indian settlers cannot thank you and the Congress Committee too much for the trouble taken on their behalf. P.S. I venture to send the enclosed for perusal. I remain, Sir, your faithful servant, M.K. Gandhi M.K.G. From a photostat of the original, S.N. 2253. 59. Books for SALE. The following books by the late Dr. Anna Kingsford and Mr. Edward Maitland, introduced for the first time in South Africa, are offered for sale at their published prices: The Perfect Way, 7/6 Clothed with the Sun, 7/6 The Story of the New Gospel of Interpretation, 3/6 Bible's Own Account of Itself, 1/The New Gospel of Interpretation, 1/ It is like listening to the utterances of God or Archangel. I know of nothing in literature to equal it. The Perfect Way. The late Sir F. H. Doyle. 208. We regard The Perfect Way as the most illumined and useful book published in the 19th century. Gnostic USA. M.K. Gandhi, agent for the Esoteric Christian Union and the London Vegetarian Society. The Natal Advertiser, February 2, 1895. 60. Letter to the Natal Witness 1 Durban, March 23, 1895 To the Editor. The Natal Witness Sir, I trust, in the interests of justice, you will allow me to make a few remarks on your report of the conversation that took place between Sir Walter Ragge and Mr. Tatham with regard to a point of Mohammedan law, in your issue of the 22nd instant. 1. This was with reference to the following report in the Natal Witness, March 22, 1895. Mr. Tatham applied to the Supreme Court yesterday for confirmation of the Master's report in the intestate estate of Hassan Damji, and remarked that a plan of distribution, prepared by Mr. Gandhi, barrister, had been embodied in the report, and was framed according to Mohammedan law. Sir Walter Ragge, the only thing about this is that Mr. Gandhi knows nothing of Mohammedan law. He is as great a stranger to Mohammedan law as a Frenchman. For what he has stated he would have to go to a book as you would. Of his own knowledge he knows nothing. Mr. Tatham said that a plan of distribution had been obtained from the priests and from Mr. Gandhi. Where else they were to go he did not know. They had exhausted all the expert evidence available. Sir Walter Ragge, the portion which Mr. Gandhi states should go to the brother of the deceased, should, according to Mohammedan law, go to the poor. Mr. Gandhi is a Hindu and knows his own faith, Of course, but he knows nothing of Mohammedan law. Mr. Tatham, the question is whether we shall take Mr. Gandhi's view or the priest's. Sir Walter Ragge, you must take the priest's. When the brother can show that he represents the poor, he will be entitled to 5/24s, as stated by Mr. Gandhi. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 209. I have ventured to trespass upon your courtesy, not because I want to defend myself, but because of the decision of the Supreme Court, which, I believe, with all due respect to Sir Walter Ragge, is based upon an erroneous view of the Mohammedan law, and would vitally affect a large portion of the Indian colonists. Were I a Mohammedan, I should be very sorry to be judged by a Mohammedan whose sole qualification is that he is born a Mohammedan. It is a revelation that the Mohammedans know the law intuitively, and that a non-Mohammedan never dare give an opinion on a point of Mohammedan law. The decision, if your report is correct, that the brother will be entitled to his 5/24s only after he can show that he represents the poor, is, I am afraid, according to the Mohammedan law administered in India and revealed in the Quran, subversive of that law. I have carefully gone through the chapters on inheritance in Macnaghten's Mohammedan law, which, by the way, is edited by a non-Mohammedan Indian, and which Messrs. Binns and Mason, in their report published after their return from India, say is the book considered to be one of the best on that law, and have also gone through that portion of the Quran which relates to the subject, and in them I find not one word with regard to the poor being entitled to any part of the inheritance of a deceased Moslem. If the Quran and the book above mentioned are any authority on that law, then not only is there no portion to which the poor are entitled in the case in question, but under no circumstances are the poor entitled to any part of an intestate estate. I hope to be able to show that the brother, it should really be the half-brother, when he takes anything under that law, takes it in his own right, and takes it because he is a brother. It is likely that his lordship, when he was talking about an inheritance, was actually but unconsciously thinking of almsgiving, which is incumbent upon every Mohammedan. It is one of their articles of faith. But the principle that guides almsgiving during life does not obtain in cases of distribution of inheritance. A Mohammedan, by giving alms during his lifetime, earns for himself heaven or a respectable place therein. Alms given out of his estate by the state after his death can surely do him no spiritual good, because it is not his act. After a Muslim's death, it is the relatives who have a prior, nay exclusive, claim upon his estate. Says the Quran. 210. We have appointed unto every one kindred to inherit part of what their parents and relations shall leave after their deaths. The law says, there belong to the property of a person deceased four successive duties. First, his funeral ceremony and burial without superfluity of expense, yet without deficiency. Next, the discharge of his just debts from the whole of his remaining effects. Then the payment of his legacies out of a third of what remains after his debts are paid. And lastly, the distribution of the residue among his successors. The successors are thus described: 1. Legal sharers. 2. Residuaries. 3. Distant kindred. 4. Successors by contract. 5. Acknowledged kindred. 6. Universal legatee. 7. Crown. Legal sharers are defined as all those persons for whom specific shares have been appointed or ordained in the sacred text, the traditions, or with general assent, and according to the table enumerating the 12 classes of sharers, include half-brothers also. Residuaries are all persons for whom no share has been appointed, and who take the residue after the sharers have been satisfied, or the whole estate when there are no sharers. It should here be noted that some legal sharers are as such, under certain conditions, excluded, and then rank as residuaries. Distant kindred are all relations who are neither sharers nor residuaries. After the sharers are satisfied, if there remains a residue of the property left by the deceased, it is to be divided among the first class of heirs called residuaries. If there be no residuaries, the residue will revert to the sharers in proportion to their shares. I would not occupy your valuable space by giving definitions of the other successors. Suffice it to say that they do not include the poor at all, and that they can take only after the first three classes are exhausted. The residuaries in their own right include, among others, the offspring of the father of the deceased, that is, brothers, consanguine brothers, and their sons, how low soever. Rule 12 of Section 1 says, "It is a general rule that a brother shall take double the share of a sister." The exception to it is in the case of brothers and sisters by the same mother only, but by different fathers. And Rule 25, Section 11, says, "Where there are daughters or sons' daughters and no brothers." Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 211. The sisters take what remains after the daughters or sons' daughters have realized their shares, such residue being half should there be only one daughter or son's daughter, and 1/3 should there be two or more. The two rules read together help us materially to determine the share the brother gets in the case in point. In the typical examples given in the book I have been quoting from, I find the following with its solution. Example 7. Husband, daughter, brother and 3 sisters. The solution need not be given fully. The brother as a residuary in his own right gets 2/20ths. It will then be seen from the above that brothers, and in their absence, half-brothers, rank either as sharers or residuaries in their own right, and, therefore, with the greatest deference to Sir Walter's opinion in the case in question, the brother takes, if he does at all, in his own right and not as representing the poor, and if he does not take a thing that cannot happen in such a case if the law is to be respected, the residue reverts to the sharers. But the report says that the priest and I differ. If you eliminate the I and put the law instead, for I simply said what the law was, I would venture to say, the priest and the law should never differ, and if they do, it is the priest and not the law that goes to the wall. In this case, however, the priest and I do not differ if the distribution in the report sent to me by Mr. Tatham was the one approved by the priest, as it seems to have been, according to his letter of advice. The priest says not a word about the half-brother taking as representing the poor. Lastly, after I saw the report, I saw purposely some Mohammedan gentlemen who ought to know the law according to Sir Walter, and they were surprised when I told them about the decision. They, without even taking time to consider the thing appeared to them so plain and clear. The poor never take anything from an intestate estate. The half-brother as such should have his share. The decision then, I submit, is contrary to the Mohammedan law, the priest's opinion, and other Mohammedan gentlemen. It will be a manifest hardship if the portions rightly belonging to the relations of a deceased Mohammedan are to be locked up until they can show that they represent the poor condition never contemplated by the law or sanctioned by Mohammedan usage. The Natal Witness, March 28, 1895. I am, etc., M.K. Gandhi. 212. 61. Memorial to Agent, Pretoria 1. To His Honor, Sir Jacobus de Wet, KCMG, Her Majesty's Agent, Pretoria. Pretoria, April 16, 1895. The memorial of Tayyab Khan and Abdul Ghani of Pretoria and Haji Habib Haji Dada of Johannesburg, who act as a committee on behalf of the British Indian merchants in this republic, we respectfully request Your Honour to place yourself in communication with His Excellency the High Commissioner, in order to ascertain whether Her Majesty's government will be satisfied with the award given by the arbitrator in the recent arbitration held at Bloemfontein in the Orange Free State, between Her Majesty's government and the government of the South African Republic, on the Indian question. As Your Honour is aware, the arbitrator has decided that Law 3 of 18,853, as amended by Volksratsbestuur of 1886, must be enforced by this government, and that in the event of any dispute or difference as to the interpretation of that law, the High Court of this Republic must decide such difference. In one of the Green Books, number 21894, pages 31 and 35, put in 1. This was enclosed with dispatch number 204 of April 29, 1895 from the High Commissioner to the South African Republic to the Principal Secretary of State for the Colonies. partner and manager of the firm of Mahant Kasim Kamruddin in Johannesburg. 3a Transvaal law. This applied to the so-called coolies, Arab, Malay and Mohammedan subjects of the Turkish Empire. It rendered them incapable of obtaining extended citizenship rights and of owning fixed property in the Republic. An exception was later made in the case of the coolies who could, as sanctioned by Volksraad Resolution of January 1887, own fixed property in specified streets, wards and locations on grounds of sanitation. A further Volksraad resolution, in 1893, laid down that all Asiatics should be enforced to live and trade in the locations. Trade could be carried on by registration and payment of a fee of. The law was considered to be in contravention of the London Convention for sometimes abbreviated to ROD, South African Dutch word for National Legislative Assembly in the Transvaal and the Orange Free State. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 213. At the above-mentioned arbitration by the government of this republic, statements are made to the effect that His Honor the Chief Justice, in giving judgment in a certain application before the High Court by Ismail Suleiman and Company, one held that no difference could be made between places where business is carried on and where Indians reside. In view of these facts, we respectfully submit, without in any way impugning the High Court, that it would be a foregone conclusion, if the statements referred to above as to the judgment of the Chief Justice be correct, that the judgment of the court in any case submitted to it under the above quoted law would be against the Indian subjects of Her Majesty in this Republic. As, therefore, the arbitrator did not decide the question submitted to him in terms of the deed of submission, but practically left it to the decision of the High Court of this Republic, we would respectfully submit that the arbitrator did not decide the question in terms of the reference to him. We, therefore, respectfully request Your Honor to communicate with Her Majesty's government and ascertain whether they will be satisfied with the above award and acquiesce therein. Tayyab Haji Khan Muhammad Abdul Ghani Haji Habib Haji Dada Colonial Office Records No. 417, Volume 148. 1 This case Ismail Suleiman, an Arab trader, in August 1888, was denied a trading license to carry on business except in a location. Arbitration by the Chief Justice of Orange Free State recognized the right of the South African Republic to enforce Law 3 of 1885 subject to interpretation by the country's tribunals. The Supreme Court of the Transvaal however reversed the judgment later, and held that the government had no power under that law to withhold licenses from Asiatics. 214. 62. Petition to Natal Legislative Assembly 1 Durban, before May 5, 1895 to the Honourable the Speaker and members of the Legislative Assembly of the Colony of Natal. The petition of the undersigned Indians residing in the Colony of Natal humbly shill with that, your petitioners, as representing the Indians in this colony, hereby respectfully approach your Honourable Assembly with regard to the Indian Immigration Law Amendment Bill now before you for consideration. Your petitioners respectfully submit that so much of the bill which provides for reindenture and imposition of a tax in default of reindenture, is manifestly unjust, entirely uncalled for and in direct opposition to the fundamental principles upon which the British Constitution is based. That the bill is manifestly unjust, does not need, your petitioners submit, many words to prove. To raise the maximum term of indenture from 5 years to an indefinite period is in itself unjust, because it puts in the way of the masters of the indentured Indians greater temptations to oppression or harshness. No matter how humane the masters may be in the colony, they will always remain human. And your petitioners need hardly point out what human nature is when selfish considerations guide one's actions. Moreover, the bill, your petitioners venture to say, is an absolutely one-sided arrangement, for, while it shows every consideration to the employer, it gives practically nothing in return to the employee. The bill is, your petitioners submit, uncalled for because no reasons exist for its introduction. It is not meant to help the colony out of a pecuniary crash or help forward any industry. On the other hand, it was because it was recognized that the industries, for which the Indian labor was specially required, no longer required any extraordinary aid, that the zero vote was abolished only last year. It. When the petition was published in the Natal Advertiser, May 5, 1895. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 215. Is then evident that there is no real need for such legislation. To show that bill is in direct opposition to the fundamental principles of the British Constitution, your petitioners humbly refer your Honourable Assembly to the whole course of the great events during the last century in which Britain has played a prominent part. Forced labour, from the grossest form of slavery to the mildest form of death has always been repugnant to the British traditions, and has everywhere, so far as practical, been abolished. Indentured labour exists in Assam as it does in this colony. It was only a short time ago when it was admitted by Her Majesty's government, in reference to such labour in that country, that the indentured labour was an evil to be countenanced only as long as it was absolutely necessary to support or promote an important industry, and to be removed at the first suitable opportunity. Your petitioners respectfully submit that the bill under consideration violates the above principle. If the proposed extension of the term of indenture is thus your petitioners hope they have shown to your Honourable Assembly's satisfaction unjust, uncalled for, and opposed to the fundamental principles of the British Constitution, the proposed imposition of a tax is more so. It has long been acknowledged as an axiomatic truth that taxation is meant only for the purposes of revenue. It will not for a moment be said, your petitioners humbly think, that the proposed tax is meant for any such purpose. The proposed taxation is avowedly meant to drive the Indian out of the colony after he has finished his indenture. It will, therefore, be a prohibitive tax, and conflict with the principles of free trade. It will moreover inflict, your petitioners fear, an unwarranted wrong on the indentured Indians, because for an indentured Indian, who has severed all connection with India and come down to the colony with his family, to go back and hope to earn a livelihood is almost an utter impossibility. Your petitioners crave leave to mention from their own experience that, as a rule, it is only those Indians who cannot find work to keep body and soul together in India who come to the colony under indenture. The very fabric of the Indian society is such that the Indian, in the first place, does not leave his home, and when once he is driven to do so, it is hopeless for him to return to India and expect to earn bread, much less to make a fortune. 1. Forced, unpaid labor. 216. It is an admitted fact that the Indian labor is indispensable to the prosperity of the colony. If so, your petitioners submit that the indentured Indians, who so materially help forward the prosperity of the colony, are entitled to better consideration. It need hardly be mentioned that the bill is a piece of class legislation and that it accentuates and encourages the prejudice that exists against Indians in the colony, and thus would widen the gulf between one class of British subjects and another. Your petitioners, therefore, humbly pray that your Honourable Assembly will come to the conclusion that that portion of the bill which contemplates reindenture and the imposition of a tax in default of reindenture is not such as could be considered favourably by your Honourable Assembly, and for this act of justice and mercy, your petitioners shall forever pray, etc., etc. Abdullah Haji Adam and several others from a photostat, SN 434. 63. Petition to Lord Ripon 1 Pretoria, South African Republic, before May 5, 1895, to His Excellency the Right Honourable the Marquis of Ripon, Her Majesty's Principal Secretary of State for the Colonies, London. The petition of the British Indians residing in the South African Republic humbly shall with that, your petitioners respectfully venture to approach Your Excellency in connection with their position in the SAR, especially as affected by the award lately given by the Chief Justice of the Orange Free State in the Indian arbitration case. 2. Your petitioners, whether as traders, shopkeepers' assistants. 1. This was forwarded by Sir Jacobus de Wet to the High Commissioner at Cape Town on May 30, 1895. 2. Vide letter to M.C. Cameradine, May 5, 1895. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 217. Hawkers, cooks, waiters, or laborers, are scattered over the whole of the Transvaal, though the greatest number is settled in Johannesburg and Pretoria. Of traders there are nearly 200 whose liquidated assets would amount to nearly $0,000. Of these about 3 firms import goods directly from England, Durban, Port Elizabeth, India, and other places, and have thus branches in other parts of the world whose existence mainly depends upon their Transvaal businesses. The rest are small vendors having stores in different places. There are nearly 2,000 hawkers in the Republic who buy goods and hawk them about, while those of your petitioners who are laborers are employed as general servants in European houses or hotels. They number about 1,500 men, of whom about 1,000 live at Johannesburg. 3. Your Excellency's petitioners, before entering into a discussion of their precarious position in the state, would with the greatest deference venture to point out that your petitioners, whose interests were at stake, were never once consulted as to the arbitration, that the moment the question of arbitration was broached, your petitioners protested both against the principle of arbitration and against the choice of the arbitrator. Your petitioners conveyed the protest verbally to His Honor the British agent at Pretoria, who, your petitioners here take the opportunity to say, has always been most courteous and attentive to those of your petitioners who had occasion to wait upon him from time to time in connection with the grievances of the Indians in the Transvaal. Your petitioners would also draw your Excellency's attention to the fact that even a written protest was sent to Her Majesty's High Commissioner at Cape Town. However, your petitioners by dwelling upon the matter do not at all wish to cast the slightest reflection on the high-mindedness or probity of the learned Chief Justice of the Orange Free State or to question the wisdom of Her Majesty's officers. Having known the bias of the learned Chief Justice against the Indians, your petitioners thought, and still humbly venture to think, that he could not, in spite of his most strenuous efforts to do otherwise, bring to bear upon the question an equivalence judgment which is so necessary to a right and proper perception of the facts of a case. Judges having a previous knowledge of case have been known to refrain from deciding them, lest they should unconsciously be led away by preconceived notions or prejudices. 4. The reference to the learned arbitrator in the case submitted. 218. On behalf of Her Majesty's Government runs thus. The arbitrator shall be free to decide either in favor of the claims put forward by Her Majesty's Government or by the South African Republic, or to lay down such interpretation of the said ordinances, read together with the dispatches referring to the question, as shall appear to him to be correct. 5. The award as published in the papers is as follows. A. The claims of Her Majesty's Government and of the Government of the South African Republic respectively are disallowed, save and except to the extent and degree following, that is to say, b. The South African Republic is bound and entitled in its treatment of Indian and other Asiatic traders, being British subjects, to give full force and effect to Law No. 3 of 1885, enacted, and in the year 1886 amended by the Volksraad of the South African Republic, subject. In case of objection being raised by or on behalf of any such persons to any such treatment as not being in accordance with the provisions of the said law as amended to sole and exclusive interpretation in the ordinary course by the tribunals of the country. 6. Now, your petitioners humbly submit that the above award not being in terms of the reference is void, and that Her Majesty's Government is not, therefore, bound by it. The very object with which the arbitration was decided upon is, it is respectfully pointed out, frustrated. The reference leaves it to the arbitrator either to allow the claims of one of the two governments or to lay down such interpretation of the ordinances as may appear to him to be correct, regard being had to the dispatches referring to the question. Instead of interpreting, the learned arbitrator has delegated the interpretation, and in delegating has, moreover, limited the delegation to such persons as, by the very nature of their position, cannot possibly avail themselves of the procedure and evidence that could be availed of, nay that was expressly stipulated to be availed of, by the arbitrator, and that would tend to enable them to lay down such an interpretation as would be just and equitable, though, perhaps, not strictly legal. 7. The award, your petitioners submit, is invalid on 2 grounds. First, because the arbitrator had delegated his function, which no arbitrator in the world can do. Secondly, the arbitrator has failed to keep to the reference, inasmuch as he has left undecided the question that he was expressly called upon to decide. 8. The object, it would seem, was not to have the question of Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 219. Interpretation decided in a law court, but to terminate the question once for all. Had not such been the case, Her Majesty's government would never have entered into the voluminous correspondence with regard to the question of interpretation as found in the Transvaal Green Books, Nos. 1 and 2, 1894. The question that was to be, and your petitioners submit can only be, decided diplomatically and politically has been left, if the award is to be valid, to be decided judicially only. And if it is true that the Chief Justice of the Transvaal has already expressed his opinion in the case presented on behalf of the Transvaal government, the decision of the question is almost a foregone conclusion. To prove that this is so, your petitioners refer Your Excellency to newspapers of current dates, especially the Johannesburg Times of April 27, 1895 weekly edition. 9. But your petitioners' appeal to Your Excellency is on higher and broader grounds. Your petitioners have every confidence that the question that affects thousands of Her Majesty's subjects, on a proper solution of which depend the bread and butter of hundreds of British subjects, and a technical solution of which may bring ruin to hundreds of homes and may leave them penniless, will not be left to be decided merely in a court of law where everybody's hands are tied down, and where such considerations find no place. So far as the traders are concerned, if the contention of the Transvaal government is ultimately upheld, it means absolute ruin to them, and not only to them personally, but to their families and relations and servants, both in India and the Transvaal, who are dependent upon them. It is impossible for some of your petitioners, who have been trading for a long time in the Transvaal, to seek pastures new and manage to keep body and soul together, if they are driven out of their present position through no fault of their own, but merely, as will be seen presently, because of the misrepresentation of a few interested persons. 10. The gravity of the question and the immense interests that are at stake are your petitioners' excuse for the following somewhat lengthy resume of their position, and for humbly soliciting Your Excellency's undivided attention to it. 11. The unfortunate departure from the 14th clause of the Convention of 18,811, which protects equally the interests of all. 1. This should be 1884. Vide footnote on the following page. 220. Persons other than natives, has originated and been countenanced in and by the assumption that the Indian settlers in the Transvaal do not observe proper sanitation and is based on the misrepresentations of certain interested persons. It has been emphatically laid down by Her Majesty's government throughout the correspondence about the Law 3 of 1885 that separate streaks might be set apart for the Indians in the interests of public health, but that they cannot be compelled to trade in certain fixed parts only of the towns. After the Law 3 of 1885 was strenuously opposed for some time, the then High Commissioner, Sir H. Rawlinson, in withdrawing opposition to the amended Law of 1886, says in his letter 26 September, 1886, page 46, Green Book No. 1, 1894, although the amended law is still a contravention of the 14th article of the Convention of London, when I shall not advise Her Majesty's government to offer further opposition to it in view of your Honour's opinion that it is necessary for the protection of the public health. Even the reference to the arbitrator and the Law 3 of 1885 shows clearly that the departure from the convention was to be assented to only for sanitary reasons. 12. Your petitioners hereby enter their most respectful, but emphatic protest against the assumption that there exist sanitary reasons for such a departure. Your petitioners hope to be able to show that no such reasons exist. 13. Your petitioners append hereto 3 certificates from doctors which would speak for themselves and which show that their dwellings are in no way inferior to those of the Europeans, from a sanitary point of view. A, B, C. Your petitioners challenge comparison of their own dwellings with those of the Europeans who have theirs in their immediate neighborhood. 4. It so happens in Pretoria that, side by side with some of your petitioners' houses and stores, are situated also the houses and stores of Europeans. 14. The following unsolicited testimonial will speak for itself. On the 16th October, 1885, Mr. Mitchell, the then Joint General Manager of the Standard Bank, writes thus to the High Commissioner, Sir H. Robinson. 1 London Convention, signed on February 27, 1884, between the Boers and the British. Article XIV assured all persons, other than natives, full liberty of entry, travel, residence, ownership of property and trade in the South African Republic or the Transvaal. The Boer government tried to interpret the word natives to include the Indians, but this view was rejected by the British government. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 221. It may not be deemed out of place if I add that they the Indian traders are, within my knowledge, in all respects orderly, industrious and respectable people, and some among them are merchants of wealth and position, having establishments on a large scale in Mauritius, Bombay and elsewhere. Green Book No. 1, pages 37. 15. About 35 European firms of repute distinctly declare that the aforementioned Indian merchants, the majority of whom come from Bombay, keep their business places as well as their residences in a clean and proper sanitary state, in fact, just as good as the European app. D. 16. It is true, however, that this does not appear in the newspapers. The public press thinks that your petitioners are filthy vermin. The representations to the Volksraad say the same thing. The reasons are obvious. Your petitioners, not knowing the English language so well as to be able to take part in such discussions, or even to keep themselves informed of all the misrepresentations about them, are not always in a position to refute such statements. It was only when they became aware that their very existence was at stake that they went to the European firms and doctors to give their opinion about their sanitary habits. 17. But your petitioners claim also a right to speak for themselves, and they have no hesitation in stating deliberately that collectively, though their dwellings may appear uncouth and are certainly without much adornment, they are in no way inferior to the European dwellings from a sanitary point of view. And as to their personal habits, they confidently assert that they use more water and bathe much oftener than the Europeans residing in the Transvaal whom they come in frequent connection with. Nothing can be further from your petitioners' wish than to set up comparisons, or to try to show themselves superior to their European brethren. Force of circumstances only has driven them to such a course. 18. The two elegant petitions at pages 19 to 21 of the Green Book No. 2, which pray for an exclusion of all Asiatics, and contain wholesale denunciation of all the Asiatics, Chinamen, etc., render it absolutely necessary to state what has been stated above. The first petition enumerates terrible vices, peculiar, as alleged therein, to Chinamen, and the second, referring to the first, includes in the denunciation all the Asiatics. Speaking specifically of Chinese, coolies and other Asiatics, the second petition refers to the dangers to which the whole community is exposed by the spread of leprosy, syphilis, 222, and the like loathsome diseases engendered by the filthy habits and immoral practices of these people. 19. Without entering into further comparison, and without entering into the question as affecting the Chinamen, your petitioners most emphatically state that the above charges are entirely without grounds so far as your petitioners are concerned. 20. To show how far the interested agitators have gone, your petitioners quote below an excerpt from a memorial presented to the Volksraad of the Orange Free State, a copy of which was sent with approval by the Pretoria Chamber of Commerce to the Transvaal government. As these men enter the state without wives or female relatives, the result is obvious. Their religion teaches them to consider all women as soulless and Christians as natural prey. Green Book No. 1, 1894, pages 30. 21. Your petitioners ask, Can there be a grosser libel on the great faiths prevailing in India or a greater insult to the Indian nation? 22. Such are the statements which, it will be noticed from the green books referred to, have been used to make out a case against the Indians. 23. The real and the only reason has all along been suppressed. The only reason for compelling your petitioners to live in location or putting every obstacle in the way of your petitioners earning a decent livelihood is the trade jealousy. Your petitioners, that is, those who are traders, and the whole crusade is practically against them, have, by their competition and owing to their temperate and thrifty habits, been able to reduce the prices of the necessaries of life. This does not suit the European traders, who would make very large profits. It is a notorious fact that your petitioners, who are traders, are almost without exception teetotalers. Their habits are simple, and thus they are content to make small profits. This and this only is the reason of the opposition against them, and this is well known to everybody in South Africa. That this is so can be gathered from the public press of South Africa, which sometimes becomes frank and shows the hatred in its true light. Thus, dealing with the coolie question, as it is contemptuously called, after showing that the real coolie is indispensable to South Africa, the Natal Advertiser of the 15th September, 1893, thus delivers itself. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 223. The sooner the steps are taken to suppress, and if possible to expel, the Indian trader, the better. These are the real canker that is eating into the very vitals of the community. 24. Again, the press, the government organ in the Transvaal, dealing with this question, says, if the Asiatic invasion is not stopped in time, European shopkeepers must be driven to the wall, as they have been in Natal, and in many parts of the Cape Colony. The whole of the above article is interesting reading, and is a fair sample of the feeling of the Europeans towards color in South Africa. Although the whole tenor of it betrays fear on the grounds of competition, there occurs this characteristic passage: if we are to be swamped by these people, trade by Europeans will be impossible, and we shall one and all become subjected to the horrible danger inseparable from close contact with a large body of uncleanly citizens, with whom syphilis and leprosy are common diseases, and hideous immorality a matter of course. 25. And yet Dr. Veal, in the certificate attached hereto, gives it as his deliberate opinion that the lowest class Indian lives better and in better habitation, and with more regard to sanitary measures, than the lowest class white A. 26. Furthermore, the doctor puts on record that while every nationality had one or more of its members at some time in the lazaretto, there was not a single Indian attacked. Added to this is the testimony of the two doctors from Johannesburg to the effect that the Indians are in no way inferior to the Europeans of the same standing B and C. 27. In further proof of your petitioner's contention, your petitioners would take the liberty to quote from a leading article from the Cape Times of 13 April, 1889, which states the case for the Indians as fairly as could be wished. The outcry which was raised in the capital of the Transvaal against the coolie trader some little time ago is brought to the mind by occasional paragraphs in the morning papers, regarding the doings of the Indian and the Arab traders. After quoting a flattering description of the Indian enterprise from another newspaper, the article goes on to say, in face of such reminders as these, one may reasonably expect to be pardoned for referring, for a few moments, to a body of respectable, hard-working men whose position is so misunderstood that their very nationality, 224, is overlooked and a name labeled to them, which tends to place them in an exceedingly low level in the estimation of their fellow creatures. In the face, too, of financial operations, the success of which many of their detractors would envy, one fails to understand the agitation which would place the operators in the same category as the half-heathen native and confine him to locations, and subject him to the harsher laws by which the Transvaal Kaffir is governed. The impression, which is but too prevalent both in the Transvaal and in this colony, that the quiet and inoffensive Arab shopkeeper, and the equally harmless Indian, who carries his pack of dainty wares from house to house, is a coolie, is due largely to an insolent ignorance as to the race whence they spring. When one reflects that the conception of Brahmanism, with its poetic and mysterious mythology, took its rise in the land of the coolie trader, that in that land 24 centuries ago, the almost divine Buddha taught and practiced the glorious doctrine of self-sacrifice, and that it was from the plains and mountains of that weird old country that we have derived the fundamental truths of the very language we speak, one cannot but help regretting that the children of such a race should be treated as equals of the children of black heathendom and utter darkness. Those who, for a few moments, have stayed to converse with the Indian trader have been, perhaps, surprised to find they are speaking to a scholar and a gentleman. And it is the sons of this land of light who are despised as coolies, and treated as Kafirs. It is about time that those who cry out against the Indian merchant should have pointed out to them who and what he is. Many of his worst detractors are British subjects enjoying all the privileges and rights of membership in a glorious community. To them the hatred of injustice and the love of fair play is inherent, and when it affects themselves, they have a method of insisting upon their rights and liberties, whether under a foreign government or under their own. Possibly, it has never struck them that the Indian merchant is also a British subject, and claims the same liberties and rights with equal justice. To say the very least of it, if we may be permitted to employ a phrase of Palmerston's days, it is very un-English to claim rights one would not allow to others. The right of trade as an equal privilege has, since the abolition of the Elizabethan monopolies, become almost a part of the English Constitution, and were anyone to interfere with that right, the privilege of British citizenship would suddenly come to the front. That the Indian is more successful in competition and lives on less than the English merchant is the unfairest and weakest of arguments. The very foundation of English commerce lies in the fact of our being able to compete more successfully with other nations. Surely, it is protection running to madness when English traders wish the state to intervene to protect them against the Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 225. More successful operations of their rivals. The injustice to the Indians is so glaring that one is almost ashamed of one's countrymen and wishing to have these men treated as natives, simply because of their success in trade. The very reason that they have been so successful against the dominant race is sufficient to raise them above that degrading level. Enough has been said to show that the Indian merchant is something more than the coolie of the newspaper, the Dutchman and the disappointed shopkeeper. 28. It will also be seen from the above quotation that the European feeling, when not blinded by selfishness, is not against the Indians. But since it has been insisted throughout the Green Books, before alluded to, that both the burghers of the state and the European residents objected to the Indians, your petitioners are sending 2 petitions to His Honor the State President of the S.A. Republic, one showing that a very large number of the burghers are not only not against the Indians freely residing and trading in the Transvaal, but they would also deem it a hardship, should the harassing measures ultimately result in their withdrawal ap.e. And the other signed by the European residents, showing that, in the opinion of the signatories, their sanitary habits are in no way inferior to those of the Europeans, and that the agitation against the Indians is due to the trade jealousy ap.f. But were it otherwise, ere every European and every burgher of the state dead against the Indian, even that, your petitioners submit, cannot affect the main issue, unless the causes which render such a state of things possible were such as would discredit a community against whom such a feeling exists. At the time of going to press May 14, 1995, the Dutch petition was already signed by 484 burghers and the European by 1340 Europeans. 29. That the award of the Chief Justice of the OFS1 does not at all simplify the question and bring its solution a step nearer will appear from the following. The active exercise of Her Majesty's government protection will be just as necessary as if the award had never been given. 4. Assuming, for argument's sake and that only, that the award is proper and final, and that the Chief Justice of the Transvaal has decided that the Indians must trade and reside in the places fixed by the government, the question at once arises, where will they be put? may they be put in gullies and places where sanitation is impossible, and which are so far away from towns as to render it absolutely impossible one Orange-free state. 226. For the Indians to trade or live decently? That this is quite likely would appear from the following strong protest addressed by His Honor the British agent against the Transvaal government assigning an uninhabitable place to the Malays in 1893, at pages 72, Green Book No. 2, to be forced into a small location on the spot used as a place to deposit the refuse of the town, without any water except the polluted soakage in the gully between the location and the town, must inevitably result in malignant fevers and other diseases breaking out amongst them, whereby their lives and the health of the community in town will be endangered. But, apart from these serious objections, some of these people have not the means of erecting dwellings for themselves on the land pointed out or anywhere else such as they have been accustomed to live in. The consequence of forcing them out of their present habitations will, therefore, result in all of them leaving Pretoria to the great inconvenience and loss of the white people who employ their labor, not even to speak of the hardship to themselves. 30. At the last page of the same book, in his dispatch dated the 21st March, 1894, the High Commissioner says as follows: Her Majesty's Government assume that the arbitration will apply to any Aboriginal of Asia who may be a British subject. 31. If, in terms of that dispatch, the arbitration is to apply to the Aboriginals of Asia, the question is, are there any Asiatic Aboriginals at all in the Transvaal? Unless all the Asiatics are to be treated as such, ipso facto contention, your petitioners are confident, will not be held out for one moment. Your petitioners, therefore, will not certainly rank as Aboriginals. 32. If the whole objection to the Indian proceeds from sanitary grounds, the following restrictions are entirely unintelligible. 1. The Indians, like the Kaffirs, cannot become owners of fixed property. 2. The Indians must be registered, the fee being -10s. 3. In passing through the Republic, like the natives, they must be able to produce passes unless they have the registration ticket. 4. They cannot travel first or second class on the railways. They are huddled together in the same compartment with the natives. 33. The sting of all these insults and indignities becomes more galling when it is borne in mind that many of your petitioners are large holders of property in Delagoa Bay. There they are so much respected that they cannot take out a third-class railway ticket. They. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 227. Are gladly received by the Europeans there. They are not required to have passes. Why, your petitioners humbly ask, should they be differently treated in the Transvaal? Do their sanitary habits become filthy as soon as they enter the Transvaal territory? It often happens that the same Indian is differently treated by the same European in Delagoa Bay and the Transvaal. 34. To show how harassing the pass law is, your petitioners have appended hereto an affidavit from Mr. Haji Mahand Haji Dada, which will speak for itself. Ap. G. Who Mr. Haji Mahand is, will gathered from the copy of a letter attached to the affidavit. Ap. H. He is one of the foremost Indians in South Africa. Your petitioners have attached the affidavit by way of illustration only, and to show how hard must be the lot of the other Indians, when a foremost Indian cannot travel without suffering indignity and actual hardships. If it were necessary, hundreds of such cases of ill treatment could be proved to the hilt. 35. It has been also mentioned that the Indians live as parasites, and spend nothing. So far as the Indian laborers and their children are concerned, the objection will not hold water at all, and they are not supposed to be parasites, even by the most prejudiced Europeans. Your petitioners may be allowed to mention from personal experience that, so far as a majority of the laborers are concerned, they live above their means and have settled with their families. As to the trading Indians, who are the butt of all the prejudice, a little explanation may be necessary. Your petitioners, who are traders, do not deny, they take pride in acknowledging, that they send remittances to India for those who are dependent upon them, but the remittances are entirely out of proportion to their expenditure. The only reason why they are successful competitors is because they spend less on luxuries than the European traders. But, all the same, they have to pay rents to the European landlords, wages to the native servants, and to pay Dutch farmers for the animals for meat. The other provisions, such as tea, coffee, etc., are bought in the country. 36. The question, then, really is not whether the Indian is to live in this street or that, but what status he is to occupy throughout South Africa. 4. What is done in the Transvaal will also affect the action of the two colonies. There seems to be a general consensus of opinion that the question will have to be settled on a common basis, modified by local conditions. 228. 37. So far as the feeling has been expressed, it is to degrade the Indian to the position of the Kaffir. But the general feeling, not so strongly expressed but here and there voiced in the newspapers, of the respectable portion of the European community is quite the reverse. 38. The colony of Natal has been inviting the other South African states to a coolie conference. The word coolie has been used officially, and it shows how high the expressed feeling runs against the Indians and what the conference would do, if it could, with regard to the question. In the case put by the Transvaal government before the arbitrator, it is stated that the word coolie applies to any person coming from Asia. 39. When the feeling runs so high in South Africa against the Indian, when such a feeling owes its origin to interested agitation as it is hoped, has been sufficiently shown above, when it is known that that feeling is by no means shared by all Europeans, when there is a general scramble for wealth in South Africa, when the state of morality of the people is not particularly high, when there are gross misrepresentations about the habits of the Indians which have given rise to special legislation, it is not too much, your petitioners submit, to request Your Excellency to receive with the utmost caution the statements received against your petitioners, and the proffered solutions of the Indian question. 40. Your petitioners would also urge upon Your Excellency's consideration that not only does the proclamation of 1858 entitle your petitioners to the same privileges and rights as enjoyed by Her Majesty's other subjects, but your petitioners have been specially assured of such a treatment by Your Excellency's dispatch, which says, "It is the desire of Her Majesty's government that the Queen's Indian subjects should be treated upon a footing of equality with all Her Majesty's other subjects." 41. Nor is this a local question. But, your petitioners submit, it is preeminently an imperial question. The decision of the question cannot but affect and guide the policy of the other colonies and countries, where by treaty Her Majesty's subjects enjoy freedom of commerce, etc., and where Her Majesty's Indian subjects also may emigrate. Again, the question affects a very large Indian population in South Africa. With those who have settled in South Africa, it is almost a question of life and death. By persistent ill treatment they cannot but degenerate, so much so that from their civilized habits they would. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 229. Be degraded to the habits of the aboriginal natives, and a generation hence, between the progeny of the Indians thus in course of degeneration and the natives, there will be very little difference in habits, and customs, and thought. The very object of immigration will be frustrated, and a large portion of Her Majesty's subjects, instead of being raised in the scale of civilization, will be actually lowered. The results of such a state of things cannot but be disastrous. No self-respecting Indian can dare even visit South Africa. All Indian enterprise will be stifled. Your petitioners have no doubt that Your Excellency will never allow such a sad event to happen in a place where Her Majesty enjoys suzerain power, or where the Union Jack flies. 42. Your petitioners beg respectfully to point out that, under the present state of feeling against the Indians in South Africa, for Her Majesty's government to yield to the interested clamor against your petitioners would be an act of grave injustice to your petitioners. 43. If it is true that your petitioners' sanitary habits are not such as to endanger the health of the European community, And if it be true also that the agitation against them is due to trade jealousy, your petitioners submit that the award of the Chief Justice of the Orange Free State cannot be binding, even though it be in strict accordance with the terms of the reference. 4. The very reason which induced Her Majesty's government to assent to a departure from the Convention does not then exist. 44. If, however, Your Excellency is disposed to doubt the statements made herein, as regards your petitioners' sanitary habits, your petitioners humbly urge that, in view of the fact that very large interests are at stake, and that there are conflicting statements with regard to your petitioners' sanitary habits, and that the feeling is very high against the Indians in South Africa, before any departure from the Convention is finally assented to, some impartial inquiry should be made as to the truth of the conflicting statements, and that the whole question of the status of the Indian in South Africa should be sifted. In conclusion, your petitioners leave their case in Your Excellency's hands, earnestly praying and fully hoping that your petitioners will not be allowed to become a prey to the color prejudice, and that Her Majesty's government will not consent to a treatment of the Indians in the South African Republic which would place them in a degraded and unnatural position and deprive them of 230. The means of earning an honest livelihood. And for this act of justice and mercy, your petitioners, as in duty bound, shall forever pray, etc. Appendix of Pretoria, ZAR 1 April 27, 1895. I hereby certify that I have practiced as a general medical practitioner in the town of Pretoria for the last 5 years. During that period I have had a considerable practice amongst the Indians, especially about 3 years ago, when they were more numerous than at present. I have generally found them cleanly in their person, and free from the personal diseases due to dirt or careless habits. Their dwellings are generally clean and sanitation is willingly attended to by them. Class considered, I should be of opinion that the lowest class Indian compares most favorably with the lowest class white, that is the lowest class Indian lives better and in better habitation, and with more regard to sanitary measures, than the lowest class white. I have, further, found that, during the period that smallpox was epidemic in the town and district, and is still epidemic in the district, that although every nation nearly had one or more of its members at some time in the lazaretto, there was not a single Indian attacked. Generally, in my opinion, it is impossible to object to the Indians on sanitary grounds, provided always the inspection of the sanitary authorities is made as strictly and regularly for the Indian as for the white. H. Prior Veal, B.A., M.B., B.S. Cantab Appendix B. Johannesburg, 1895. This is to certify that I have examined the residences of the bearers of this note, and that they are in a sanitary and hygienic condition, and in fact such as any European might inhabit. I have resided in India. I can certify that their habitations here in the ZAR are far superior to those of their native country. CPF's Pinnock, MRCP and LRCS London. 1. This is Zuid-Afrikaanse Republic, Dutch for South African Republic. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 231. Appendix C. Johannesburg, 14th March, 1895. Having frequently occasion to visit the better class of the Indian population of Johannesburg merchants, etc., coming from Bombay in my professional capacity, I give as my opinion that they are as clean in their habits and domestic life as white people of the same standing. Dr. Namaker, M.D., etc. Appendix D. Johannesburg, 14th March, 1895. The undersigned, having been informed that the Arbitration Commission in connection with the question regarding the Indian merchants in the South African Republic is now holding its meeting at Bloemfontein, and, also, having been made aware of the accusations against the said Indian merchants, to the effect that on account of their dirty habits they are a danger to reside amongst the European population, hereby wish to distinctly declare, first, that the aforementioned Indian merchants, the majority of whom come from Bombay, keep their business places, as well as their residences, in a clean and proper sanitary state, in fact, just as good as the Europeans. Second, that it is a distinct error in calling them coolies or inhabitants of British India of a lower caste, as they decidedly belong to the better and higher castes of India. Hayman Gordon and Company. Adam Alexander. Brandon Mearks. B. Alexander. Lindsay Andonis. A. Barons. Gustav Schneider. S. Coleman. C. Lieb. Alexander P. K. Christopher P. Spnik. P. P. G. Konigsberg. A. Wentworth Ball. J. H. Hopkins. P. P. J. Garlick. P. P. Lieberman. H. Woodcraft. Ballistet and Company. P. P. Gordon Mitchell and Company. J. H. Hopkins. Johannesburg, ZAR. J. H. Hopkins. R. Corder. SHLOM and Armsburg. P. Barnett and Company. P. P. Hugo Bingen. P. P. Israel Brothers. JAS. WC. H. Clapham. P. P. H. Berneberg and Company. 232. P. P. Payne Brothers. H. F. Bard Joseph Lazarus and Company. Geo. J. S. Kettle and Company. Borden's Brothers. P. P. J. W. Jagger and Company. T. Charles R. G. Kramer and Company. P. P. H. Olton Holt B. Emanuel. General Merchants and Importers, J. Johannesburg E. Neil J. Custing N. W. Lewis Spence and Hurry Freisman and Shapiso J. F. Ogelman T. Rates and Company. P. P. B. Gundelfinger J. Gundelfinger. Appendix C. True translation to His Honor the State President of the South African Republic, Pretoria. May it please your Honor, in view of the gross misrepresentation by certain interested Europeans residing in the Republic, to the effect that the burghers of the state are opposed to the Indians residing or trading in the state, and their agitation against these people, we, the undersigned burghers, beg respectfully to state that so far from the burghers being opposed to these people fully stopping and trading in the state, they recognize in them a peaceful and law-abiding, and therefore desirable, class of people. To the poor they are a veritable blessing inasmuch as by their keen competition they keep down the prices of necessaries of life, which they can do owing to their thrifty and temperate habits. We venture to submit that their withdrawal from the state will be a dire calamity to us, especially those of us who, living far away from centers of business, depend upon the Indians for the supply of our daily wants, and that therefore any measures restrictive of their freedom, and having for their object their ultimate removal, and especially that of those Indians who are traders and talkers, will necessarily interfere with our enjoyment and comforts. We, therefore, humbly pray that the government will not take any steps that may scare away the Indians from the Transvaal. 1 signed by a number of burghers. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 233. Appendix F to His Honor the State President of the South African Republic, Pretoria. We, the undersigned Europeans residing in this Republic, beg to protest against the agitation set up against the Indians, residing or trading freely in the country, by certain interested persons. So far as our experience is concerned, we believe their sanitary habits to be in no way inferior to those of the Europeans, and the statements about prevalence of infectious diseases among them are certainly without ground, especially as regards the Indian traders. We firmly believe that the agitation owes its origin not to their habits as regards sanitation, but to trade jealousy, because, owing to their frugal and temperate habits, they have been able to keep down the prices of necessaries of life and have therefore been an inestimable boon to the poor classes of the society in the state. We do not believe any good cause exists for compelling them to reside or trade in separate quarters. We would therefore humbly request your Honor not to adopt or countenance any measure that would tend to restrict their freedom and ultimately result in their withdrawal from the Republic, a result that cannot but strike at the very means of their livelihood and cannot, therefore, we humbly submit, be contemplated with complacency in a Christian country. 1 Appendix G.I. Haji Mahand Haji Dada, Managing and Senior Partner of Haji Mahand Haji Dada and Company, of Durban, Pretoria, Delagoa Bay and elsewhere, merchants, do make oath and say that 1. Sometime in the year 1894, I was traveling from Johannesburg to Charlestown by coach. 2. As I reached the Transvaal border, a European with a uniform and another came up and asked me for a pass. I said I had no pass and was never before required to produce any pass. 3. The man thereupon roughly said to me that I would have to get one. 4. I asked him to get one and offered to pay. 5. He then very roughly asked me to go down with him to the pass officer, and threatened to pull me out if I did not do so. 1. The petition is printed in Afrikaans and in English. The original signatures do not appear on the field copy. 234. 6. In order to avoid further trouble I got down. I was made to walk about 2 miles, the man riding on a horse. 7. On my reaching the office I was required to take no pass but was only asked where I was going to. I was then asked to go away. 8. The man who was on horseback, and who went with me, also left me and I had to walk back 2 miles to find the coach gone. 9. I was therefore obliged, although I had paid my fare as far as Charlestown, to walk there, a distance of over 2 miles. 10. I know from personal knowledge that many other Indians, similarly placed, have undergone such troubles and indignity. 11. About a few days ago, I had to travel to Pretoria from Delagoa Bay in the company of 2 friends. 12. We were all required to arm ourselves with passes, just as the natives of South Africa are required to do, in order to be able to travel in the Transvaal. Haji Mahand Haji Dada sworn before me at Pretoria, this the 24th day of April, 1895. Nvaralo Vrrasak. Appendix H. Tel. And cable address, boating from the Africa Boating Company, Limited. T.O. Mr. Haji Mahand Haji Dada Messrs. Haji Mahand Haji Dada and Company DEAR Sir. Point, Port Natal, March 2, 1895. Seeing you about to pay a visit to India, we take this opportunity of placing on record our very high appreciation of your various business qualifications which you have proved during our business relations with you for the last 15 years, and it gives us very great pleasure in stating that your integrity in business matters has never been questioned by any of the commercial community during your residence here, and we trust you will see your way to return to Natal, and we then hope that we shall renew our business relations with you once again. Hoping you will have a very pleasant voyage. We are, yours faithfully, for the African Boating Company, Charles T. Hitchens from a photostat, SN 417-424. Also SN 451-3-16. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 235. 64. Petition to Lord Elgin 1 before May 5, 1895 to His Excellency the Right Honourable the Earl of Elgin, P.C., GMSI, GMIE, etc., etc. Viceroy and Governor-General of India, Calcutta. The petition of the undersigned Indians residing in the South African Republic humbly shill with that, your petitioners representing the Indian community in the South African Republic venture hereby to approach Your Excellency with regard to Her Majesty's Indian British subjects in the South African Republic. Your petitioners, instead of reiterating the facts and arguments embodied in a similar petition too, signed by over 10,000 British Indians, and sent to the Right Honourable the Secretary of State for the Colonies, beg to append hereto a copy of the petition with its annexures, and commend it to Your Excellency's perusal. Your petitioners, after mature deliberation, have come to the conclusion that unless they sought the direct protection of Your Excellency as Her Majesty's representative and virtual ruler of all India, and unless that protection was graciously accorded, the position of the Indians in the South African Republic, and indeed throughout the whole of South Africa, would be utterly helpless, and the enterprising Indians in South Africa would be forcibly degraded to the position of the natives of South Africa, and this through no fault of their own. If an intelligent stranger were to visit the South African Republic, and were told that there was a class of people in South Africa who could not hold fixed property, who could not move about the state without passes, who alone had to pay a special registration 1. This petition, along with the preceding item, was forwarded by Sir Jacobus de Wet on May 30, 1895, to the High Commissioner, Cape Town to vide the preceding item. 236. Fee of tens as soon as they entered the country for purposes of trade, who could not get licenses to trade, and who would shortly be ordered to remove to places far away from towns, where only they could reside and trade, and who could not stir out of their houses after 9 o'clock, and that stranger were asked to guess the reasons for such special disabilities, would he not conclude that these people must be veritable ruffians, anarchists, a political danger to the state and society? And yet your petitioners beg to assure your Excellency that the Indians who are laboring under all the above disabilities are neither ruffians nor anarchists, but one of the most peaceful and law-abiding communities in South Africa, and especially in the South African Republic. For in Johannesburg, while there are people belonging to European nationalities who are a source of real danger to the state, and who have necessitated only lately an increase of the police force, and have thrown too much work on the detective department, the Indian community have not given the state any cause for anxiety on that score. In support of the above, your petitioners respectfully refer your Excellency to the newspapers throughout South Africa. Even the active agitation that has brought about the present state of things with regard to the Indian community has not desired to bring any such charges against the Indians. The only charge brought forward is that the Indians do not observe proper sanitation. Your petitioners trust that the charge has been conclusively shown to be groundless in the representation to His Excellency the Right Honourable the Marquis of Ripon. But assuming that the charge has some ground, it is clear that that could not be a reason for preventing the Indians from holding fixed property, or moving about the country freely and without restraint on their liberty. That could not be a reason for making the Indians liable for a special payment of tens. It might be said that the government of the South African Republic has already passed certain laws, and that the Chief Justice of the Orange Free State has already given his award which is binding on Her Majesty's government. These objections, your petitioners humbly believe, have been answered in the accompanying petition. The London Convention specially protects the rights of all Her Majesty's British subjects. This. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 237. Is a recognized fact. Her Majesty's government assented to a departure from the Convention and also to arbitration on sanitary grounds. And such assent to a departure from the Convention, your petitioners are informed, was given without consulting your Excellency's predecessor in office. Thus, so far as the Indian government is concerned, your petitioners venture to urge that the assent is not binding. That the Indian government should have been consulted is self-evident. And even if your Excellency were ill-disposed to intervene on your petitioner's behalf at this stage and on this ground alone, the fact that the reasons which induced the above assent did not and do not exist, that in fact Her Majesty's government has been misled by misrepresentations is, your petitioners submit, sufficient to justify them in praying for your Excellency's intervention, and your Excellency in granting the prayer. And the issues involved are so tremendously important and imperial, that in view of your petitioner's emphatic but respectful protest against the allegation about sanitation, your petitioners humbly urge that the question cannot be settled without a thorough inquiry, without injustice being done to Her Majesty's Indian British subjects in the South African Republic. Without further encroaching upon your Excellency's valuable time, your petitioners would again request your Excellency's undivided attention to the annexer and, in conclusion, earnestly hope that your Excellency's protection will be liberally granted to the Indian British subjects residing in South Africa. And for this act of justice and mercy, your petitioners shall forever pray, etc. One from a photostat of a printed copy, SN 451-65. Letter to M.C. Kamruddin, P.O. Box 66 Durban, Natal May 5, 1895 DEAR Mr. Mahant Kasim Kamruddin, I have received from you the signatures of the Indians. I hope 1. This petition, 2, was ineffective. Dadabai Naroji led a deputation to Kember Lane at the Colonial Office on August 29. It presented the case of the Indians in the 4 states of South Africa. 238. You have obtained those of the Dutch and promptly sent them to Pretoria. There should be no delay in this, as the work is very urgent. I have wired to Pretoria also to send a copy of the Dutch petition there. All this should be completed by Wednesday. Please write to me in detail as to what you have done. It is very necessary that every Indian should exert himself to the utmost in this work. Otherwise, we shall have to repent. 1. From a photostat of the Gujarati, SN. 317. Yours sincerely, Mohandas Gandhi. 66. A band of vegetarian missionaries. It was in England that I read in Mrs. Anna Kingsford's Perfect Way in Diet that there was a colony of Trappists 2 inches South Africa who were vegetarians. Ever since that I had wished to see these vegetarians. The wish has at last been realized. At the outset, I may remark that South Africa, and particularly Natal, is especially adapted for vegetarians. The Indians have made Natal the garden colony of South Africa. One can grow almost anything on the South African soil, and that in abundance. The supply of bananas, pineapples and oranges is almost inexhaustible, and far greater than the demand. There is no wonder that the vegetarians can thrive very well in Natal. The only wonder is, that in spite of such facilities and the warm climate, there should be so few vegetarians. The result is that large tracts of land still remain neglected and uncultivated. The staple articles of food are imported when it is perfectly possible to grow all of them in South Africa. And in a vast territory like Natal, there is much distress among a small population of 40,000 whites. All this, because they will not take to agricultural pursuits. Another curious but painful result of the unnatural mode of living is that there is a very strong prejudice against the Indian population, who also number 40,000. The Indians, being vegetarians, take to agriculture without any difficulty whatsoever. Naturally. 1 On May 8, Cameradine wrote back SN. 39, reporting that he had not been able to collect a single signature to the petition to be presented to Lord Ripon. 2 monks of the Cistercian order, founded in 1140 AD at Salini Lautrap and noted for silence and other austerities. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 239. Therefore, all over the colony, the small farms are owned by Indians, whose keen competition gives offense to the white population. They are following a dog in the manager and suicidal policy in so behaving. They would rather leave the vast agricultural resources in the country undeveloped, than have the Indians to develop them. Owing to such stolidity and short-sightedness, a colony that can easily support double, or even treble, the number of European and Indian inhabitants, with difficulty supports 80,000 Europeans and Indians. The Transvaal government have gone so far in their prejudice, that the whole of the Republic, although the soil is very fruitful, remains a desert of dust. And if the gold mines could not be worked from any cause, thousands of men would be thrown out of employment and literally starve to death. Is there not here a great lesson to be learned? The flesh-eating habits have really tended to retard the progress of the community, and, indirectly, to create division among the 2 great communities which ought to be united and work hand in hand. There is also the striking fact to be noticed that the Indians enjoy as good a health as the Europeans in the colony, and I know that many doctors would be simply starving if there were no Europeans, or their flesh pots, and that by their thrifty and temperate habits, both attributable to vegetarianism, Indians can successfully compete with Europeans. Of course, it should be understood that the Indians in the colony are not pure vegetarians. They are practically so. We shall see presently how the Trappists of Marianne Hill, near Pinetown, are a standing testimony to the truth of the above remarks. Pinetown is a little village, situated at a distance of 16 miles by rail from Durban. It is about 1,100 feet above the sea level, and enjoys a beautiful climate. The Trappist monastery is about 3 miles distant from Pinetown. My companion and I walked to Marianne Hill, as the hill, or rather the cluster of hills, on which the abbey is situated, is called. It is a very pleasant walk through the little hills all covered with green grass. On our reaching the settlement, we saw a gentleman with a pipe in his mouth, and we at once knew that he was not one of the brotherhood. He, however, took us to the visitors' room, where a visitor's book was kept. It appeared from the book that it commenced from 1894, and there were hardly 20 pages filled up. Indeed, the mission is not at all known as it ought to be. 240. One of the brotherhood came up and bowed very low. We were offered tamarind water and pineapples. After having refreshed ourselves, we accompanied the guide to the various places he took us to. The various buildings one saw were all substantial red brick buildings. All was quiet. The silence was broken only by the noise of the instruments in the workshops or the native children. The settlement is a quiet little model village, owned on the truest republican principles. The principle of liberty, equality and fraternity is carried out in its entirety. Every man is a brother, every woman a sister. The monks number about 120 on the settlement, and the nuns, or the sisters as they are called, number about 60. The sisters' cloister is about half a mile from the brothers. Both the brothers and the sisters observe a strict vow of silence and of chastity. No brother or sister may speak except those who are allowed to by the abbot, who is the head of the Trappists in Natal. And those are only allowed to speak who have to go to town to make purchases or to look after visitors. The brothers are dressed in long robes with a black piece of cloth in front and on the back. The sisters wear red clothing of the simplest style. None seem to wear socks. A candidate for the brotherhood has to make a vow for 2 years and, till then, is called a novice. After 2 years, he may either leave the cloister or make a vow for life. A model Trappist gets up at 2 a.m. and devotes 4 hours to prayer and contemplation. At 6, he has his breakfast, which consists of bread and coffee, or some such simple foods. He dines at 12, and makes a meal of bread and soup, and fruits. He sups at 6 in the evening and goes to bed at 7 or 8 p.m. The brothers eat no fish, flesh or fowl. They discard even eggs. They take milk, but in Natal we were told they could not get it cheap. The sisters are allowed meat 4 days in the week. Asked why they put up with such an anomaly, the obliging guide said, because the sisters are more delicate than the brothers. Neither my companion, who was almost a vegetarian, nor I could see the force or logic of the reasoning. Certainly, both of us were very much grieved to hear the news, which was a surprise to us, for we expected both the brothers and the sister to be vegetarians. They take no intoxicating liquors except under medical advice. None may keep money for private use. All are equally rich or poor. We saw no wardrobes, chests of drawers, or portmanteaus. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 241. Although we were allowed to see every inch of the place. They may not leave the limits of the settlement, except those who are permitted to do so on business. They may not read newspapers and books that are not religious. They may not read any religious books but only those that are allowed. It is this hard austere life that caused our friend with the pipe in his mouth, whom we first met, to remark in reply to a question whether he was a Trappist, "No fear, I am anything but a Trappist." And yet the good brothers and sisters did not seem to consider their lives to have fallen on hard places. A Protestant clergyman said to his audience that the Roman Catholics are weakly, sickly and sad. Well, if the Trappists are any criterion of what a Catholic is, they are, on the contrary, healthy and cheerful. Wherever we went, a beaming smile and a lowly bow greeted us, whether we saw a brother or a sister. Even while the guide was descanting on the system he prized so much, he did not at all seem to consider the self-chosen discipline a hard yoke to bear. A better instance of undying faith and perfect, implicit obedience could not well be found anywhere else. If their repast is the simplest possible, their dining tables and bedrooms are no less so. The former are made on the settlement, of wood, without any varnish. They use no tablecloths. The knives and spoons are the cheapest to be had in Durban. Instead of glassware they use enamel things. For bedrooms they have a large hall but none too large for the inmates, which contains about 80 beds. Every available space is utilized for the beds. In the native quarters they seem to have overdone it in point of beds. As soon as we entered the sleeping hall for natives, we noticed the closeness and the stuffy air. The beds are all joined together, separated by only single boards. There was hardly space enough to walk. They believe in no color distinctions. The natives are accorded the same treatment as the whites. They are mostly children. They get the same food as the brothers, and are dressed as well as they themselves are. While it is generally said, not without some truth, that the Christian Kaffir is a failure, everyone, even the wildest skeptic, admit that the mission of the Trappists has proved the most successful in point of turning out really good Christian natives. While the mission schools of other denominations very often enable the natives 242 to contract all the terrible vices of the Western civilization, and very rarely produce any moral effect on them, the natives of the Trappist mission are patterns of simplicity, virtue and gentleness. It was a treat to see them saluting passers-by in a humble yet dignified manner. There are about 1,200 natives on the mission, including children and adults. They have all exchanged a life of sloth, indolence and superstition, for one of industry, usefulness and devotion to one supreme God. On the settlement there are various workshops: blacksmiths, tinsmiths, carpenters, shoemakers, tanners, etc., where the natives are taught all these useful industries, in addition to the English and the Zulu languages. Here it may be remarked that it speaks volumes for the high-mindedness of the noble settlers that, although almost all of them are Germans, they never attempt to teach the natives German. All these natives work side by side with the whites. At the sisters' cloisters, they have the ironing, sewing, straw hat manufacturing and knitting departments, where one can see the native girls, dressed in clean costumes, working assiduously. About 2 miles from the abbey is situated the printing department, and the flour mill worked by a waterfall. It is a huge pile of building. There is also an oil machine, which is worked for pressing the oil from monkey nuts. It is needless to mention that the above-mentioned workshops supply the settlers with most of their requirements. They grow many kinds of tropical fruits on the farm, and the settlement is almost self-supporting. They love and respect, and are in turn loved and respected by, the natives living in their neighborhood who, as a rule, supply them with the converts. The most prominent feature of the settlement is that you see religion everywhere. Every room has a cross and, on the entrance, a small receptacle for holy water which every inmate reverently applies to his eyelids, the forehead and the chest. Even the quick walk to the flour mill is not without some reminder of the cross. It is a lovely footpath. On one side, you have a magnificent valley through which runs a small rivulet which murmurs the sweetest music, and on the other, little rocks whereon are carved the various inscriptions reminding you of the scenes of the Calvary. The valley is wholly covered with a green carpet of vegetation, studded with beautiful trees. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 243. Here and there. A Lovelier walk, or a Lovelier scenery, could not be well imagined. The inscriptions carved in such a place cannot fail to produce a grand effect upon the mind. They are carved at such regular intervals that no sooner has one completed one's thoughts on one inscription than another meets one's gaze. The walk thus forms a continuous exercise for calm contemplation, unmarred by any other thoughts, or outside noise and bustle. Some of the inscriptions are, Jesus falls a first time. Jesus falls a second time. Simon carries the cross. Jesus is nailed to the cross. Jesus is laid in his mother's lap, etc., etc. Of course, the natives, too, are chiefly vegetarians. Although they are not prohibited from taking flesh or meat, they are not supplied with any on the settlement. There are about 12 such settlements in South Africa, most of which are in Natal. There are in all about 300 monks and about 120 nuns. Such are our vegetarians in Natal. Though they do not make of vegetarianism a creed, though they base it simply on the ground that a vegetarian diet helps them to crucify the flesh better, and though, perhaps, they are not even aware of the existence of the vegetarian societies, and would not even care to read any vegetarian literature, where is the vegetarian who would not be proud of this noble band, even a casual intercourse with whom fills one with the spirit of love, charity and self-sacrifice, and who are a living testimony to the triumph of vegetarianism from a spiritual point of view? I know from personal experience that a visit to the farm is worth a voyage from London to Natal. It cannot but produce a lasting holy impression on the mind. No matter whether one is a Protestant, a Christian or a Buddhist or what not, one cannot help exclaiming, after a visit to the farm, if this is Roman Catholicism, everything said against it is a lie. It proves conclusively, to my mind, that a religion appears divine or devilish, according as its professors choose to make it appear. The Vegetarian, May 18, 1895. 244. 67. Extracts from letter to the Natal Advertiser 1 before May 22, 1895. The report states that the Indians were observed with portions of sleepers on their heads. Point 2. The evidence was that 7 charged had on their heads portions of sleepers together with Point 3. Although the sleepers were called for, they were never produced. The report says, on attempting to arrest them, 71 of their number turned round with sticks, tins, pieces of iron and cooking utensils and plied them freely on the police, making them fly for safety. P.C. Madden arrived on the scene with further assistance. The evidence went to show that the 7 charged turned round with sticks, and 2 of them incited to oppose. There was only 1 policeman at first, and that was the native constable. Then P.C. Madden alone, not with any assistance, came on the scene. While the native constable is alleged to have been resisted, P.C. Madden distinctly said he was not resisted at all. The report goes on, the rest followed by a body, saying they would not leave until their colleagues were discharged. The uncontradicted evidence of Mr. Mason, who knew what he was talking about, went to show that the rest were under arrest and were, Mr. Mason was informed by Mr. Madden, going to be charged by the Railway Department with desertion. They have gone now for the 2nd time to Mr. Mason to complain that they were starving. The report says, 3 or 4 constables appeared in the court with their faces bruised and their clothes torn. The facts are that there was only the native constable who said he was beaten with sticks. When asked if he could show any marks, he said it was somewhere on his head that no one could see. He had no bruises. His clothes were neither torn, nor did he complain that they were. So far as my memory can be trusted, I believe there was not a single word about utensils and irons. And if all had bundles of sticks on their heads, it is not easy to understand how they. One referring to a report in the Natal Advertiser, May 20, 1895, Gandhi wrote a long letter, pointing out its inaccuracies. The original not being available, the extracts as published in the Advertiser, May 22, 1895, are reproduced here. 2. According to the report, a large number of Indians, leaving the railway yard, were noticed in possession of portions of sleepers. Earlier the railway authorities had ordered that coal instead of firewood be supplied to them, which they resented. 3. Some words here are undecipherable. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 245. Could carry utensils, etc. P.C. Madden was the only other constable who gave evidence. But he was not interfered with, and he could give no evidence of his own knowledge as to the native constable having been beaten. Point 1. This is not the first occasion on which I have found the facts in your reports misstated or exaggerated, and I am sorry to say whenever this has happened, they have been misstated and exaggerated much to the disadvantage of the Indian community. To the Natal Advertiser, May 22, 1895 68. Petition to Natal Legislative Council 3 Durban, before June 26, 1895 the Honorable the President and members of the Honorable the Legislative Council the petition of the undersigned Indians, residing as traders in the colony of Natal humbly shill with that, your petitioners, as representing the Indian community in the colony, venture hereby to petition your Honorable Council with regard to the Indian Immigration Law Amendment Bill 4, so far as it affects the present term of indenture, and proposes a yearly license to be taken out by every immigrant wishing to stop in the colony as a free Indian, after finishing his term of indenture. Your petitioners respectfully submit that both the clauses 1. The report here says that some further evidence recapitulated by Gandhi has been omitted. 2. The report concludes, Mr. Gandhi implies that any alleged misstatements or exaggerations have been knowingly made with a view to prejudicing the Indian community in the eyes of our readers. Such, however, is not the case. If they have occurred, it has been quite unwittingly. In reporting court cases, the evidence has almost always to be condensed, and the summary may not satisfy certain of the interested parties. The reports, however, whether accurate or inaccurate, are written without the slightest desire or intention to prejudicially affect one side or the other. 3. The petition was published in the Natal Mercury, June 26, 1895. 4. The bill, which was introduced in the Natal Council on June 25, had its second reading the next day and was passed. 246. Above referred to are entirely unjust and uncalled for. Your petitioners humbly draw the attention of this Honorable House to the following from the report of the delegates, Messrs. Binswan and Mason, who were commissioned to go to India in connection with this matter. So far no second term of indenture has been agreed to in the case of any country to which coolies emigrated, although the consent of the Government of India had frequently been asked for. And in no instance had the condition of compulsory return at the end of the indentures been sanctioned. Thus the clauses in the bill are a total departure, your petitioners submit, for the worse, from the practice prevalent throughout the British colonies. Assuming that the average age of an indentured Indian at the time of his entering into the contract of indenture is 25, under the clause which expects the Indian to work for 10 years, the best part of the life of the indentured Indian would be simply spent away in a state of bondage. For an Indian to return to India after a continuous 10 years' stay in the colony would be pure fatuity. All the old cords and ties will have been broken up. Such an Indian will be comparatively a stranger in his motherland. To find work in India would be almost impossible. The market is already overcrowded, and he will not have amassed sufficient fortune to enable him to live on the interest on his capital. The total of the wages for 10 years would amount to 7. If the indentured Indian saves 0, allowing only 7 for clothing and other expenses during the whole 10 years, that capital will not give him interest sufficient to keep body and soul together, even in a poor country like India. Such an Indian, therefore, even if he ventured to return to India, would be compelled to return under indenture, and thus his whole life would be spent in bondage. Moreover, during the 10 years the indentured Indian would be entirely neglecting his family, should he have any. And a family man will not be able to save even 0. Your petitioners know several instances of indentured Indians with families having saved nothing. As to the second clause, about the license, your petitioners. 1. Sir Henry Binns 1837-99. Premier of Natal 1897. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 247. Submit that it is calculated to create wide discontent and oppression. Why one class of Her Majesty's subjects, and this the most useful to the colony, should be singled out for such taxation, it is, in the humble opinion of your petitioners, difficult to understand. Your petitioners most respectfully venture to submit that it is not in accordance with the principles of simple justice and equity to make a man pay heavily for being allowed to remain free in the colony after he has already lived under bondage for 10 years. The fact that the clauses will apply only to those Indians who would come to the colony after the bill has become law, and that they would know the terms under which they may come, does not free the clauses from the objections sought to be raised against them. For both the contracting parties, your petitioners submit, will not have the same freedom of action. An Indian hard-pressed by pangs of poverty and finding it impossible to support his family can scarcely be called a free agent when he signs the contract of indenture. Men have been known to consent to do far worse things in order to be free from immediately pressing difficulties. Your petitioners, therefore, humbly hope and pray that the clauses above referred to will not meet with the approval of this honorable House, and for this act of justice and mercy, your petitioners shall forever pray, etc., etc. Abdullah Haji Adam and several other Indians from a photostat of a printed copy, SN 435. 69. Letter to Faraz Shah Mehta. The Honorable BLE Faraz Shah Mehta MRC and C. Bombay Sir. Central West Street, Durban, August 9, 1895. By direction of the Indian community I beg to send by registered book post 4 copies of the petitions to Home Government 1 and the Indian Government 2 regarding the immigration. 1 Vide Memorial to J. Chamberlain, November 8, 1895. 2 Vide Memorial to Lord Elgin, November 8, 1895. 248. Law Amendment Bill passed by the Natal Parliament. I have to request you to extend your act of sympathy to the Indians in South Africa. I am, yours faithfully, M.K. Gandhi from the original, Faraz Shah Mehta Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 70. Memorial to J. Chamberlain Durban, August 11, 1895. To the Right Honourable Joseph Chamberlain, Her Majesty's Principal Secretary of State for the Colonies, London. The memorial of the undersigned Indians residing in the colony of Natal humbly shill with that, your memorialists, representing the Indian community in the colony of Natal, respectfully venture to approach you with respect to the Indian Immigration Law Amendment Bill recently passed by the Honourable Legislative Assembly, and the Honourable Legislative Council of Natal, insofar as it affects the existing conditions of indenture and requires a special license, costing every year, to be taken up by the indentured Indians coming under that law and wishing to remain in the colony as free Indians too. Your memorialists, with a view to the clauses dealing with the above matter left out, presented respectful memorials one to both the honourable houses, but, your memorialists regret to mention, without avail. The copies of the memorials are annexed hereto, and marked A and B respectively. 3. The clauses that deal with the matter are as follows. Clause 2. From and after the date when this Act shall make effect the indentures to be signed by Indian immigrants as provided by Schedules B and 1 Vide petition to Natal Legislative Assembly, before May 5, 1895, and the preceding item, Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 249. C of the Indian Immigration Law, 1891, referred to in Section 11 of the said law, shall contain a covenant by the Indian immigrants, in words as follows, and we further agree that after the expiration or other determination we shall either return to India or remain in Natal under indentures to be from time to time entered into. Provided that each term of new indentured service shall be for 2 years, and provided further, that the rate of wages for each year of indentured service after that provided by this contract shall be 16/ per month for the first year, 17/ per month for the second year, 18/ per month for third year, 19/ per month for the fourth year, and 20/ per month for the fifth and each succeeding year. Clause 6 runs as follows. Every indentured Indian who shall have entered into the covenant set out in Section 2 of this Act, and who shall fail, neglect, or refuse to return to India, or become re-indentured in Natal, shall take out year by year, a pass or license to remain in the colony to be issued by the magistrate of his district, and shall pay for such pass or license a yearly sum of sterling, which may be recovered by summary process by any clerk of the peace or other officer appointed to get in such license money. The schedule be referred to in Clause 2, quoted above, so far as it relates to the period of service is as follows. We, the undersigned, emigrants from to Natal, hereby engage to serve the employer to whom we may respectively be allotted by the Protector of Indian Immigrants to Natal. provided that we shall receive monthly in money the wages stated hereunder opposite our respective names, and the allowances following. 4. From the above it will be seen, that if the bill under discussion became law, an indentured Indian, in case he desires to settle in the colony after the first 5 years of his indentured service, should either have to remain under perpetual indenture, or pay a yearly tax of. Your memorialists have used the word tax advisedly, because that was the word used in the original bill before it passed the committee stage. Your memorialists submit that the mere change of name from tax to license does not make it the less offensive but shows the knowledge on the part of the framers that a special poll tax, on the special class of people in the colony, is entirely repugnant to the British notions of justice. 5. Now, your memorialists humbly, but emphatically, submit, that to raise the term of indenture from 5 years to a practically indefinite period is extremely unjust, especially because such a 250 measure is absolutely uncalled for so far as the industries protected, or affected by, the indentured Indians are concerned. 6. The clauses owe their origin to the commission that was sent out to India in the year 1894 by the natal government, and the report made by the delegates, Messrs. Binns and Mason, who formed the commission. The reasons given in that report for such legislation are given at pages 20 and 21 of the annual report of the Protector of Immigrants for 1894. Your memorialists venture to quote the following from the report of the delegates. In a country where the native population is in number so far in excess of the European, the unlimited settlement of Indians is not considered desirable, and there is a general wish that when they have completed their last period of indenture they should return to India. There are already about 25,000 free Indians settled in the colony, many of whom have allowed their right to a return passage to lapse. This is exclusive of a very considerable Banya trading population. 7. Thus the reasons for the special arrangement are political merely. Properly speaking, there is no question of overcrowding at all. There can be none in a newly opened up country where there are yet vast tracts of land entirely uninhabited and uncultivated. 8. Again, in the same report, the delegates state as follows. There is a strong feeling amongst the merchants and shopkeepers with regard to the Arabs, who are all traders and not workers. But as they are mostly British subjects and do not go to the colony under any form of agreement, it is recognized that they cannot be interfered with. The coolie does not come into competition to any considerable extent with the European. Field work for Europeans is impossible on the coast, where all the plantations are situated, and the number of servants other than coolies and natives has always been very small. Although we are decidedly of opinion that up to the present the working Indians who have settled down the italics are your memorialists have been of great benefit to the colony, we cannot avoid having regard to the future, and, in the face of the great native problem yet to be solved in South Africa, sharing in the concern which is now felt. If a large proportion of Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 251. The coolies had taken advantage of the return passage provided for them, there would have been less cause for alarm. 9. Your memorialists most respectfully submit that the above extracts, which form part of the reasons given for measures restrictive of the settlement of freed Indians in the colony, go to prove the exact opposite. For if the Indian traders, to which class most of your memorialists belong, who do not go to the colony under any form of agreement, could not be interfered with, much less the indentured Indians, who are also equally British subjects and who are, so to speak, invited to go to the colony, and whose settlement in the delegates' own words has been of great benefit to the colony, and who have therefore a special claim on the goodwill and attention of the colonists. 10. And, if the coolie does not come into competition to any considerable extent with the Europeans, where is the justification, your memorialists humbly ask, for adopting measures that would make it difficult for the indentured Indians to earn honest bread in peace and freedom? It does not certainly lie in any qualities special to the indentured Indians which render them dangerous members of society. The peace-loving disposition and the mildness of the Indian nation are proverbial. Their obedience to authorities over them is no less prominent a trait of their character, and it would not lie in the mouth of the delegates to say otherwise. For the Protector, who was one of the delegates, in his report, at pages 15 of the same book, says, "Many persons, I am aware, condemn the Indians as a race, yet these persons cannot fail, if they look around them, to see hundreds of these Indians honestly and peaceably pursuing their several useful and desirable occupations. I am pleased to be able to state that the Indians generally resident in the colony continue to form a prosperous, enterprising and law-abiding section of the community." 11. The Attorney General, in moving the second reading of the bill, is reported to have said that there was no intention to interfere with the introduction of labor to the injury of any industry, but these Indians were brought here for the purpose 252 of supplying labor for the development of local industries, and were not intended to form portion of the South African nation which was being built up in the various states. 12. With the greatest deference to the learned Attorney General, your memorialists humbly submit that the above remarks condemn entirely the clauses under discussion, and venture to believe that Her Majesty's government will not endorse such remarks by sanctioning the Bill 13. Your memorialists venture to think that it is against the spirit of the British Constitution to countenance measures that tend to keep men under perpetual bondage. That the bill, if passed, would do so, it is submitted, is self-evident. 14. The Natal Mercury, the government organ, of the 11th May, 1895, thus justifies the measure. This much, however, the government cannot accede to, that men who contract at fair wages to assist the colonists, should be allowed to break their contract, and remain competitors against the colonists, those whom, and for no other purpose and no other condition, they came to serve. To do otherwise would be to destroy all distinction between right and wrong and to give tacit disavowal of the existence of law and equity. There is no desire for, nor is there any, harshness of any kind, nor is there anything to which unbiased judgment can take exception. 15. Your memorialists have quoted the above to show what feeling exists even amongst responsible quarters against the Indians only because some very few dare to trade in the colony, after having served as laborers, not only under and during their term of indenture, but a long time after the completion of their term. 16. The statement requiring those who are admittedly indispensable to the welfare of the colony to remain either under perpetual bondage or to purchase freedom, as it is put by the Natal Advertiser, September 5, 1995, by paying an annual tax of is neither harsh nor inequitable, will not, your memorialists feel sure, be accepted by Her Majesty's government. 17. The injustice of the clauses seems to be so evident and strong, that even the Natal Advertiser, a paper which is by no means favorable towards the Indian, felt it, and expressed it in the following terms on the 16th May, 1895. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 253. The penal clause of the bill originally was to the effect that the Indians, failing to return to India, should pay an annual tax to the government. On Tuesday, the Attorney General moved that this be altered to read, should take out a pass or license to remain in the colony, for which would be payable. This is decidedly an alteration for the better, and affects the same and under less disagreeable terms. A broad question, however, is raised by this proposal to establish a special tax on the coolie settlers, if such a disability is to be placed on coolies coming from another part of the empire. Surely its application should be extended to include members of other non-European races, who have no connection with the British Empire, such as Chinese, Arabs, Kafirs from outside states, and all such visitors. To specially select the coolies coming for attention in this way, and to allow all other aliens to settle with impunity, and without disability, is not an equitable arrangement. The practice of taxing aliens, if it is to be inaugurated at all, should surely commence with those races not under the British flag in their native land, and not with those who, whether we like the fact or not, are the subjects of the same sovereign as ourselves. These should be the last, not the first, to be placed by us under exceptional disabilities. 18. Your memorialists submit that the arrangement has not appealed to any fair-minded men at all. How the Indian government could be persuaded by the natal delegates to make a promise to sanction an indefinite extension of the indentures, or compulsory return, no matter how reluctantly, your memorialists do not profess to know. But your memorialists venture to hope that the case, as put here, on behalf of the indentured Indians will receive full attention from both Her Majesty's government and the Indian government, and that any sanction given on the representation of an ex parte commission will not be allowed to prejudice the case of the indentured Indians. 19. For the sake of ready reference, your memorialists beg leave to quote as follows from His Excellency the Viceroy's dispatch to His Excellency the Governor of Natal, dated the 17th September, 1894. I should myself have preferred the continuance of the existing system under which it is open to an immigrant at the termination of his period of indenture to settle in the colony on his own account, and I have little sympathy with the views that would prevent any subjects of the Crown from settling in any colony under the British flag. But, in consideration of the feelings at present manifested in the colony of Natal towards Indian settlers, I am prepared to accept the proposals A to F, set forth by the delegates in the memorandum of 20th January, 1894, referred to in the preceding paragraph, subject to the following provisions, viz. 254. A. That a coolie when first recruited shall be required by the terms of his contract to return to India, within or immediately on the expiration of the period of his indenture, unless he may prefer to re-enter into a further indenture on the same conditions. B. That such coolies as may refuse to return should in no case be made subject to penalties under criminal law, and C. That all renewals shall be for a period of 2 years, and that a free passage should be secured to the immigrant at the end of the first term for which his engagement is made as well as at the end of every subsequent renewal. The alterations in the existing system which I am prepared to sanction with the approval of Her Majesty's government may be summarized as follows. 120. Your memorialists notice with a feeling of relief that Her Majesty's government have not yet approved of the suggestions of the delegates. 21. To show yet further how grossly unjust the adoption of the compulsory return or re-indenture has seemed from the first time that the idea was started, your memorialists crave leave to quote from the report of and evidence taken before the Immigration Commission that sat in Natal in the year 1885. 22. Mr. J.R. Saunders, one of the commissioners, forcibly puts his views on the matter in his additional report in the following terms. Though the Commission has made no recommendation on the subject of passing a law to force Indians back to India at the expiration of their term of service unless they renew their indentures, I wish to express my strong condemnation of any such idea, and I feel convinced that many who now advocate the plan, when they realize what it means, will reject it as energetically as I do. Stop Indian immigration and face results. But don't try to do what I can show is a great wrong. What is it but taking the best out of servants, the good as well as the bad, and then refusing them the enjoyment of the reward? Forcing them back if we could, but we cannot when their best days have been spent for our benefit. Where to? Why, back to face a prospect of starvation from which they sought to escape when they were young. Shylock-like, taking the pound of flesh, and Shylock-like we may rely on meeting Hylock's reward. 1. The original does not furnish the summary. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 255. Stop Indian immigration if you will. If there are not enough unoccupied houses now, empty more by clearing out Arabs and Indians who live in them, and who add to the productive and consuming power of a less than half-peopled country. But let us trace results in this one branch of the enquiry, taking it as an example of others, and trace out how untenanted houses depreciate the value of properties and securities. Out of this must result stagnation in the building trade and those other trades and stores for supplies dependent on it. Follow out how this leads to a reduced demand for white mechanics, and with a reduction in spending power of so many, how fall of revenue is to be expected next, need of retrenchment or taxation, or both. Let this result in others, far too numerous to be calculated in detail, be faced, and if blind race sentimentalism or jealousy is to prevail, so be it. The colony can stop Indian immigration, and that perhaps far more easily and permanently than some popularity seekers would desire. But force men off at the end of their service, this the colony cannot do. And I urge on it not to discredit a fair name by trying. 23. The late member of the late Legislative Council and the present Attorney General, the Honorable Mr. Eskim, giving his evidence before the Commission, said p. 177, with reference to time-expired Indians, I do not think that it ought to be compulsory on any man to go to any part of the world save for a crime for which he is transported. I hear a great deal of this question. I have been asked again and again to take a different view, but I have not been able to do it. A man is brought here, in theory with his own consent, in practice very often without his consent. The italics are your memorialists. He gives the best 5 years of his life, he forms new ties, forgets the old ones, perhaps establishes a home here, and he cannot, according to my view of right and wrong, be sent back. Better by far to stop the further introduction of Indians altogether than to take what work you can out of them and order them away. The colony, or part of the colony, seems to want Indians but also wishes to avoid the consequences of Indian immigration. The Indian people do no harm as far as I know. In certain respects they do a great deal of good. I have never heard a reason to justify the extradition of a man who has behaved well for 5 years. I do not think that the Indian, at the expiration of his 5 years' service, should be placed under police supervision unless he is a criminal. I know not why Arabs should be placed under police supervision more than Europeans. In cases of some Arabs the thing is simply ridiculous. They are men of large means, large connections, who are always used in trade if they can be dealt with more profitably than others. 24. Your memorialists, while drawing your attention to the above, cannot help expressing their regret that the gentleman who, Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 256. Expressed the above views 10 years ago should now be the member to introduce the bill under discussion. 25. Mr. H. Binns, who went with Mr. Mason as a delegate to induce the Indian government to sanction the compulsory return or reindenture, expressed the following opinion in giving his evidence before the Commission. I think the idea which has been mooted, that all Indians should be compelled to return to India at the end of their term of indenture, is most unfair to the Indian population, and would never be sanctioned by the Indian government. In my opinion, the free Indian population is a most useful section of the community. A large proportion of them, considerably larger than is generally supposed, are in service in the colony, particularly employed as house servants in the towns and village. Before there was a free Indian population, the towns of Pietermaritzburg and Durban had no supply of fruit, vegetables and fish. At present all these things are fully supplied. We have never had any immigrants from Europe who have shown any inclination to become market gardeners and fishermen, and I am of opinion that but for the free Indian population, the markets of Pietermaritzburg and Durban would be as badly supplied now as they were 10 years ago. pp. 155-6. 26. The present Chief Justice and the then Attorney General expressed the following opinion: I object to any alteration in the terms of the laws under which Indians are introduced into the colony. In my opinion, the numbers of the Indians who have been introduced have in a great measure provided on the coast for the failure of white immigrants, and have cultivated lands, which would otherwise remain uncultivated, with the crops which are of real advantage to the inhabitants of the colony. Many who have not availed themselves of the return passage to India have turned out to be trusty and useful domestic servants. p. 327. 27. It is yet possible to take out extracts from the same voluminous report and evidence to show what the most distinguished men in the colony have thought about the arrangement. 28. Your memorialists further beg to draw your attention to the following from Messrs. Binns and Mason's report. So far, No second term of indenture has been agreed to in the case of any country to which coolies emigrated, although the consent of the Government of India has been frequently asked for, and in no case has the condition of compulsory return at the end of the indenture been sanctioned. 29. It has been said in the colony, in defense of the measure, that there can be no injustice, where two parties voluntarily agree to do. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 257. A certain thing, and that the Indians before coming to Natal will know under what conditions they will go to Natal. This point has been dealt with in the petitions to the Humble Legislative Assembly, and the Humble Legislative Council, and your memorialists venture to repeat that, when the contracting parties are not situated equally, the proposition is entirely inapplicable. An Indian who, in order to escape from starvation, as Mr. Saunders has put it, seeks indenture can hardly be called a free agent. 30. So recently as 1894, the evidence as to the indispensableness of the Indian has been dwelt upon in the Protector's report referred to above. At pages 15 he says, if it were possible even for a short space of time to withdraw the whole of the Indian population from this colony, I am convinced that, with but very few exceptions, every industry in existence at the present time would collapse, solely for the want of reliable labor. There is no getting over the fact that the native as a rule will not work. Hence it is generally admitted throughout the colony that without the Indian as a laborer, no industry, agricultural or otherwise, of any importance could possibly be carried on successfully, and not only this but almost every householder in Natal would be without domestic servants. 31. If almost the whole current of what may be called expert opinion, from beginning up to date, goes to show the usefulness of the Indians, then, your memorialists submit, it is not too much to say that to keep such people under perpetual bondage, or to make them pay a yearly tax of whether they can afford it or not, is, to say the very least, absolutely one-sided and selfish. 32. Your memorialists beg respectfully to draw your attention to the fact that, were the bill to become law, the very object of immigration will be frustrated in all its aspects. If it is to enable the Indians to improve their material condition ultimately, the object certainly will not be fulfilled by compelling them to remain under perpetual indenture. If it be to relieve the overcrowded parts of India, that object also will be frustrated. 4. The object of the bill is not to allow the number of Indians in the colony to increase. The desire is to replace those who can no longer bear the yoke of indenture by fresh importation, and to force the former back to India. Thus your memorialists humbly submit that the last state will be worse than the first. 4. While the number of Indians in the overcrowded districts, so far as Natal as an outlet is concerned, will remain the same, those who would return against their will cannot but be a source of additional 258. Anxiety and trouble, because they, being without any prospect of work or any capital to maintain them, may have to be maintained at the public expense. It may be said in reply to this objection that it presupposes a state of things which will never happen, that is to say, the Indians will gladly pay the annual tax. Your memorialists, however, beg leave to point out that such an argument, if advanced, would really go to prove that the clauses about re-indenture and tax are absolutely useless, in so far as they will not produce the desired effect. It has never been contended that the object is to raise any revenue. 33. Your memorialists, therefore, submit that, if the colony cannot put up with the Indians, the only course, in your memorialist humble opinion, is to stop all future immigration to Natal, at any rate for the time being. Your memorialists beg respectfully, but emphatically, to protest against an arrangement that gives all the benefit to one party only, and that, indeed, the least in need of it. Such stopping of immigration will not, your memorialists submit, materially affect the congested parts of India. 34. Your memorialists have so far discussed both the indenture and the license clauses together. As to the latter, your memorialists beg to draw your attention to the fact that even in the Transvaal foreign state government have not ventured to levy an annual tax on the Indians who go there of their own accord and on their own means. There is only a license of tens to be taken out once for all. And this too has, your memorialists understand, among other things, formed the subject of a memorial one to Her Majesty's government. Moreover, the license in this case is an annual tax in its most obnoxious form. This tax has to be paid whether the unfortunate victim has the means or not. When a member, during the discussion, asked how the tax will be collected if any Indian objected to or did not pay it, the Hun Attorney General remarked that there would always be found sufficient in the defaulting Indian's house to attach under summary process. Lastly, your memorialists submit that the introduction of the license clause goes beyond the limits laid down by the Viceroy's dispatch referred to above. In conclusion, your memorialists most earnestly pray and confidently hope that Her Majesty's government will come to the conclusion that the clauses discussed herein are manifestly unjust, and 1. The text of this is not available. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 259. Will, therefore, be pleased to disallow the Indian Immigration Amendment Bill referred to above, or grant such other relief as may meet the ends of justice. And for this act of justice and mercy, your memorialists, as in duty bound, shall forever pray, etc., etc. From a photostat of a printed copy, SN 433. 71. Memorial to Lord Elgin. To Fr. Durban, August 11, 1895. His Excellency the Right Honourable Lord Elgin, Viceroy and Governor-General of India in Council, Calcutta. The memorial of the undersigned Indians in the colony of Natal. Humbly shill with that, your memorialists, who are Her Majesty's Indian subjects, crave leave to draw your Excellency's attention to the humble memorial one addressed to Her Majesty's government with regard to certain clauses of the Indian Immigration Law Amendment Bill which was recently passed by the Humble Legislative Assembly and the Humble Legislative Council of Natal, and which is partly based upon your Excellency's dispatch to His Excellency the Governor of Natal on the subject thereof, a copy of which is annexed hereto. Besides drawing your Excellency's attention to the above memorial, your memorialists beg respectfully to state as follows with regard to the bill. Your Excellency's memorialists have noticed with regret that your Excellency is disposed to sanction the principle of compulsory reindenture, or compulsory return. Your memorialists also regret that they did not send a representation at the time the delegates set out for India. It will be idle to discuss the causes that prevented such a course from being adopted. Your memorialists, however, confidently hope that the wrong 1. Vide the preceding item. 260. Inflicted would be so great, in case the bill became law, that the above omission will not come in the way of its being averted. Your memorialists, with the greatest deference, venture to point out that, if the non-compliance with the condition as to compulsory return could not set the criminal law in motion, the insertion in the contracts of such a clause is absolutely useless, if not actually harmful, inasmuch as it might encourage the contracting party to break his contract, and the law would connive at such a breach. And since such extreme precaution presupposes the injustice of the contract, your memorialists respectfully submit that the reasons adduced for inducing the sanction are absolutely insufficient, if any reasons could justify it. As has been hinted at in the annexer, your memorialists implore your Excellency not to sanction any of the clauses objected to, but, in accordance with the emphatically expressed opinions of Mr. J.R. Saunders and the Honourable Mr. Escombe quoted in the annexer 1, to stop immigration to Natal. Your memorialists respectfully beg to protest against any section of Her Majesty's subjects, be they the poorest, being practically enslaved or subjected to a special, obnoxious poll tax, in order that a body of colonists, who already have been deriving the greatest benefits from such subjects, may be able to satisfy their whims or desire to exact more from the same men without any return whatsoever. In calling the idea of compulsory reindenture, or in lieu thereof, of a poll tax, a whim, your memorialists believe they have used the right expression. 4. Your memorialist family believe there would be no cause for alarm even if the Indian population were trebled in the colony. But, your memorialists humbly submit that, in a matter like the above, the wish of the colony cannot guide your Excellency's decision, but that the interests of the Indians affected by the clauses should also be considered. And your memorialists have no hesitation in submitting, with all due respect, that the clauses, if ever sanctioned, will be a grave injustice and wrong to the most helpless of Her Majesty's Indian subjects. 5 years indenture, your memorialists submit, is long enough to undergo. To raise it to an indefinite period would mean that an 1 Vide Memorial to J. Chamberlain, November 8, 1895. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 261. Indian who cannot pay a poll tax of or return to India must forever remain without freedom, without any prospect of ever bettering his condition, without ever even thinking of changing his hut, his meager allowance and ragged clothes, for a better house, enjoyable food and respectable clothing. He must not ever think of educating his children according to his own taste or comforting his wife with any pleasure of recreation. Your memorialists submit that a life of semi-starvation in India, but of freedom, and among friends and relations in the same state would certainly be better and more desirable than the above. In this case the Indian may expect and get the chance to better his lot, in that, never. That, your memorialists submit and believe, never was the object of encouraging immigration. In conclusion, therefore, your memorialists earnestly pray and confidently hope that, if the colony does not want the Indian immigration without the arrangement objected to being sanctioned, Your Excellency may be graciously pleased to stop future immigration to Natal, or grant such other relief as may seem just. And for this act of justice and mercy, your memorialists, as in duty bound, shall forever pray, etc., etc. 1 Abdul Karim Haji Adam and others from a photostat of a printed copy, SN 432-72. Report of the Natal Indian Congress August, 1895 ITS Foundation. During the month of June in the year 1894 the Natal government introduced a bill called the Franchise Law Amendment Bill in the Legislative Assembly. It was recognized that it threatened the very existence of the Indians in the colony. Meetings were held on the premises of Messrs. Dada Abdullah and Company to consider what steps should be taken to prevent the bill from passing. Petitions were sent to both the houses, members of which were interviewed by a representative who went from Durban to Pemberg. The bill, however, won. The appeal was infructuous. The Government of India's feeble protest about the authority and functions of the Protector of Immigrants as provided for in the new Immigration Amendment Bill was ignored. The Secretary of State sought the Viceroy's reconsideration of the bill in the light of the Natal petitions pending royal assent to it. Lord Elgin only reiterated his earlier view. Vide the early phase, pages 521-2. The bill received royal sanction and became law on August 18, 1896. 262. Passed both the houses. The effect of the agitation was that all the Indians recognized the absolute necessity of establishing a permanent institution that would cope with the legislative activity, of a retrograde character, of the first responsible government of the colony with regard to the Indians, and protect Indian interests. After a few preliminary meetings had been held on Messrs. Dada Abdullah's premises, the Natal Indian Congress was formally established on the 22nd August amidst great enthusiasm. All the leading members of the Indian community joined the Congress. 76 members subscribed on the first evening. The list gradually rose to 228. Mr. Abdullah Haji Adam was elected president. Other prominent members were made vice presidents. Mr. M. K. Gandhi was elected honorable secretary. A small committee, too, was formed. But, as the other members of the Congress expressed a wish to attend the committee meetings during the early days of the Congress, the committee was tacitly abolished and all the members were invited to the meetings. The minimum monthly subscription was 5/. There was no maximum limit. 2 members subscribed each monthly, 1 25/, 10 20/, 2510/37/6, 35/3, 25/1, and 187 subscribed 5/ each, monthly. The following table shows the various classes of members with the subscriptions paid by them, the deficiency, etc. 1. Yearly. Class No. D. Actual receipts. Deficiency. 40/2. 48-0-0. 48-0-0. Nil. 25/1. 15-0-0. 15-0-0. Nil. 20/10 120-0-0 93-0-0. 27-0-0. 10/22 132-0-0 88-5-0. 43-15-0. 7/6. 3. 13-10-0 8-12-6. 4-17-6. 5/3. 2. 6-6-0 3-8-3. 2-17-9. 5/1. 2. 6-2-0 5-6-9. 0-15-3. 5/ 187 559-10-0 273-5-0. 286-15-0. 228 900-8-0 535-17-6. 366-0-6. 1. The table does not tally with the figures given above and the totals also are not all correct. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 263. It will be seen from the above that, out of a possible income of 00-8-0, the Congress has been so far successful in collecting only 00-17-6 or nearly 50%. The 5/ subscribers have been the greatest defaulters. The causes are many. It should be borne in mind that some joined at a very late stage and, naturally, have not paid for the whole year. Many have left for India, a few are too poor to pay. The most potent cause, however, it is regrettable to mention, has been unwillingness to pay. It is possible to collect over 30% of the remainder of some workers came forward and exerted themselves. The following is a list 1 of donations, general and special, for the Bennett case, as also the subscriptions from Newcastle and Charlestown. The list has been given in full because these names do not appear on the printed lists. Thus the total receipts are: subscriptions 35-17-6, donations 80-17-0, 16-14-6. The above is worked on the basis of the printed list. Now the deposits in the bank amount to 98-19-11. In order to arrive at the above sum, the cash expenses and the transfers have to be added. The case expenses are -5-1. The transfers amount to 0-10. 0, being rent to Mr. Naidu, which was remitted in lieu of subscriptions, rent not charged by Mr. Abdul Qadir, and 10/ rent not charged by Mr. Musa H. Adam in lieu of his subscription. Thus 98-19-11, 7-5-1, 10-10-0, 16-15-0. Thus, on comparing the deposits with the printed list, we have a difference of 6 which represents 6d received but not specified in the list. This happens because one member once paid 2/6 and another time 3/. The 3/ could not be well represented on the list. The expenses by Sheikh up to date amount to November 11, 1951/ A full statement too is annexed here too. This leaves a credit balance at the 1 not reproduce here, 2 not reproduce here. 264. Bank of 47-8-91/. The liabilities are not yet discharged and the 2 expenses of the immigration petition and the tickets referred to below. The rules as to drawing sheiks have been strictly adhered to. Although the Honorable Secretary has the power to sign sheiks, alone, up to the power has never been availed of. They are signed by him and Mr. Abdul Karim and, in his absence, by Mr. Duraismi Pillay and Mr. P. Dowji and, in his absence Kathrada, Mr. Rundari, Mr. Hussain Kasim, Mr. Piran Mehmed, Mr. G. H. Mayankhan and Mr. Ahmad Jia have, at one time or another, striven to get in the subscriptions. All, or most of them, more than once went round for subscriptions. Mr. Abdul Qadir alone, at his own expense, went to PM Berg and collected nearly 0, but for which most of the sum might have been lost to the Congress. Mr. Abdul Karim at his expense went up to Verulam and collected nearly 5. There was also a difference among the prominent members as to signing the sheiks. The rule originally was to have them signed by the Honorable Secretary and countersigned by one of the following: Mr. Abdullah H. Adam, Mr. Musa Haji Kasim, Mr. P. Dowji Mahmud, Mr. Hussain Kasim, Mr. Abdul Qadir and Mr. Duraismi Pillay. A suggestion was made that more should sign. At one time this difference threatened the very existence of the Congress, but the good sense of the members and their anxiety to prevent such a catastrophe ultimately dispelled the cloud. And the change above mentioned was agreed to unanimously. As soon as the Congress was fairly started in Durban, Messrs. Daud Mahmud, Musa Haji Adam, Mahant Kasim Jiva, Mr. Parsi Rustamji, Mr. Piran Mahmud and the Honorable Secretary went up, each at his own expense, to canvass for members and PM Berg. A meeting was held there and about 48 subscribed. A second similar meeting was held at Verulam where about 37 subscribed. Mr. Hussain Kasim, Mr. Haji, Mr. Daud, Mr. Musa Haji Kasim, Mr. Parsi Rustamji, and the Honorable Secretary went up there. Messrs. Ahmad Bayat, Haji Mahmud and Kamruddin rendered active help in PM Berg and Messrs. Ibrahim Moajaji, Ahmad Meter and P. Naidu, in Verulam. Mr. Amaruddin, although not a member of the Congress, did much needed work for the Congress. Mr. N.D. Joshi has been good enough to make a fair copy of the report in Gujarati. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 265. Mr. Samasindram, in the earlier part of the Congress year, helped it by interpreting at the meetings and distributing circulars. Work has also been done in Newcastle and Charlestown. Members have subscribed for the second year. Mr. Mahmud Sidat and Mr. Suleiman Ibrahim and Mr. Mahmud Mir worked indefatigably in Newcastle. They and Mr. Daud Amlo went also to Charlestown at their expense. The Charlestown people responded splendidly. Within an hour all the available men subscribed. Mr. Dindar, Mr. Ghulam Rushal and Mr. Vanda rendered much help. Nearly 1,000 letters have been written to the friends of the Indians in England and India in connection with the franchise petition, Transvaal petition and the immigration petition to the Home Government. The immigration law, which contemplates imposition of a tax in lieu of indenture, has been strenuously opposed. Petitions were presented to both the houses. The Transvaal petition, though not sent directly under the auspices of the Congress, cannot but be referred to in a review of the Congress work. According to the spirit or the object of the Congress, an open letter was written to members of both the houses and widely circulated in the colony and South Africa. It was widely noticed by the papers and gave rise to much sympathetic private correspondence. Letters, too, occasionally appeared in the newspapers on the position of the Indians in Natal. A correspondence was carried on by the late President with the government in connection with the separate entrances for the Europeans and natives and Asiatics at the post office. The result has not been altogether unsatisfactory. Separate entrances will now be provided for the 3 communities. Work has also been done among the indentured Indians. Balacindram, who was badly treated by his master, was transferred to Mr. Askew. The Congress interfered on behalf of the indentured Indians in the railway department, in connection with the Moharram festivals as well as supply of wood instead of coal. Much sympathy was shown by the magistrate presiding. The Toohey case is also worthy of mention. Judgment was recorded for Ismail Ahmad, whose hat was taken off forcibly in a public place and who was otherwise ill-treated. 266. The famous Bennett case cost the Congress a great deal, but it is believed that the money has not been thrown away. That we should not get judgment against the magistrate was a foregone conclusion. We went to court in spite of Mr. Morecambe's opinion to the contrary. It has, however, made the position much clearer, and we know exactly what we should do should a similar case occur in future. While the Indian cause has not received much active support from the Europeans in the colony, much sympathy has been evoked both in India and England. The London Times and the Times of India have actively supported the Indians in South Africa. The British Committee of the National Congress has been very vigilant. Letters of sympathy have been received from Sir W. W. Hunter, Mr. A. Webb I, the Honourable Faraz Shah Mehta, the Honourable Fazal Parvez Rem and others. Other Indian and English papers have also viewed our complaints favourably. Mr. Askew was the only European who attended the Congress meetings. The Congress has not yet made itself officially known to the public because it was thought advisable not to do so unless it was assured of a permanent existence. It has worked very quietly. This review of the work of the Congress may close fittingly with a mention of the address that was presented to Mr. Abdullah Haji Adam, the late President, on his departure for India. Gifts to the Congress these have been quite varied and numerous. Mr. Parsi Rustomji stands foremost in this respect. He has supplied it with 3 lamps, tablecloth, a clock, a door blind, inkstands, pens, blotting paper, flower pot and also oil throughout the year. He has sent his men to sweep and light the hall on every meeting day with extraordinary punctuality. He has also supplied the Congress with 4,000 circulars. Mr. Abdul Qadir had the list of members printed. Mr. C.M. Jia had 2,000 circulars printed gratis, paper for which was supplied partly by Mr. Haji Mahand and partly by Mr. Hussain Qasim. Mr. Abdullah Haji Adam has made a gift of a carpet. Mr. Monakji provided a table. 1. Alfred Webb, Member of Parliament, contributed frequently to India and other periodicals on South African Indian topics. Was President of the Congress at its Madras session 1894, and a member of the British Committee. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 267. Mr. Pragjib Himai gave 1,000 envelopes. The Honourable Secretary got the rules printed in India in Gujarati and English and supplied stamps, papers, etc., for the normal fortnightly circulars. Mr. Lawrence, a non-member, has been doing the work of distributing circulars with quiet zeal. Miscellaneous the attendance has been very poor and painfully unpunctual. The Tamil members have not shown much zeal in the Congress work. They might, at any rate, have made up for the laxity in paying by attending punctually and regularly. In order to facilitate canvassing for small donations, tickets for 1 shilling, 2 shillings and 2 shillings and 6 pence, initialed by Mr. H. Adam, Mr. Abdul Qadir, Mr. D. Pillay and the Honourable Secretary, have been issued, but no forecast can yet be made as to the results of the plan. A resolution has also been passed to the effect that medals should be awarded to active workers in order to encourage them. They have not yet been prepared. Death and departure. It has to be noted with regret that Mr. Dinshaw died a few months ago. About 10 members have left for India, among whom may be mentioned, besides the late President, Mr. Haji Mahmud, Mr. Haji Suleiman, Mr. Haji Dada, Mr. Monakji, Mr. Mithu Krishna and Mr. Ranjit Zinj have resigned. About 20 members never paid any subscription at all, who also may be considered as having never joined the Congress. Suggestions. The most important suggestion that has to be made is that, whatever the subscription, it must be made payable for the whole year in advance. Further remarks: it should be noted that some expenses, though voted by the Congress, have not been incurred. Economy has been strictly observed. At least $0 are needed to put the Congress on a sure foundation. From a copy. 268. 73. Letter to the Natal Mercury, Durban, September 2, 1895. To the editor, the Natal Mercury, SIR. I would take the liberty to make a few remarks on your letters on the recent cables about the Indians in South Africa. It is not for the first time that you have said that the people in South Africa object to give the Indians equal political rights because they do not enjoy them in India, and that you would not object to give them the same rights as they enjoy in India. As I have said elsewhere, I repeat here that, in theory at any rate, the Indians do enjoy equal political rights with the Europeans in India. The Charter of 1833 and the Proclamation of 1858 guarantee the Indians the same rights and privileges as are enjoyed by Her Majesty's other subjects. And the Indians in this colony, as well as in other parts of South Africa, would be quite satisfied if they could only enjoy the same rights that they would enjoy under similar circumstances. In India, whenever the Europeans are allowed to vote, the Indians are not excluded. If the former have votes at the municipal elections, so have the latter. If the former can elect or become elected members of the Legislative Council, so can the latter. If the former can walk about freely after 9 p.m., so can the latter. The latter cannot possess themselves with arms as freely as the former. The Indians in South Africa also have no very great anxiety to arm themselves. There is no poll tax in India. Will you be good enough to protest against the recent Immigration Act and earn the gratitude of the helpless indentured Indians? It is the same recognized principle of political equality that enabled Mr. Naroji to enter the House of Commons. If you object to the Indian having the same rights because British energy and money have built up this colony, you should clearly object to the Germans and the French also. On the same principle, the descendants of the pioneers who shed their blood may well object to even those coming from England and pushing them out. Is this not a narrow and selfish view of the matter? At times I read in your leaders expressions of very lofty and humanitarian sentiments. Unfortunately for the poor Indian, these sentiments are set aside when you deal with Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 269. The Indian Question. And yet, whether you like it or not, he is your fellow subject. England does not want to let go her hold of India, and at the same time she does not want to rule her with an iron rod. Her statesmen say that they want so much to endear the English rule to the Indians that they would not have any other. Would not views such as those expressed by you retard the fulfillment of those wishes? I know very few Indians who, though they may be earning $0, live as if they were earning only $0. The fact is that, perhaps, there is no Indian in the colony who alone earns $0 per year. There are some whose trade would lead others to believe that they must be making a pile. The trade of some of them is certainly very large. Not so the profit, because it is shared by many. The Indian loves trade, and so long as he can earn a decent living, he does not mind sharing his profit largely with others. He does not insist upon the lion's share. Just like the European, the Indian also loves spending his money, only not so recklessly. Every merchant who has amassed a fortune in Bombay has built for himself palatial buildings. The only palatial building in Mombasa has been built by an Indian. Indian merchants have earned much in Zanzibar, and consequently have built palaces, and, in some instances, pleasure houses also. If no Indian has done so in Durban of South Africa, it is because he has not earned sufficient to enable him so to do. Sir, if you will only study the question a little more closely, pardon me for so saying, you will find that the Indians spend in this colony quite as much as they can without coming to grief. To say that those earning well sleep on the floors of their shops is, I venture to say, rather incorrect. If you would undeceive yourself, and if you will leave your editorial chair for a few hours, I would escort you to some Indian stores. Then, perhaps, you would think much less harshly of them than now. I humbly believe that the Indian question, at any rate for the British colonies, has a local as well as imperial significance, and I submit that to lose temper over it, or to shut one's eyes to actual facts, in order to form preconceived ideas, is not exactly the way to solve it satisfactorily. It behoves responsible persons in the colony not to widen the gulf between the two communities, but, if possible, to bridge it. Having invited the Indians to the colony, how can the responsible colonists curse them? How can they escape the natural consequences of the introduction of the Indian labor? The Natal Mercury, May 9, 1895. I am, etc., M.K. Gandhi. 270. 74. Letter to the Natal Mercury 11 Durban, September 15, 1895. To the editor, the Natal Mercury SIR. I would venture to make a few remarks in reply to Mr. T. Marston Francis's letter on the Indian question. I believe your correspondent's description of the Indian municipalities, as also of the legislative councils, is not quite accurate. To mention only one instance, I do not think that the chairman of an Indian municipality must be a covenanted civilian. The present president of the Bombay Corporation is an Indian solicitor. I have never contended, or do I contend now, that the franchise is as extensive in India as it is here. It would also be idle for me to say that the legislative councils in India are as representative as the legislative assembly here. What I do contend, however, is that, whatever the limits of the franchise in India, it is extended to all without distinction of color. The fact that the Indians' ability to understand representative government has been recognized cannot be gainsaid. What Mr. Francis says, viz., that the qualifications for the franchise are not the same in India as in Natal, has never been denied. Under such a test no one coming from even Europe would be entitled to the franchise, for the qualifications in the different European states are not surely the same as here. This week's mail brings the latest proof that the Indians have never failed in the real and only test, viz., whether or not they understand the principle of representation. I quote from the article on Indian affairs in the Times. One controverting Gandhiji's plea for granting the franchise to Indians in South Africa, Mr. Marston T. Francis, who had lived several years in India, wrote in the Natal Mercury, June 9, 1895, that though Indians in India could vote at municipal elections and become members of the Legislative Council, things were so constituted that they could never outvote the European members or arrogate to themselves supreme authority. The chairman of a municipality, he said, was always a covenanted officer of the Indian civil service, and the commissioner of the division, the governor, the viceroy, the secretary of state for India, and ultimately the British Parliament could impose checks on the municipalities and legislative bodies of India. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 271. But if the gallantry of the native soldiers who obtained recognition stirs within us a pride in having such fellow subjects, indeed, nothing could exceed their magnificent self-devotion to their comrades in that deadly pass. The truth is that the Indians are earning the right to be regarded as worthy fellow subjects in more ways than one. The battlefield has always formed the shortcut to an honorable equality among races. But the Indians are also proving their title to our respect by the slower and more difficult methods of civil life. There was a greater experiment made in the constitutional government of dependencies than the expansion of the Indian Legislative Council on a partially elective basis 3 years ago. Many of the discussions have been most helpful, and so far as Bengal is concerned, a province in which the elective system seemed fraught with the greatest difficulty, the experiment, after a severe trial, has proved a success. This, as is well known, is from the pen of a historian, one and Indian officer who has served in India for 30 years. Disfranchisement by itself may seem to some to be very insignificant, but its consequences to the Indian community are too dreadful to contemplate. Its corresponding advantages to the European colonists, I am convinced, are nil, unless there be anything gratifying in degrading or keeping under degradation a race or nation. There is no question of the white man or the yellow man ruling, and I hope to be able to show, on a future occasion, that the fears entertained on that score are entirely groundless. There are passages in Mr. Francis's letter which would, perhaps, show that he must have left India very long ago. There are very few posts more responsible than that of a civil commissioner, and yet the Secretary of State for India only recently thought it prudent to appoint an Indian to that post. Mr. Francis knows what jurisdiction a Chief Justice in India enjoys, and an Indian has occupied that position both in Bengal and Madras. Those who wish to bind the two races, the British and the Indian, at the silken cord of love will not find it difficult to notice innumerable points of contact between the two. Even the three religions of the two, in spite of their apparent antagonism, have much in common, and would not form a bad unity. In Trinity, I am, etc. The Natal Mercury, September 23, 1895. M.K. Gandhi. 1 Sir W. W. Hunter 272. 75. Letter to the Natal Advertiser, Durban, September 23, 1895. To the Editor, the Natal Advertiser, SIR. Your remarks in your Saturday's issue on the Indian Congress, or more correctly, the Natal Indian Congress, are premature, seeing that the case one in which the name has been used is not yet over. Were I not afraid of running the risk of committing contempt of court, I would make a few remarks on the circumstances under which the Congress has been connected with the case. I am, therefore, obliged to postpone any remarks on the matter till the case is over. In the meanwhile, in order to remove any misimpression your remarks may create, I would, with your kind permission, set out the objects of the Congress. They are, 1. To bring about a better understanding, and to promote friendliness between the Europeans and the Indians residing in the colony. 2. To spread information about India and the Indians by writing to newspapers, publishing pamphlets, lecturing, etc. 3. To educate the Indians, especially those born in the colony, about Indian history, and induce them to study Indian subjects. 4. To ascertain the various grievances the Indians are laboring under, and to agitate by resorting to all constitutional methods for removing them. 1. The Natal Indian Congress leaders were said to have had a hand in intimidating an Indian witness from giving evidence in a trial for assault. The charge was actually against Padauyachi, a member of the Natal Indian Congress, and it was stated that he did so at the instigation of leaders of the Congress. It was further alleged that under Gandhiji's leadership the Congress was conspiring to fight the government, that it set up Indian laborers to agitate against their grievances, that Gandhiji extracted money from them and from Indian traders, promising to help them obtain relief and use the funds for his own purposes. Vide also letter to Colonial Secretary, October 21, 1895. Volume 1, 1884-30, November, 1896. 273. 5. To inquire into the condition of the indentured Indians and to help them out of special hardships. 6. To help the poor and the needy in all reasonable ways. 7. And generally to do everything that would tend to put the Indians on a better footing morally, socially, intellectually, and politically. The very constitution of the Congress prevented it from dealing with private grievances, unless they have a public significance. To say that it has been quite through accident that the existence of the Indian Congress has been discovered is hardly in accordance with known facts. While the Congress was yet in process of formation, the Natal Witness announced the fact, and, if I am not mistaken, the paragraph announcing it was copied by you. It is true that it has not been officially made known before. This was not done because its organizers were not, and are not yet, sure of its permanent existence. They thought it prudent to let time alone bring it to the public notice. No attempts have been made to keep it secret. On the other hand, its organizers even invited those Europeans who were considered to be sympathetic either to join it or attend its fortnightly meetings. It is only because it has begun to be misrepresented in private conversation, and has now been publicly misrepresented, no doubt, unconsciously by you, that the above explanation has been deemed necessary. I am, etc., M.K. Gandhi Hunsek. The Natal Indian Congress P.S. For your information, I enclose copies of the rules, the list of members during its first year, and the first annual report. The Natal Advertiser, September 25, 1895. MKG 274. 76. Letter to the Natal Mercury 1. Durban, September 25, 1895. To the Editor, the Natal Mercury. SIR, your correspondent H has evidently been misinformed as to the genesis of the Natal Indian Congress, as also with regard to other matters. The Congress was formed chiefly by the efforts of Mr. Abdullah Haji Adam. I have been present at all the meetings of the Congress, and I know that no civil servant has taken part in any of the meetings. The responsibility for drafting the rules and the several memorials rests entirely on my shoulders. Not one civil servant ever saw the memorials before they were printed and ready for distribution among the Congress members and others. The Natal Mercury, September 27, 1895. M.K. Gandhi Hunsek. NIC. 77. Speech at Natal Indian Congress 2 Durban, September 29, 1895. Mr. Gandhi addressed the meeting at great length. He said now that the existence of the Natal Indian Congress had become fully known, it was necessary they should be punctual in paying their subscriptions. They had now OO in hand, being about OO more than the last time he met them. They wanted quite OO to meet their requirements, and he said everyone should sign to promise a subscription in a given time. Every merchant who sold OO of goods should endeavor to give fives to the Congress. Mr. Gandhi said they had succeeded so far in England, but they were now awaiting the good results which will come from India. It was very likely that Mr. Gandhi would leave them in January to go to India, and he would then endeavor to persuade a number of good Indian barristers to come to Natal. The Natal Advertiser, February 10, 1895. 1A Correspondent, H, in the Natal Mercury, September 21, 1895, referred to a report that a member of the civil service, an Indian interpreter in a magistrate's court, was behind the Congress and its work, and demanded that he should be prevented from doing such mischief. 2. Under the auspices of the Natal Indian Congress, Gandhiji addressed a large gathering of Indians, numbering between 800 and 1,000, at Rustomji's Buildings, Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 275. 78. Letter to the Natal Mercury 11. Durban, September 30, 1895. To the Editor, the Natal Mercury. SIR. Were the matter referred to in H.S. letter in your Saturday issue concerning myself only, I would not have taken any notice, but as this letter affects civil servants, I am obliged to trespass further upon your courtesy. I am not a paid secretary of the Congress. On the other hand, in common with other members, I also contribute my humble share to its funds. No one pays me anything whatever on behalf of the Congress. Some Indians do pay me yearly retainers. They are paid to me directly. There is nothing that the Congress has to conceal. Only it does not blow its own trumpet. Any inquiries about it, whether public or private, will be answered as promptly as possible. I beg to enclose herewith some papers in connection with the Congress which would throw some light on its working. I am, etc. M.K. Gandhi. The Natal Mercury, April 10, 1895. Hunsek. NIC. 1H had written again in the Natal Mercury, September 28, 1895, that it was the Indian interpreter that had framed the rules of the Congress, that he was mainly responsible for the submission of the memorial to Her Majesty and also for Gandhiji's election as Congress Secretary on an annual salary of 276. 79. Letter to the Natal Advertiser, Durban, October 9, 1895. To the editor, the Natal Advertiser, SIR. No Indian can take exception to the general tenor of your leader in your yesterday's issue 1. If the Congress has attempted, even in an indirect manner, to tamper with a witness, it will certainly deserve suppression. I will, for the present, content myself with repeating the statement that it has not made any such attempt. As the judgment in which the Congress has been condemned is under appeal, I do not feel free to deal with the evidence at length. The only witness who was asked questions about the Congress denied that it had anything to do with the matter. If the doings of men in their private capacity were to be fathered upon the association they may belong to, then I venture to think that almost any charge could be proved against any association. The Indians do not claim one Indian one vote, nor is any vote claimed for the coolie pure and simple. But then the coolie pure and simple, so long as he remains one, cannot get it even under the existing law. The protest is only against color or racial distinction. If the whole question were studied coolly there would be no occasion for any display of bad feeling or warmth by anybody. The Indians have in no part of the world attempted to gain political supremacy. In Mauritius, where they are in such large numbers, they are said to have shown no political ambition. And they. 1. The paper had observed that if the Indian Congress could be proved to have resorted to wrong and suspicious practices, then swift and decisive action for its punishment would be justified. The judge in the Padauyachi case had said that the Congress was of the nature of an association of conspiracy, pernicious and fraught with danger to the whole community in this colony of whatever race. Taking note of this adverse judgment, the Natal Advertiser had in an earlier issue observed that if that was really the case, the judge's censure will not be regarded as a whit too severe. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 277. Are not likely to do so in Natal, even though they may number 4,000 instead of 40,000. I am, etc. M.K. Gandhi, the Natal Advertiser, October 10, 1895. 80. Letter to Colonial Secretary 1 Durban, October 21, 1895. To the Honorable the Colonial Secretary P.M. Berg SIR. Certain remarks in the newspapers 2 and the judgment of the Durban resident magistrate and Regina v. Rangasamy Padauyachi recently tried before him render it necessary for me to write to you, in my capacity as Honorary Secretary for the Congress, in connection with the remarks and the judgment referred to above. The judgment lays down that the Congress summoned an Indian named Asghara before it on a certain day in August and attempted to intimidate him from giving evidence in a case, and that it is an association of conspiracy, etc. I have to submit that not only has the Congress never summoned the above-named person or any other person before it with a view to prevent him from giving evidence, but that the presiding magistrate had absolutely no grounds for making such remarks. The judgment in which the remarks occur is under appeal. That has prevented me from dealing with the matter at any length in the press. Unfortunately, the remarks being merely obiter dicta of the magistrate, may not be fully dealt with by the judges. During the examination, cross-examination and re-examination of the witness Asghara, the Congress was not even so much as mentioned. After the re-examination was finished, the magistrate asked the witness questions about the Congress. It was made clear from the questions. 1. This was enclosure number 1 inch dispatch number 128 of November 30, 1895, from the Governor of Natal to the Principal Secretary of State for the Colonies. 2. Vide the early phase. 278. And answers that there was no meeting of the Congress during the week during which the intimidation is supposed to have taken place. 2 printed circulars were produced, one of which was dated the 14th August, the other the 12th September, inviting members of the Congress to attend the meetings on the Tuesdays following the prospective dates, that is, on the 20th August and 17th September. The intimidation was alleged to have happened on the 12th August. The witness is said to have been sent for by Mahan Kamaruddin to Musa's office that day, where there were present MC Kamaruddin, Dada Abdullah, Daud Mahand and 2 or 3 strangers. Here, it is alleged, he was asked certain questions about the case. And this the magistrate has connected with the Congress, in spite of the witness's evidence to the effect that the Congress meetings are not held in Musa's office, that there was no circular inviting him to the meeting at Musa's office, that he did not attend the meetings convened in terms of the circulars, that the Congress meetings are held in the Congress Hall, that the circulars had nothing to do with the case, and that he was not present at the actual Congress meetings. The only point that could in any way be used to support the magistrate's conclusion was the fact that 3 out of the 6 or 7 men alleged to have been present at Musa's office were members of the Congress. I beg to enclose here with the extracts from the evidence bearing on the matter. I venture to submit that, in some way or other, the magistrate was biased. In the case of Poonusami Poddar and 3 others, without a particle of evidence, he has remarked in his reasons for judgment that the defendants are members of and have been backed up by the Congress. As a matter of fact, all of them are not members of the Congress and the Congress had nothing whatever to do with the matter. As a great deal has been made of my instructing Mr. Miller in the Rangasamy case, I may mention that I had no connection whatever with the case of Poonusami and others, nor did I know, till after the case had far advanced towards the final stage, that there was such a case at all. My intervention was sought when Rangasamy was charged for the same offence for the 2nd time and then, too, not in my capacity as Honourable Secretary of the Congress but as a lawyer. I beg to assure the government that the intention of the organizers of the Congress is to make the Congress an institution. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 279. Useful to both the communities in the colony and a medium of interpretation of the feelings of the Indians on questions affecting them, and thus to help the existing government and not to embarrass it, if it could embarrass it at all. Holding such views, they naturally resent any remarks made about the Congress that may curtail its usefulness. Nothing, therefore, will be more welcome to the members of the Congress than a thorough enquiry as to its constitution and working, should the government be inclined to attach any weight to the magistrate's remarks. I may state that the Congress has never yet interfered in any court matters between Indians and has refused to take up private grievances unless they have a public significance. No individual member or members can do anything on behalf of, or in the name of, the Congress without the sanction of a majority of the members of the Congress assembled in accordance with the rules of the Congress, which can only meet on a written notification from the Honorary Secretary. If the government are satisfied that the Congress had nothing to do with the case in question, I, on behalf of the Congress, humbly beg to ask for some public notification of the fact. If, on the other hand, there be any doubt as to the matter, I venture to ask for an inquiry. I beg to enclose here with the copy each of Congress rules, the list of members for the year ending 22nd August, 1895, and the first annual report. I shall be very happy to supply any further information that may be required when I have the honor to remain, Sir, your obedient servant, M.K. Gandhi Hunsek. NIC Colonial Office Records No. 179, Volume 192. Soon after, the Supreme Court quashed the conviction in the case of Regina v. Poonusami Poddar and others as it was based on untenable evidence. A month later, on November 27, the judgment in the Padauyachi case also was set aside by the Supreme Court on the ground that there was not a particle of evidence. Vide the early phase. 280. 81. Memorial to JCHAMBERLAIN 1. Johannesburg, SAR November 26, 1895. To the Right Honourable Joseph Chamberlain, Her Majesty's Principal Secretary of State for the Colonies, London. The memorial of the undersigned Indian British residing in the South African Republic humbly shill with that. Subjects. Your memorialists, representing the Indian community in the South African Republic, hereby venture respectfully to approach Her Majesty's government with regard to the resolution passed by the Honourable Volksraad of the South African Republic on 7 October, 1895, ratifying the treaty entered into between Her Majesty's government and the government of the South African Republic exempting all British subjects residing in the Republic from personal military service with the reservation that by British subjects shall be understood white persons. Your memorialists, on reading this resolution, ventured to telegraph to you on 22 October, 1895, protesting against the distinction made between white and colored British subjects too. The reservation is evidently aimed at the Indian British subjects residing in the South African Republic. Your memorialists would draw your attention to the fact that the treaty itself does not qualify the words British subjects at all, and submit that the resolution, instead of accepting the treaty in toto, modifies it, and on that ground alone your memorialists feel sure the 1. This was an enclosure in Dispatch No. 692 of December 10, 1895, from the High Commissioner to the South African Republic to the Principal Secretary of State for the Colonies. It was presented to the Home Government on May 14, 1896. Vide the early phase. 2. This telegram is not available. It stated that a memorial would follow. The telegram was, however, acknowledged by H.O. Arnold Foster, MP, who observed, "I regard the action taken by Boers with regard to the British Indian subjects in the Transvaal as not only gross indignity but likely if pressed in to raise very serious questions far outside the limits of the Boer state." Vide the early phase. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 281. Modified ratification will not be accepted by Her Majesty's government. Your memorialists will not dwell upon the indignity to which the resolution unnecessarily subjects the Indians. The reason put forward for exemption of British subjects from commando was chiefly that, as the British subjects were not entitled to full burgher right and were subjected to disabilities in the Republic, they should not be compelled to render military service with the burghers. It was openly avowed at the time the commotion was going on that the Uitlander population of the Republic would gladly serve in the Malabar Campaign 1, if only they were treated as citizens and given the franchise. If, therefore, the European or, as the resolution puts it, white British subjects should be exempt because of the political disabilities they labor under, much more, it is respectfully submitted, should the Indian British subjects, who not only do not enjoy any political rights in the South African Republic but are treated as little more than chattels, of which fact the resolution is another indication. Your memorialists, in conclusion, earnestly pray and confidently hope that in view of the general persecution that is incessantly being meted out to the Indians throughout South Africa, whether in the colonies or in independent states, even in the newly opened up territories of Bulawayo and other parts, and in view of the magnitude of the already exceeding restrictions placed upon the Indians in South Africa generally and your memorialists and their fellow brothers' attempts to get them removed by the intervention of Her Majesty's government, this fresh attempt to yet further restrict the freedom of the Indians on the part of the government of the South African Republic will not be countenanced by Her Majesty's government. And for this act of justice and mercy, your memorialists, as in duty bound, shall forever pray, etc. M.C. Kamruddin Abdul Ghani Mahandis Mail, etc., etc. Colonial Office Records No. 417, Volume 152. One war by the Dutch against the Malabar tribe in northern Transvaal, in 1894. 282. 82. The Indian FRANCHISC 1 Beech Grove, Durban, December 16, 1895. An appeal to every Briton in South Africa. The question of Indian franchise has convulsed the whole colony, indeed the whole of South Africa, so far as the newspapers are concerned. This appeal, therefore, needs no apology. It is an attempt to place before every Briton in South Africa, as shortly as possible, an Indian view of the Indian franchise. Some of the arguments in favor of the disfranchisement of the Indians are: 1. The Indians do not enjoy the franchise in India. 2. The Indian in South Africa represents the lowest class Indian. In fact, He is the scum of India. 3. The Indian does not understand what the franchise is. 4. The Indian should not get the franchise because the native, who is as much a British subject as the Indian, has none. 5. The Indian should be disfranchised in the interests of the native population. 6. This colony shall be and remain a white man's country, and not a black man's, and the Indian franchise will simply swamp the European vote, and give the Indian political supremacy. I shall take the objections seriatim. It has been said over and over again that the Indian cannot and must not claim higher privileges than he enjoys in India, and that he has no franchise whatever in India. Now, the Indian in the first place does not claim any higher privileges than he enjoys in India. It should be borne in mind that the government in India is not of the same type as here. Therefore, it is obvious there cannot be any analogy between the two. It might be said in answer to this that the Indian should wait till they get the same kind of government in India. This answer, however, will not do. On the same principle, it can be argued that no man coming to Natal. 1. Gandhiji sent copies of this pamphlet to Indian leaders like Lokmanya Tilak. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 283. Could get the franchise unless he enjoyed the franchise in the country he came from in the same way and under the same circumstances, that is, unless the franchise law of that country was the same as that of Natal. If such a doctrine were to be of universal application, it is easy to see that no one coming from England ever could get the franchise in Natal, for the franchise law there is not the same as in Natal. Much less could a man coming from Germany or Russia, where a more autocratic government prevails. The only and real test, therefore, is not whether the Indians have the franchise in India, but whether they understand the principle of representative government. But they have the franchise in India, extremely limited it is true. Nevertheless it is there. The legislative councils recognize the ability of the Indian to understand and appreciate representative government. They are a standing testimony to the Indian's fitness for representative institutions. Members of Indian legislative councils are partly elected and partly nominated. The position of the legislative councils in India is not very unlike that of the Legislative Council of Natal. And the Indians are not debarred from entering those councils. They compete on the same terms with the Europeans. At the last election of members for the Legislative Council of Bombay, the candidates for one of the constituencies were a European and an Indian. There are Indian members in all the legislative councils of India. Indians vote at these elections as well as the Europeans. The franchise is certainly limited. It is also circuitous, as for example, the Corporation of Bombay elects one member to the Legislative Council, and the corporation consists of members elected by the ratepayers, mostly Indian. There are thousands of Indian voters for municipal elections in Bombay from which class, or a class similar to which, are drawn most of the Indian traders in the colony. Furthermore, posts of the utmost importance are thrown open to the Indians. Does that show as if they were considered unfit to understand representative government? An Indian has been a Chief Justice, an office that carries with it a salary of 60,000 rupees or OOO per year. Only recently an Indian, belonging to the class which most of the traders belong to here, has been appointed Queen Judge in the High Court of Judicature at Bombay. 284. A Tamil gentleman, to whose caste belong some of the indentured Indians, is a Queen Judge of the High Court at Madras. An Indian has been entrusted with the very responsible duties of a civil commissioner in Bengal. Indians have occupied the Vice-Chancellor's chair at Calcutta and Bombay. Indians compete for the civil service on the same terms as the Europeans. The present president of the Bombay Corporation is an Indian elected by the members of the corporation. The latest testimony to the Indians' fitness for inequality with the civilized races comes from the London Times of 23 August, 1895. The writer of Indian affairs in the Times, who, it is well known, is no other than Sir William Wilson Hunter, perhaps the most eminent Indian historian, says, of the acts of daring and of the even more splendid examples of endurance by which those honors were won, it is difficult to read without a thrill of admiration. One sepoy who received the Order of Merit has had no fewer than 31 wounds, probably, says the Indian Daily News, a record number. Another, shot in the defile where Ross's party was cut up, quietly felt out the bullet in his body and with both hands forced it, fearless of the agony, to the surface. When at last he could get it between his fingers he pulled it out, and then, streaming with blood, he shouldered his rifle again and did a march of 21 miles. But if the gallantry of the native soldiers who obtained recognition stirs within us a pride in having such fellow subjects, the paltry rewards doled forth in cases of equal pluck and steadfastness awaken very different feelings. 2 water carriers of the 4th Bengal Infantry were singled out in the dispatches for the gallantry and devotion exhibited by them during the action at Kora. Indeed, nothing could exceed their magnificent self-devotion to their comrades in that deadly pass. Another man of the same regiment was mentioned for the conspicuous gallantry and devotion exhibited while with the party which brought the late Captain Baird into Churchill Fort. The truth is that the Indians are earning the right to be regarded as worthy fellow subjects in more ways than one. The battlefield has always formed the shortcut to an honorable equality among races. But the Indians are also proving their title to our respect by the slower and more difficult methods of civil life. There never was a greater experiment made in the constitutional government of dependencies than the expansion of the Indian legislative councils on a partially elective basis 3 years ago. The italics are mine. Nor in any part. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 285. Of India did the issue of that experiment seem more doubtful than in Bengal. The Lieutenant Governorship of Bengal contains a population numerically equal to that of the Madras and Bombay presidencies put together, and from an administrative point of view much more difficult to manage. Sir Charles Eliot bears generous testimony not only to the absence of factious opposition but to the valuable practical aid which he has obtained in maturing this necessarily complex measure. The Bengal Sanitary Drainage Act from his legislature as expanded by Lord Salisbury's statute. Many of the discussions have been most helpful, and so far as Bengal is concerned, the province in which the elective system seemed fraught with the greatest difficulty, he experiment, after a severe trial, has proved a success. The italics are again mine. The second objection is that the Indian in South Africa represents the lowest class Indian. The statement is hardly correct. It will not, of course, be true as regards the trading community, nor will it be so as to all the indentured Indians, some of whom belong to the highest castes in India. They are certainly all very poor. Some of them were vagabonds in India. Many also belong to the lowest class. But I may be permitted to say without giving any offense that, if the Indian community in Natal is not, nor is the European community here, drawn from the highest class. But I venture to submit that undue importance is given to this fact. If the Indian is not a model Indian, it is the duty of the government to help him to become one. And if the reader wishes to know what a model Indian is, I beg to refer him to my open letter where many authorities are collected to show that he is as much civilized as a model European. And just as it is competent for a lowest class European to rise to the highest level in Europe, so is it for the lowest class Indian in India. By persistent indifference, or retrogressive legislation, the Indian would be degraded lower still in the colony, and thus may constitute a real danger which he was not before. Shunned, despised, cursed, he will only do and be what others in similar positions have done and been. Loved and well treated, he is capable of rising higher like any member of every other nationality. He cannot be said to be well treated so long as he is not even given those privileges which he enjoys or would enjoy in India under similar circumstances. 286. To say that the Indian does not understand the franchise is to ignore the whole history of India. Representation, in the truest sense of the term, the Indian has understood and appreciated from the earliest ages. That principle he panchaitoides all the actions of an Indian. He considers himself a member of the panchayat, which really is the whole body civic to which he belongs for the time being. That power to do so had power to understand thoroughly the principle of popular government has rendered him the most harmless and most docile man on earth. Centuries of foreign rule and oppression have failed to make him a dangerous member of society. Wherever he goes, and under whatever conditions he is placed, he bows to the decision of the majority represented by those in authority over him. 4. He knows no one can be in authority over him, unless he is tolerated there by a majority of the body to which he belongs. This principle is so ingrained in the Indian heart that even the most despotic princes of the Indian states feel that they are to rule for the people. It is true that they do not all act up to that principle. The causes need not be discussed here. And the most astounding fact is that, even when nominally there is a monarchical government, the pancade is the supreme body. The actions of its members are regulated in accordance with the wish of the majority. For authorities to support my contention, I must beg leave to refer the reader to the Franchise Petition 1 to the Honorable the Legislative Assembly. IV. The Indian should not get the franchise because the native, who is as much a British subject as the Indian, has none. I have stated this objection as I find it in the papers. It is at variance with the fact that the Indian already enjoys the franchise in natal. An attempt is now being made to disfranchise him. Without entering into comparisons, I would beg to state what are hard facts. The native franchise is governed by a special law which has been in force for some years. That law does not apply to the Indian. It has not been contended that it should apply to the Indian. The franchise, whatever it may be, of the Indian in India is not governed by a special law. It applies to all alike. The Indian has his Charter of Liberty, the Proclamation of 1858. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 287. The latest argument advanced in favor of disfranchisement is that the Indian franchise would do harm to the native population of the colony. In what way this will happen is not stated at all. But, I presume, the objectors to the Indian franchise rely upon the stock objection to the Indian on the alleged ground that he supplies liquor to the natives and this spoils them. Now I venture to submit that the Indian franchise cannot make any difference one way or the other. If the Indians supply liquor, they would not do so to any greater extent because of their vote. The Indian vote can never become sufficiently strong to affect the native policy of the colony, which is not only jealously watched but to a very great extent controlled by the Downing Street authorities. In fact, even the European colonists are powerless against Downing Street in this matter. But let us, for a moment, look at facts. The analytical table referred to below, showing the position of the Indian voters already on the list, shows that by far the largest number of them are traders who, it is well known, are not only teetotalers themselves, but would like to see liquor banished altogether from the land, and if the voters' list continues to remain so, the effect of that vote, if any, on the native policy will be for the better. But the following extracts from the Indian Immigration Commission, 1885-87, show that the Indians are not worse than the Europeans in this respect. In quoting them I disclaim any intention to make comparisons, which I have tried to avoid as much as possible. Nor do I wish thereby to excuse my countrymen. No one can regret more than myself to see any Indian found drunk or supplying liquor to natives. I beg to assure the reader that my only wish is to show that the objection to the Indian vote on that particular ground is merely superficial and does not bear scrutiny. The commissioners, who were specially commissioned, among other things, to report upon the charge against the Indians of drunkenness and crimes resulting therefrom, at pages 42 and 43, report thus: "We have examined many witnesses on this subject. Their evidence and such criminal statistics as are forthcoming fail to convince us that drunkenness and crime statistics therefrom are prevalent amongst Indian immigrants in a greater ratio than amongst other sections of the community, against whom no such restrictive legislation is proposed. We do not doubt that there is much truth in the averment that natives readily obtain ardent liquors through the agency of Indians. We, however, 288. Doubt that they are more guilty in this matter than the white people who traffic in liquor. It has been shrewdly observed that the people who make the loudest complaints against the Indian immigrants for selling or disposing of liquor to the natives are the very persons who themselves sell the liquor to the native. Their trade is interfered with and their profits are lessened by the competition of Indian traffickers. What follows the above is instructive reading as showing that, in the opinion of the commissioners, the Indians in India are free from the habit of drinking and that they learn it here. The question how and why they take to liquor and natal I leave to the reader to answer. The commissioners at page 83 say as follows: although we are convinced that Indians, and especially free Indians in natal, surrender themselves to the drinking of intoxicating liquor to a greater extent than in their own country, yet we are constrained to record that there is no satisfactory proof before us that the percentage of drunk and disorderly persons is greater amongst them than amongst other races dwelling within the colony. Superintendent Alexander says in his evidence before the Commission p. 146, the Indians are to be considered a necessary evil at present. We cannot do without them as laborers. We cannot do without them as storekeepers. They are as good as the natives. They have very much improved, but the natives have gone down very much. Nearly all the thefts are now committed by natives. As far as my experience goes, the natives obtain drink from Indians and from everyone else who will supply them. I find some white people as bad as Indians in this way. These are men out of employ, vagrants, who, to gain a sixpence, will supply a native with a bottle of liquor. In the present condition of natal I do not think it is possible to substitute a white for an Indian population. I do not think we can. I can deal with 3,000 Indians with the staff that I have, but if there were 3,000 corresponding white British workmen, I could not. At page 149 he says, I find that people generally suspect coolies of doing everything wrong, stealing fowls, etc., but I find such is not the case. Out of the last 9 cases of fowl stealing, all of which were laid to my corporation night soil coolies, I find that 2 natives and 3 white men have been convicted of stealing these fowls. I would further draw the attention of the readers to the recently issued Native Blue Book, and there they will find that almost all the Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 289. Magistrates are of the opinion that European influences have brought about a change for the worse in the moral character of the natives. In the face of these incontrovertible facts, is it not rather unfair to impute the blame to the Indians entirely for the native deterioration? In 1893, while there were 28 convictions against Europeans in the borough for supplying liquor, there were only 3 against Indians. Vi this country shall be and remain a white man's country and not a black man's, and the Indian franchise will simply swamp the European vote and give the Indian political supremacy in natal. With the first part of the statement I do not propose to deal. I confess that I do not even understand it fully. I would, however, try to remove the misconception that underlies the latter part of the statement. I venture to say that the Indian vote can never swamp the European vote, and that the idea of the Indian trying to claim political supremacy is contrary to all past experience. I have had the honor to talk to many Europeans with reference to this question, and almost all have argued upon the assumption that there is one man one vote in the colony. That there is a property qualification was an information to them. I must therefore be pardoned for reproducing here the section of the franchise law dealing with the qualification. Every man, except as hereafter excepted, above the age of 21 years, who possesses an immovable property to the value of 0 or who rents any such property of the yearly value of 0 within any electoral district and who is duly registered in the manner hereinafter mentioned, shall be entitled to vote at the election of a member for such district. When any such property as aforesaid is occupied by more persons than one as proprietors or renters, each of such occupants, being duly registered, shall be entitled to vote in respect of such property, provided the value or, as the case may be, the rent thereof be such as would entitle each of such joint occupants to vote if equally divided among them. From this it is clear that it is not every Indian who can get the franchise. And how many Indians are there in the colony? compared with the Europeans, who have immovable property of the value of 0 or who rent such property of the yearly value of 0. This law has been in force for a long time, and the following table will give some idea of the relative strength of the European and the Indian franchise. I have compiled the table from the latest lists published in the Gazette. 290. Voters. No. Electoral divisions. 1 Peter Maritzburg. 2 Umgeni. 3 Lions River. 4 Ixapo. 5 Durban. 6 County of Durban. 7 Victoria. 8 Umvoti. 9 Weenan. 10 Klip River. 11 Newcastle. 12 Alexandra. 13 Alfred. Europeans Indians. 1521. 82. 306. Nil. 511. Nil. 573. 3. 2100. 143. 779. 20. 566. 1. 438. 1. 528. Nil. 591. 1. 917. Nil. 201. 278. 9,309. 251. Grand total 9,560. Thus, out of 9,560 registered voters, only 251 are Indians. And only 2 divisions have Indian voters worth mentioning. The proportion of Indians voters to the European, roughly speaking, is 1 to 38, that is, the European vote at present is 38 times as strong as the Indian vote. According to the report of the Protector of Indian Immigrants for 1895, out of the total Indian population of 46,343, only 30,303 are free Indians. Adding to this the trading Indian population of, say, 5,000, we have, roughly, 35,000 free Indians. At present, therefore, the Indian population that may compete with the European population as to voting is not so large as the European. But I believe I am not wide of the mark in saying that more than half of the 35,000 are only a stage higher than the indentured Indians in point of pecuniary circumstances. I have been traveling in the districts surrounding and within 50 miles of Durban, and I may safely venture to assert that most of the Indians who are free are living from hand to mouth and certainly have not immovable property worth 0. Free Indian adults in the colony number only 12,360. Thus, I submit that the fears as to the Indian vote swamping the European in the near future are entirely groundless. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 291. The following analysis of the Indian voters list further shows that most of the Indian voters are those Indians who have settled in the colony for a very long time. That out of 205 whom I have been able to get identified, only 35 have been at one time indentured Indians, and that they have all been in the colony for over 15 years. Table showing the length of residence of the Indian voters and the number of Indian voters who have once been under indenture. 4 years residence. 13. 5 to 9. 50. 10 to 13. 35. 14 to 15. 59. Free Indians who have once been under indenture, but who have been in the colony for over 15, and in many cases over 20 years. 35. Colonial born. 9. Interpreters. 4. Not classify. 46. 251. Of course, this table cannot by any means be said to be absolutely correct. I think, however, it is accurate enough for the present purpose. Thus, so far as these figures go, the Indians who come under indenture take 15 years or more to be able to have sufficient property qualifications to get on the voters' roll. And if the freed Indian population were accepted, no one can say that the trading population alone can ever swamp the voters' roll. Moreover, most of these 35 freed Indians have risen to the status of traders. Of those who have originally come on their own means, a large majority have taken a long time to be able to get on the voters' roll. Of the 46 whom I have not been able to get identified, a great many, by their names, appear to belong to the trading class. There are many colonial-born Indians in the colony. They are also educated, and yet on the voters' roll there are only 9. This would show that they are too poor to have the sufficient qualifications. On the whole, therefore, it would seem that taking the present list as a basis, the fears as to the Indian vote assuming threatening proportions are imaginary. Of the 205, over 40 are either dead or have left the colony. 292. The following table is an analysis of the Indian voters list according to their occupation. Trading class. Storekeepers. 92. Merchants. 32. Goldsmiths. 4. Jewelers. 3. Confectioner. 1. Fruiterers. 4. Tradesmen. 11. Tinsmith. 1. Tobacco merchants. 2. Eating house keeper. 1. 151. Clerks and assistants. Clerks. 21. Accountants. 6. Bookkeeper. 1. Salesman. 6. Schoolmaster. 1. Photographer. 1. Interpreters. 4. Storemen. 5. Barbers. 2. Barmen. 1. Managers. 2. 50. Gardeners and others. Vegetable dealer. 1. Farmers. 4. Domestic servants. 5. Fisherman. 1. Gardeners. 26. Lamplighters. 3. Cart drivers. 2. Constables. 2. Laborers. 2. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 293. Waiter. 1. Cooks. 3. 50. 251. This analysis also ought, I think, to assist unbiased men in removing their fears as to the voters' list being swamped by undeserving or lowest-class Indians. 4. By far the greatest number belongs to the trading or the so-called Arab class who, at any rate, are acknowledged to be not quite unfit to vote. Those classified under the second heading either belong to the trader class or to that class of Indians who have received a tolerably good English education. Those belonging to the third division may be termed laborers. Of a higher order are above the average indentured Indian. They are those who have settled in the colony for over 20 years with their families and either own property or pay good rents. I may say also that, if my information be correct, most of these voters can read and write their own mother tongue. Thus, if the present Indian voters list is to serve as a guide for the future and assuming that the franchise qualification remains as it is, the list is very satisfactory from a European standpoint. First, because numerically the voting strength of the Indians is very poor, and secondly, because most more than 3/4 the Indian voters belong to the trading class. It should also be borne in mind that the number of the trading Indians in the colony will remain almost the same for a long time. For, while many come every month, an equal number leaves for India. As a rule, the incoming ones take the place of the outgoing ones. So far I have not imported the natural proclivities of the two communities into the argument at all but have merely dealt with the figures. Yet, the natural proclivities will have not a little to do with the political activity of the two. There cannot be two opinions about the fact that the Indians, as a rule, do not actively meddle in politics. They have never tried to usurp political power anywhere. Their religion, no matter whether it be Mohammedan or Hindu, the teaching of ages, cannot be obliterated by a mere change of name teaches them indifference to material pursuits. Naturally they are satisfied so long as they can earn a respectable living. I take the liberty to say that, had not an attempt been made to tread upon their commercial pursuits. 294. Had not attempts been made and repeated to degrade them to the condition of pariahs of society, had not, in fact, an attempt been made to keep them forever hewers of wood and drawers of water, that is, in a state of indenture or in one very much resembling it, there would have been no franchise agitation. I would go further. I have no hesitation in saying that even now there is no political agitation in the real sense of the term. But an attempt is, most unfortunately, being made by the press to father, as it were, such an agitation upon the Indians. Leave them to follow their legitimate pursuits, do not attempt to degrade them, treat them with ordinary kindness, and there would be no franchise question, simply because they would not even take the trouble to have their names on the voters' roll. But it has been said, and that too by responsible persons, that a few Indians want political power and that these few are Mohammedan agitators, and that the Hindus should learn from past experience that the Mohammedan rule will be ruinous for them. The first statement is without foundation and the last statement is most unfortunate and painful. To gain political power is entirely impossible, if gaining political power means entrance into the legislative assembly. Such a statement presupposes the presence in the colony of very wealthy Indians having a competent knowledge of the English language. Now, there are very few wealthy, as distinguished from well-to-do, Indians in the colony, and there is perhaps none capable of discharging the duties of a legislator, not because there is none capable of understanding politics, but because there is none possessing such a knowledge of the English language as would be expected of a legislator. The second statement is an attempt to set the Hindus against the Mohammedans in the colony. How any responsible man in the colony can wish for such a calamity is very wonderful. Such attempts have been attended by the most grievous results in India and have even threatened the permanence of British rule. To make them in this colony where the two sects are living most amicably is, I venture to say, most mischievous. It is a healthy sign that it is now recognized that to debar all Indians from the franchise would be a grievous injustice. Some think that the so-called Arabs should be allowed the franchise, some think there should be a selection made among them, and some think that the indentured Indian should never be able to get the franchise. The Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 295. Latest suggestion comes from Stanger and is most humorous. If that suggestion were to be followed, those alone who could prove that they were voters in India would be entitled to it in natal. Why such a rule for the poor Indians alone? I do not think they would object to such an arrangement if it were applicable to all. And I should not be surprised if the Europeans also were to find it difficult to get their names on the voters' list in the colony under such conditions. For how many Europeans are there in the colony who were on the voters' list in the states they have come from? If, however, the statement were made with regard to the Europeans, it would be received with the strongest indignation. It has been received seriously with regard to the Indians. It has also been stated that the Indians agitate for one Indian one vote. I submit that the statement is without the slightest foundation, and is calculated to create unnecessary prejudice against the Indian community. I believe that the present property qualification is sufficient, at any rate for the present if not for all time, to maintain the superior numerical strength of the European vote. If, however, the European colonists think otherwise, no Indian, I think, will make exception to a reasonable and real educational qualification and a larger property qualification than at present. What the Indians do and would protest against is color distinction as qualification based on account of racial difference. The Indian subjects of Her Majesty have been most solemnly assured over and over again that no qualifications or restrictions will be placed upon them because of their nationality or religion. And this assurance was given and has been repeated upon no sentimental grounds but on proof of merit. The first note was struck after it was ascertained beyond doubt that the Indians could be safely treated on a footing of equality, that they were most loyal to the throne and law-abiding, and that the British hold of India could be permanently maintained only upon those terms and no other. That there have been serious departures from the above assurance could, I submit, be no answer to the solid fact of its existence. I think those departures would be exceptions to prove the rule, they would not override it. For, if I had time and space at my disposal, and if I were not afraid of tiring the reader's patience, I could quote innumerable instances in which the proclamation of 1858 has been strictly acted upon, and is even at the present moment being acted upon in India and elsewhere. And, surely, this is not the occasion for a departure from it. I submit, therefore, that the Indians 296 are perfectly justified in protesting against racial disqualifications and expecting that their protest will be respected. Having said so much, I venture to say on behalf of my fellow brothers that they would not thus of objecting to any measure, with regard to the franchise, which may be devised in order to keep the voters' roll clear of objectionable men, or to provide against preponderance of the Indian vote in future. I am confident that the Indians have no wish to see ignorant Indians who cannot possibly be expected to understand the value of a vote being placed on the voters' list. They submit that all are not such, and that such are to be found, more or less, in all communities. The object of every right-minded Indian is to fall in with the wishes of the European colonists as far as possible. They would rather forego a crumb from the loaf than have the whole in opposition to the European colonists and from England. The object of this appeal is to beseech the legislators and the European colonists to devise or countenance only such a measure, if one is necessary, that would be acceptable also to those affected by it. To make the position clearer, I would take the liberty to show by extracts from a blue book what the most eminent colonists have thought about the question. Mr. Saunders, a member of the late Honorable Legislative Council, could go only thus far. The mere definition that these signatures must be in full and in the elector's own handwriting and written in European characters would go a long way to check the extreme risk of the Asiatic mind swamping the English affairs of Natal, c. 3796–1883. At page 7 of the same book Captain Graves, the late protector of immigrants, says, I am of opinion that only those Indians who have abandoned all claim for themselves and their families to a free return passage to India are justly entitled to the franchise. It should be noticed that Captain Graves spoke of the Indians recognized by his department, that is, the indentured Indians. The then Attorney General and present Chief Justice says, it will be noticed that the measure drafted by me contains clauses which have been adopted from the recommendations of the Select Committee providing for the carrying out of the alternative plan mentioned in Mr. Saunders's letter, while the proposal for the special disqualification of aliens has not been considered advisable of adoption. At page 14 of the same book he says again. Volume 1, 1884–30 November, 1896. 297. As regards the proposal to exclude from the exercise of the franchise all persons of every nationality or race which is not in every respect under the common law of the colony, this is a provision evidently aimed at the electoral rights at present enjoyed by the Indian and Creole population of this colony. As I have already stated in my report, serial number 12, I cannot recognize the justice or expediency of such a measure. The Blue Book in question contains much interesting reading on the franchise question and shows clearly that the idea of special disqualification was repugnant to the colonists at the time. The reports of the various meetings held in connection with the franchise show that the speakers have invariably argued that the Indians shall not be allowed to occupy this country which has been won by European blood and which has been made what it is by European hands, and show that the Indians are treated as intruders in the colony. As to the first statement, I can only say that, if the Indians are to be denied any privileges because they have not shed their blood for this land, the Europeans belonging to other states in Europe should not receive the same privileges. It could also be argued that the immigrants from England also have no business to trespass upon the special preserve of the first white settlers. And surely, if the shedding of blood is any criterion of merit, And if British colonists consider the other British dominions as portions of the British Empire, the Indians have shed their blood for Britain on many an occasion. The Chitral campaign is the most recent instance. As to the colony having been made by European hands and the Indian being an intruder, I beg to submit that all the facts show quite the opposite. Without any comments of my own, I shall now venture to quote extracts from the report of the Indian Immigrants Commission referred to above, for a loan of which I am indebted to the protector of immigrants. Says Mr. Saunders, one of the commissioners, at page 98, Indian immigration brought prosperity, prices rose, people were no longer content to grow or sell produce for a song, they could do better. War, high prices for wool, sugar, etc., kept up prosperity and prices of local produce in which the Indians dealt. On page 99 he says, I return to the consideration of the question as one of broad public interest. One thing is certain, white men will not settle in Natal or any other. 298. Part of South Africa to become mere hewers of wood and drawers of water. Rather than that they will leave us either for the vast interior or by sea. While this is a fact, our records prove, as do those of other colonies, that the introduction of colored labor which develops and draws out the hidden capabilities of the soil and its unoccupied acres opens out at the same time numerous unforeseen fields for the profitable employment of white settlers. Nothing more clearly proves this than our own experience. If we look to 1859, we shall find that the assured promise of Indian labor resulted in an immediate rise of revenue which increased fourfold within a few years. Mechanics who could not get work and were earning 5/ a day, and less, found their wages more than doubled, and progress gave encouragement to everyone from the Berg to the sea. But a few years later, a well-founded alarm arose, that it one would be suspended. The records are there to correct me if I am wrong. Simultaneously, down went the revenue and wages, immigration was checked, confidence vanished, and retrenchment and reductions of salaries was the main thing thought of. And yet another change some years later in 1873, long after the discovery of diamonds in 1868, a fresh promise of renewed Indian immigration created its effect, and up again went the revenue, wages and salaries, and retrenchment was soon spoken of as a thing of the past. Would that this was so now. Records like these ought to tell their own tale and silence childish race sentimentalities and mean jealousies. In further and collateral corroboration of the effect of introduction of colored labor on the welfare of white settlers, let me refer to a speech made by the Duke of Manchester, who has so identified himself with colonial interests. He had just returned from Queensland and told his hearers that the result of an agitation there, hostile to the introduction of colored labor, had proved most disastrous to those very white settlers who had hoped by checking the supply of imported colored laborers to destroy competition which they wrongly imagined deprive the white settlers of work. At page 100 the same gentleman continues, so far as concerns free Indian traders, their competition and the consequent lowering of the prices of articles of consumption by which the public benefits, and yet strange to say, of which it complains, it is clearly shown that these Indian shops have been and are most exclusively supported by the larger firms of white merchants who thus practically employ these men to dispose of their goods. Stop Indian immigration if you will. If there are not enough unoccupied houses now, empty more by clearing out Arabs or Indians, who add to the productive and consuming power of a less than half-peopled country. But let us. 1. Indian Labor Recruitment. Volume 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 299. Trace results in this one branch of the enquiry, taking it as an example of others. Trace out how untenanted houses depreciate the value of property and securities, how after this must result stagnation in the building trade, and those other trades and stores for supplies dependent on it. Follow out how this leads to a reduced demand for white mechanics, and with a reduction in spending power of so many, how fall of revenue is to be expected next, need of retrenchment or taxation, or both. Let this result in others, far too numerous to be calculated on in detail, be faced, and if blind race sentimentalism or jealousy is to prevail, so be it. Mr. Henry Binns gave his evidence to the following effect before the Commission, page 156. In my opinion, the free Indian population is a most useful section of the community. A large portion of them, considerably larger than is generally supposed, are in service in the colony, particularly employed as house servants in the towns and villages. They are also considerable producers, and from information which I have taken some trouble to gather, I conclude that the free Indians have grown about 100,000 mounds of maize per annum for the last 2 or 3 years, besides considerable quantities of tobacco and other articles. Before there was a free Indian population, the towns of Pietermaritzburg and Durban had no supply of fruit, vegetables and fish. At present all these things are fully supplied. We have never had any immigrants from Europe who have shown any inclination to become market gardeners and fishermen, and I am of opinion that but for the free Indian population the markets of Maritzburg and Durban would be as badly supplied now as they were years ago. Were coolie immigration to be permanently stopped, the rate of wages payable to European mechanics would probably not be affected one way or the other, but in a very short time after such stoppage there would cease to be as much employment for them as there is now. Tropical cultivation never has been, and never will be, carried on without Indian laborers. The then Attorney General and present Chief Justice thus gave his evidence before the Commission, page 327. In my opinion, numbers of the Indians who have been introduced have in a great measure provided on the coast for the failure of white immigrants, and have cultivated lands which would otherwise remain uncultivated, with crops which are of real advantage to the inhabitants of the colony. Many who have not availed themselves of the return passage to India have turned out to be trusty and useful domestic servants. That both the free and free Indians have been very useful to the colony generally can be proved by still more overwhelming proofs. The Commissioners in their report at page 82 say, 319. They show commendable industry in fishing and fish curing. The Indian fishing settlement on Salisbury Island, in Durban Bay, has been of manifest advantage not only to the Indian but also to the white inhabitants of the colony. 20. In numerous localities in the upland as well as in the coast districts, they have converted waste and unproductive land into well-kept gardens, planted with vegetables, tobacco, maize and fruit trees. Those settled in the vicinity of Durban and Pietermaritzburg have succeeded in winning for themselves almost entirely the supplying of the local markets with vegetables. It must be this competition by free Indians which has worked to the prejudice of those white colonists who once had the monopoly of the trade. In fairness to the free Indians we must observe that the competition is legitimate in its nature and that it certainly has been welcomed by the general community. From an early hour in the morning, Indian hawkers, male and female, adults and children, go busily with heavy baskets on their heads from house to house, and thus citizens can now daily, at their own doors, and at low rates, purchase wholesome vegetables and fruit, which, not many years ago, they could not with certainty procure even in the public markets, and at exorbitant prices. As to the traders, the Commissioner's report at page 74 says, "We are convinced that much of the irritation existing in the minds of European colonists against the whole Indian population of the colony has been excited by the undoubted ability of these Arab traders to compete with European merchants, and specially with those who have chiefly directed their attention to the supply of articles, notably rice, largely consumed by the Indian immigrant population. We are of opinion that these Arab traders have been drawn to Natal by the presence therein of those Indians who have been introduced under the immigration laws. Rice is the chief food of the 30,000 Indian immigrants now in the colony, and these astute traders have so successfully devoted their tact and energy to the supply of that article that the price to all consumers fell from 21s per bag in former years to 14s in 1884. It is said that Kaffirs can buy from Arabs at from 25 to 30% lower rates than those obtaining 6 or 7 years ago. It does not lie within the scope of our Commission to discuss at length the restrictive measure which some desire to impose upon Asiatics or Arab trader. We are content to place on record our strong opinion, based on much observation, that the presence of these traders has been beneficial to the whole colony, and that it would be unwise, if not unjust, to legislate to their prejudice. The italics are mine. VOL 1, 1884-30 November, 1896. 301. 8. Nearly all of them are Mohammedans, either total abstainers from alcoholic liquors or drinking them in moderation. They are thrifty by nature and submissive to the law. Out of the 72 European witnesses who gave their evidence before the Commission, almost every one of those who spoke as to the presence of the Indian affecting the colony has said that he is indispensable for its welfare. I have quoted the extracts at some length not to argue therefrom that the Indians should have the franchise. They have it already, but to refute the charge that the Indian is an intruder and the statement that he has nothing to do with the prosperity of the colony. The proof of the pudding lies in the eating. The best proof is that, no matter what is being said against the Indians, they are yet wanted. The Protector's Department is unable to cope with the demand for Indian labor. At page 5 of the Annual Report, 1895, the Protector says, at the close of last year there was an unsupplied balance of 1,330 men to complete the year's indent. In addition to this number, 2,760 men were applied for to arrive in 1895, making a total of 4,090. Of this number, 2,032 arrived during the year under report, 1,049 from Madras and 983 from Calcutta, leaving a balance of 2,058 less 12 men lapsed requisitions to arrive during the present year to complete the last year's indent. If the Indian is really harmful to the colony, the best and justest method is to stop further immigration and, in due course, the present Indian population will cease to trouble the colony much. To have them under conditions that mean slavery is hardly fair. If then this appeal has at all satisfactorily answered the various objections raised to the Indian franchise. If the reader accepts the assertion that the franchise agitation on the part of the Indians is merely a protest against degradation, which the counter-agitation contemplates, and not an attempt to gain political power or influence, I humbly think I am justified in asking the reader to pause and consider before he decides to oppose the Indian franchise tooth and nail. Although the British subject idea has been rejected by the press as a craze and fad, I have to fall back upon that idea. Without it there would have been no franchise agitation whatever. Without it there would probably have been no state-aided immigration. Very probably the Indian would have been an impossibility in Natal if he were not a British subject. I, therefore, appeal to every Briton in South Africa not to lightly dismiss the British subject idea from his mind. The proclamation of 1858 was Her Majesty's Acts, presumably 302, approved of by her subjects. 4. It was done, not arbitrarily, but according to the advice of her then advisers, in whom the voters, by their votes, had reposed their full trust. India belongs to England and England does not wish to lose her hold of India. Every act done by a Briton towards an Indian cannot but have some effect in moulding the final relations between Britons and Indians. It is, moreover, a fact that the Indian is in South Africa because he is a British subject. He has to be tolerated whether one likes it or not. Is it not then better that nothing should be done that would unnecessarily embitter the feelings between the two communities?